Just taking a bunch of pictures of them.
They be barking if you know what I'm saying.
Do not disturb.
They're, I'm a breeder.
Oh yeah,
I'm a
our mystery guest who's gonna do the Family Guy lecture soon.
Settle down, settle down, settle down, settle down, settle down,
yeah.
settle down,
Okay.
settle down, everyone.
Vin, is that you?
It's me,
Vin.
not quite. I am related,
Diesel.
not by blood, but by something even more powerful. I want to thank you all for coming to Fast and Furious 101, an epic of high velocity and powerful family. Quote unknown. Twig. I have been graciously allowed to present a lecture at this fastidious, wonderful, fastidious, perfect.
You're fastidious.
We're fastidious here, okay? We're fastidious. We are high knowledge. We are well learned. We are the best of the best Ivy League internet lecturing facility, and I am honored to be presenting to you Fast and Furious 101.
Amazing.
Now this, unfortunately, I'm noticing that we do have an absence in the class today. I will be making sure that he gets a packet later that he can fill out, and we can get some sort of extra take-home assignment, of course, yes. Now, I will be going through every single main line and the spin-offs of the Fast and the Furious movie franchise, as well as a few extras. This is a long-running American movie franchise of like car racing, spy thrillers, high-velocity action, total meathead stuff. It is fantastic stuff. It is great. It is great material. The classic American experience.
Classic date movie.
Exactly. And now,
American classic, right?
now, how many of you have seen a Fast and the Furious movie? So we're 50-50. That's good. That's good. And how many? Let's get a roll call here. Is Mark Electric Underground here?
Yes, I'm here.
Is there a Shaybs in the audience?
Hi.
Okay,
Hi,
good.
I'm
Yes.
Shaybs.
A Nate Bestman
I'm here.
and a Ben Saint.
Toot.
Okay, so we're missing Zen Huxtable. All right. A shame, but we'll
get that.
we'll figure something out for him. That's okay. I'll be going through all the movies. I humbly request that if you have a interjection or a question, you just raise your hand before speaking out of turn, or else I will be handing out demerits. I've done many in the past. I'm not afraid to use them. Okay.
What if I think that's cringe?
Demerit.
Oh, no.
There we go.
He wasn't joking around.
Case in point.
Yeah,
So
geez.
let's get right into this with our first bullet point right down here. It's just cresting off the horizon of our long and winding road. Racer X from 1998. Racer X is actually not a movie at all. It is an written article in Vibe magazine by an author named Kenneth Lee. And basically, it's about this underground racing scene, or drag racing, in the East Coast specifically. And just like us.
That's right.
Demerit! The trials and tribulations of being it's not legal what they're doing, so they have to evade the cops occasionally and all that jazz. And this article was I read it myself. Very well written article. And Hollywood seemed to think so as well.
It's a real article about real.
It is a real story. Like it is a documented event. Mark.
Yes, I'd like to humbly remind the audience that in the beginning of the Fast and Furious franchise, it actually had some semblance in reality, where there really were underground racing scenes doing this stuff.
We will get to that.
It did exist.
We will get to that. So part of the wonder of the Fast and the Furious franchise is seeing how long it takes for that frog to boil.
Yes.
Ben.
Okay. Is this just a coincidence? Isn't Racer X the name of the
Speed
the
Racer
evil brother
bad guy.
from Speed
Right.
Racer?
Yes. So you're going to want to go to Speed Racer 101. It's just down the hall for that. But I will. There's a little crossover there.
But then it's not.
I'm actually not sure. I would hazard a guess that it is probably some sort of reference to the Racer X.
Oh, could I introduce? Maybe you know, Shaybs. Do you know how old like Speed Racer is as an anime?
It's like 60s.
Marco Go came out in 1960s.
Okay, so that's
Yeah.
way older.
It's
than
way
this.
older.
Yeah,
It-
okay.
But that's a manga, and Speed Racer also had come out in the United States, so it's
Yeah.
probably a reference.
It's
to-
probably a reference.
Yeah,
It's probably a
okay,
reference.
But also, it's a very generic thing.
Yeah,
So,
yeah.
Right.
Either or, chicken or the egg. This article is very inspiring to a lot of a specific Hollywood writer. I believe his name is Chris something. What? It's just the writer. Who cares?
Chris Brown.
Yeah, Chris Brown.
It is tragic that this is the writer's life. He writes the entire franchise.
It's
Whatever the hell that guy
one writer for
Yeah.
the whole franchise?
If you wanted
At least
credit,
the
you should have
beginning.
learned to direct.
There is a consistent writer throughout most of the films. I believe the first movie, at least the story, was done by a guy named Gary Scott Thompson.
Okay.
But anyway, he's shopping around Hollywood, and it gets picked up and adapted into a film called The Fast and the Furious in the wonderful, unproblematic year of 2001.
Pre or post 9/11?
I believe it is a pre-er. It is a pre-er. So,
different
There's a lot more pre than post.
oh yes,
I'm
oh
right
yes.
now, if you know what I'm saying.
So we're just gonna race right into it. This movie it begins right in a shipping yard, okay? And there's these delivery trucks, and they're bringing in all sorts of stuff to distribute to like stores. The specific trucks are delivering these VCR, DVD, CRT combo televisions.
What is this? The distant future?
Awesome.
Demerit! Yes. A high state-of-the-art VCR, DVD player televisions. These are probably worth like a grand or $2,000. These are really expensive stuff. So of course, someone wants them. And these group of racers, they accost this truck with like grappling hooks and stuff, and they hold up the truck driver and they steal all of their materials to presumably sell on the black market. What's up with that? We don't know quite yet. But there are these groups, this group of racers that are going around and taking all this stuff from these delivery trucks. And just keep that in mind. This is the inciting incident of the Fast and the Furious series. A group of racers are stealing CRT TVs. Okay? Okay, that's the beginning. So we're actually going... Ben.
Is there an expository scene where the character's like, listen, you don't understand. This is precious cargo. They have DVDs and VCRs. and everyone marvels at this? Or?
I'm sure in modern releases, there's like one of those notes at the beginning, like, this may be offensive to modern audiences. It's been adjusted. We've replaced VCR with Blu-ray player.
Yes, yeah. The special edition isn't out yet, but there are rumblings that may in fact happen.
Right.
To not confuse anyone.
That's great.
They just dubbed it.
But we need a remake where they just replace that line of dialogue.
They just changed it to PS5s.
You're right.
The PS5s, and they're using walkie-talkies instead of shotguns. So we're cutting to just a random scene of this guy. He's like racing his car. He's like peeling out, and he's not really doing a great job, but he's trying. And we get out, we cut to him, and this is our hero of our story, Brian Earl Spillner, played by the one and only Paul Walker. Paul Walker.
Yeah.
My better half, Paul Walker, and he's trying to race and he's not really quite up to snuff. So he after like desperately or just like annoyingly like giving up at some point, he heads to this place called the Toretto Cafe, and he's hitting it off with the server. Her name is Mia Toretto, and they're having like this back and forth. She's making these like tuna sandwiches for him. They're not like good, but he likes them anyway. They're hitting it off, and who would show up but the Toretto gang at this moment. So we've got a couple of names here. Some of them are important, some of them are not. But we've got Letty. This is Michelle Rodriguez. Vince, whose actor I don't know, but he's kind of like this big, like kind of tough guy. There's Jesse. He's like a small, like kind of like tweaky kid, kind of like gremlin-y kind of kid. I believe he canonically has like ADHD. And then we have Leon. Leon is actually not important at all, so you can just immediately forget who Leon is. But these first three are actually a little important. One of them way more than the other. Nate.
Is Ludacris any of these people?
We're getting to him.
Okay, all right.
We're getting to Ludacris.
Just check.
We'll get to him. So Vince sees Brian kind of chumming it up with Mia, and he's not a fan. He's calling him slurs. He's kicking his ass. And
would you care to? Could I hear some of those slurs? I'd love to hear
like
them.
What? Though?
Like what?
on the uncensored version, I will
Walker.
be explaining all of the slurs that
Okay,
Vince
great.
says in this exact moment.
Great.
But they're fighting. Everyone's saying, "Come on, break it up! Come on, break it up!" But Vince is not going to do it. He's going to kick this guy's ass to the curb. So someone needs to come in and stop it. And who, from the shadows of the back of the cafe, walks out? The one, the only, Dominic Toretto. Can I get a round of applause for Dominic Toretto?
He comes out like Aragorn.
Like,
He's just like in the bar, like in the
like
shadows, and the
it is very similar to Aragorn, and that is played by the one, the only Vin Diesel.
Yeah.
And he breaks up the fight and he tells Brian to get the fuck out of here. He looks at his ID. He's like, Brian Earl Spillner sounds like a serial killer name, and he tells him to get the fuck out. So Brian acquiesces because he can't take on Vin Diesel. Who can? But he has a chip on his shoulder over this, and he's gonna try and get even with this gang. So later that night, or maybe like the night before, or like a few nights later, Brian ends up entering an underground street race because he knows that Dominic Toretto is going to be there, so he can challenge him. Our first rapper cameo appears in this movie, Ja Rule. Ja Rule is also part of this race.
Famous One Piece character, Ja Rule.
Exactly.
Yeah,
The
right.
famous One Piece character, Ja Rule, appears. It was foreshadowing all along.
Yeah, that's right. Chapter
From
1,
chapter
baby,
1
1.
of the Fast and the
The
Furious.
Racer X article.
And the Racer,
It's
that
Ja Rule.
the romance dawn of
the romance dawn.
the romance dawn of the Fast and the Furious.
Tuscany.
So I'm going to bring up a few because cars are so important to the Fast and the Furious franchise. I will be naming like specific make and models, even though myself personally, I drive a Kia Sportage 2012. I don't give a fuck about cars. I don't understand them. They scare me, but they're pretty cool in the movies. And Brian likes his import cars. He likes.
He's a trader.
A total race trader. He uses
to America.
he uses in this film a 1995 Mitsubishi Eclipse RS Eclipse.
Wait, Japan? Never mind.
Yeah, of
He's
course.
not a trader.
Yes,
You're one
yes.
of us.
Trader Japan, it's fine. Equipped
Trader Japan.
equipped with NOS. Okay? Equipped with NOS. This is the superpower of the Fast and the Furious world. If your car is kitted out with NOS, then you got the good shit.
Yeah, what is NOS?
So NOS is short for, I believe it's
Nitrous oxide.
yeah, nitrous oxide.
Supreme.
So not literally the energy drink.
Not quite. It is not quite the energy drink. I believe the energy drink is based off of the actual. It's the same logo and everything, so it's tied in. Mark.
I'd like to ask my couchmate. Do you know what NOS does?
Me?
Yes.
Could you get high with it or something?
Unfortunately,
Isn't that what they give you at the dentist?
yes.
Yeah,
It's laughing gas, basically.
But it turbocharges. Street racers use it because it really turbocharges your acceleration.
Yes,
So it's like a real thing in the real world.
it is a real thing that real racers do to basically kick your car into high gear and go
It is
super fucking fast
super
really
illegal.
quick.
Does it get injected into the gasoline or the?
I
don't know
I-
how engines work.
Yeah,
It's the fuel line.
it's injected into the fuel line of the engine.
Okay,
And
cool.
you will see this in several of the movies. They do a CG shot where it's almost like a Jimmy Neutron brain blast of
Have you ever seen Redline? Is it like in Redline?
It is
when
similar.
They hit the,
It is
the
similar to
nitro?
Redline. It is
Okay.
similar to Redline.
Cool.
So yeah, he's got this NOS, this superpower, but.
Is it like that CG animation showing the penectomy surgery when it goes in and cuts the testicles off?
Why would it be like that?
It's a CG image and it zooms right in, shows the anatomy.
I mean, it
but
is.
it's the car.
They're literally going through the bowels of the car,
house
showing the NOS going through.
Yeah.
Yeah. A Jimmy Neutron brain blast, or if you want to be crass with it, yes, a testicle surgery.
Watching Fast and Furious is like getting your balls chopped off.
It is-
Right, I understand.
Real time.
Not until here. Not until here does it feel like you're getting your balls chopped off.
Interesting. Okay.
Yeah.
Your balls
I'm intrigued.
Foreshadowing.
We're foreshadowing. Yes. I
Of
wanna
course,
get
of course.
there.
Subtle foreshadowing. So, Brian's got this NOS. He's got this really kitted out car. But the problem is, like, we all know that he's not quite that good at racing yet. So he's sort of like doing the classic shortcut of like, he's getting like the high tech gear, but he doesn't have any of the skill yet. So will he be able to win the race will he even be able to challenge Dominic Toretto? The answer to that is yes. He will be able to challenge Dominic Toretto, but not by just goading him into it. He's going to bet his car and what we call racing for pink slips. It's a real thing. It is a real thing that real racers do. This is what I'm talking about, where like, they get a lot of stuff from underground like racing culture in these early films. Mark.
Maybe a relatable reference is like, you know how Tony Hawk Pro Skater is like really capturing skater culture at the time?
Yeah.
Like Fast and Furious, the first one, really captured a lot of car culture from the time.
Oh, shit.
Like a lot of car dudes would watch Fast and Furious and go over like the makes,
oh,
the
that's
bodies, and
That's a real thing that happens.
yeah, like they're really into it.
Yeah. All right, so Brian offers up his Mitsubishi Eclipse in a race with Dominic Toretto. And we're off to the races. There's a few other guys. I believe Ja Rule is also there, but let's be honest, they don't matter.
He's there to say start your engines.
Yeah. Start your engines. It's down to Dom and Brian. Brian's kind of holding his own, but I want if one of you could open your this NOS can that is currently on the counter right here.
Here I go.
So Brian has activated his NOS. That is the biggest mistake in any race you could ever do, is activating your NOS first.
Oh.
Yes.
Because Dominic Toretto activates his NOS after.
Damn.
And he kicks his ass. He beats him. But Brian's like, dude, I almost had you though. And he's like, you didn't have me. You never had me. Because Dom knows how this stuff works. He knows that like you never use your NOS first.
Yeah, you
ever.
pull itself.
Exactly. Because if you use your NOS first, that gives the other racers the onus to race ahead of you with their NOS, right? So it's all about being good enough to not have to use the NOS until the absolute last resort. So this leads to like a standoff. Brian's going to have to give up his car, but thankfully he's sort of saved by the bell here because the cops show up to break up this race. So they all sort of like get away. Dom kind of parks his car into like a parking garage, and he's just kind of like walking on the street. But everyone knows who Dominic Toretto is in this neighborhood, and they know he's part of this race. So they start chasing him. And the problem is he's on foot. So how is he going to run away? Well, who shows up but Brian? Brian gets him in the car, and they escape to parts unknown. Unfortunately, the parts unknown they go to is a rival gang turf led by Johnny Tran. Johnny Tran is sort of like he's part of I believe he's a
Triad?
Yeah, kind of triad. Yeah, I think like triad. So he's sort of bad news.
Just curious. So he's a triad. Triads are bad dudes. Are what's the Hispanic gang that Dom's like the leader of?
The Toretto.
Are they like a lovable band of miscreants?
Are they
or are they doing some bad shit?
Are they like Italian?
I think they're. Well, what's their last name? Toretto?
Toretto.
I guess that does sound kind of Italian.
It is.
I don't know.
This
But I don't know.
must be Italian though, right?
The race of the Torettos is
Unclear at best.
It's America.
Similar to Vin
It's
Diesel.
not about blood. It's about family.
It's about family.
Yeah.
Well, it sort of mirrors Vin Diesel's real life, where like he's kind of cagey about like his like actual origins.
Yeah, it's all about family, but like I need to get the skull calipers out and figure out what we're dealing with here, so I can know how much I like these characters.
Well,
It's in California, though, isn't it?
yes, it takes place in California. I believe that they are of Hispanic descent in some way because they use a lot of Spanish
Sure.
and whatnot.
Why is Vin Diesel cagey about like his background?
Okay, so that's actually something I can get into. Vin Diesel a very interesting guy. He's very much about family, or just like he's more about he's kind of like a I don't see color kind of guy almost, where like he doesn't sort of believe in like discrimination or like multiculturalism. He's really all about that. To the point like he got famous like discovered by Steven Spielberg. You know how he like ended up in Saving Private Ryan as like a kind of like a bit role.
Okay.
He got that role because Steven Spielberg saw this short film Vin Diesel wrote and directed called like Multifacial, which is basically about like the struggles of being a working actor of like mixed race.
Sure.
So,
okay.
so like he's really that's kind of like what he's sort of all about, or just like kind of like being like really inclusive in that way, but just like specifically cagey about like his like actual
Race
origins.
doesn't matter, don't ask about it.
Well, yeah, and this kind of
because he's kind of like he's sort of white.
yes, there is like a white passing to him.
What race is Diesel? What's the ethnic
That's
background?
a stage name.
What? No way.
Diesel is like a name his like friends called him when he grew up, and he picked it up when he was a bouncer. He's really all about this like multicultural stuff to the point that he has his own.
To the point of absurdity. Come on, let's get serious.
To the point of absurdity,
Oh,
to
really?
the fact that he has a film production company called One Race Films.
Okay.
Which
One race, the master race, and no others.
The master race, the human race.
Yeah, there it is.
That-
Aliens will be subjugated when we see them.
Exactly. Aliens haven't shown up yet, but it's not looking good for them.
Fast 11, it's gotta be.
It could be. It could be. But yeah. Let's circle on back. They're at Johnny Tran's turf, and Johnny Tran tells them to get the fuck out of here. So they're about to leave, but before Johnny Tran tells them to like screw off, he gets his like guys to basically like turn the Mitsubishi into like Swiss cheese. So the car's ruined. That's not good. That was supposed to be Dom's car. So Brian still owes him a car. Just keep that in mind. Somehow they make it back to the Toretto house. I don't really know how they do this. I think maybe they just catch a cab or something. But you know, they're back at the hideout, and there's just like more bonding going on because you know Brian just saved Vin's life essentially, or you know saved him time in prison. But none of his other friends showed up to save the day, and that's kind of a schism. Like Vince kind of steps up to Brian again, but this time Dom has his back because he's like, he was there for me, you were not. You're at home drinking and partying, trying to mac on my sister. Like, get the fuck out of here. There's tensions building in this group. They just do like some bonding, and then we cut to the next day where Brian is apprehended by the police. He gets taken in the back of a cruiser, and he's like, "Oh, what are you doing? What are you doing?" And they get taken to this nice LA home, and we find out that Brian Earl Spillner is not Brian Earl Spillner. He is actually Brian O'Connor, and he is an
Irish. Oh.
That's a way
Irish.
better name.
It is a way better name. It is not a serial killer name.
Yeah,
He is an undercover LAPD officer trying to figure out who's getting all those TVs, and that is why he's in the underground racing scene. Some astute viewers may realize that this is a very similar plot to the 1990 movie Point Break.
My favorite movie of all time.
Yes,
Yeah.
it is very similar to Point Break, to the point that people have accused it of plagiarism.
So is it like Point Break with racing?
Yeah, Point Break. Instead of surfing, it's racing,
Okay.
and instead of robbing banks, they're robbing TVs. That's kind of like the spark notes. There are little differences. Point Break's probably the better movie. Definitely the better movie.
Of course.
It is a classic.
When it's derivative, yeah.
It is a
One
classic.
became a franchise and the other did not.
Yeah, so the
Some
market.
some might
is
say maybe
Originator
that
of
was
the famous line, young, dumb, and full
Full of cum.
That's
Yeah.
right, man.
You want me
Writing
so
like
bad
that.
it's like acid in your mouth. It's great. It's great. But so is the Fast and the Furious.
Yeah.
So we have this wrench in this plan. Brian needs to figure out who is stealing these TVs, but he's getting kind of chummy with the Torettos, which you could argue that like this is all according to plan, but I don't know. Maybe he's getting a little too close to Mia, so he kind of starts diverting his attention to other groups. He's kind of kicking the ball around, and he's like snooping, looking for any clues he can find of another racing group and who would catch them doing this in a rival turf. But Dom and Vince. And Vince immediately clocks him as a cop. He knows he knows the score. He's biased, but he's right. Dom, however, ends up buying the lie that Brian sells him, that he's like, oh, I'm just looking for gear for you guys for this upcoming racing competition. And since Dom likes him, he acquiesces and he's like, all right. He's like, and they basically all agree, much to Vince's chagrin, to go check out Johnny Tran's hideout, see if like he's got some good gear. And they end up going there. We see some of like Johnny Tran's cruelty. He's like pouring gasoline in some guy's mouth, or oil, I think, because he wasn't doing what he was told. And we see in his garage that there are a stack of DVD players in the corner.
Precious DVD.
Precious.
Remember, this is the 2000s.
Precious,
Right.
precious Craig DVD players.
Yeah.
The top of the line Walmart DVD players on sale for $150.
Wow.
What a bargain.
What a bargain, especially if you got them for free. And did
indeed.
Johnny Tran steal these?
I mean, is it wrong to steal if you pass the savings on to the consumer?
Right, great point.
That's a great question.
You're generating value. It's just
It's a question that kind of Brian has to recken with, because he's surprisingly he's actually not really convinced that this is like Johnny Tran's doing, but no. He got even closer to the Torettos. In fact, he slept with Mia. Oh, yeah. They had a wonderful date, and it ended with a wonderful night in like a single bed in like his garage or something.
Sex.
Brian canonically loses his virginity at the end of the Fast and the
Is that
Furious.
true?
No.
I love that. That's probably the only time we're gonna go like, is that true? Like they later like jump out and like they like do crazy stunts.
All right. Settle down. So
Only thing that breaks suspension of disbelief.
So Brian is totally entrenched in the Toretto gang. He wants nothing more than not to
bust them, not to have to.
Yeah, not to bust them. So he okays a raid on Tran's house, and he gets like arrested in the middle of like a dinner with his parents. It's playing like this big montage, and we very shortly find out those DVD purchases were legit. He bought those at Walmart. He had the receipts.
He's just scalping them.
He's probably scalping them. It's illicit, but it's above board.
Sure,
Yeah.
but it's not a crime.
Yeah. So Brian's on thin ice now. It's basically like, look, dude, it's the fucking Torettos. Bust them now. So Brian basically has to like kick his plan into high gear. He insinuates to Dom that he's like, look, man, I really want in on like a money making scheme. I really need to make money. You gotta let me in on this. And Dom's cagey about it, but he's like, all right. You can be in on this if you do well at the upcoming legal racing competition, Race Wars.
Is this a Vin Diesel? Is this a weird Vin Diesel thing?
I don't know,
Or is
because
this
It's not Vin Diesel's fault.
Okay.
I don't know.
The double entendre, the race and race, is like honestly
It's-
really interesting.
It makes me wonder.
It's pretty
It makes me
That's
wonder
gotta be
but I
intentional.
don't know if Vin Diesel was like. I don't know if he was in the writers' room yet of this one, because
Right.
I doubt
he
it.
was just a lowly actor by now. But at this point,
Man, though, the
but
managers, that's
it
so
is-
Is it
interesting.
like it's a race war between the
It is.
Hispanics and the Asians?
That's
Is
true,
that- is
that's
that
true,
actually-
yeah.
What's
Okay,
Yeah.
on that
Race
level,
war
it's like
and a
kind
race
of
war.
cute. There's always like ethnic gangs of like Chinese or Vietnamese or something.
yeah,
versus, like,
with like the
Hispanics.
Hispanics.
So it sort of
and-
makes
yeah.
sense. Right.
Yeah, but yes, it is. It is. I lost it. I lost it rewatching these. It's called Race Wars, and if Brian does well at Race Wars, he's in.
Yeah.
All right. He actually doesn't really get a chance to race at Race Wars because Jesse. Remember, like the little ADHD kid. He's sort of like he doesn't really have a good home. Dom kind of like took him under his wing because like his home life isn't good. He dropped out of school. He just like can't focus. But the one thing he's good at is like fixing cars. Like he's really good at like hyper fixating on that. So he challenges Ben.
Are like the Torettos? Are they like a whole car-based family, or is that just like Dom's thing?
It's Dom and Mia are blood related, and the rest of them are just friends. Like Letty is a boyfriend girlfriend with Dom. Leon is there,
Okay.
and Jesse is like kind of like surrogate like little brother.
But like their whole clan are they like a racing clan, or is it just
Most of them race. I believe Mia is Mia does like know a thing or two about cars, but she doesn't exactly race. She doesn't really participate that much.
Okay, but they're
They're car people.
But she knows about it's a car family. They're all about cars. Dom's dad was a drag race, like a race car driver.
Sure.
That's actually like part of his tragic backstory is that Dom's dad, Jack Toretto, got into a racing accident and basically he like Dale Earnhardt or whatever, he like crashed and
Mike who?
Do I want to spoil it? Paul Walker himself.
Yes.
Isn't that crazy?
Yeah. Yes. We will get into that. Jack, his father died in a racing accident that was clipped by another racer. Now, Dom was maybe 15 or 16 at the time, and he was really pissed at this guy. So he has a prior for beating this guy almost to the brink of death with like a fucking wrench. All right.
Brutal.
So he's done time for this, and that's kind of like the plausible or like probable cause for the cops to be like, look, this Dominic Toretto guy, he's not a good guy. He has a temper. You need to stop being chummy with him.
And who knows what's going to happen to the next guy that kills his dad? He could do something way worse.
Exactly. Something terrible could happen.
Yeah.
Like say his surrogate little brother gets into trouble, which is what happens at Race Wars. Jesse challenges Johnny Tran, newly released from jail with a chip on his shoulder, to a race. Jesse uses his NOS first and loses.
Big mistake.
And they were racing for pink slips, but instead of giving up his Jetta, so it's not a great car, but it's all he has, he drives away. And that causes Tran to flip out at Dom, and Dom, it comes to blows, and Dom starts beating the shit out of Tran, and they have to get broken up. And Dom and the rest of his crew, minus Mia, leave in a huff basically. And Brian knows that this is they're going for their next job, their next heist. So he eventually convinces Mia that look, I'm a cop. You need to tell me where he's going to go and take these and do this heist because the truck drivers are sick of getting their shit stolen. They're starting to take matters into their own hands. They're gonna go vigilante. They're gonna kill your family. So she reluctantly agrees to take him where she knows the next job is going to be on this random highway. And this heist is not going well because they're a man down. Vince they're a man down and the truckers are ready to go. So Vince tries to get on inside of the passenger seat with one of his grappling hooks or something, but the guy has a fucking full on double barrel, and he starts shooting it out of the window of the car. So he's hanging off of the side of the car. The wire of the grappling hook is wrapped around his arm. And it's causing him to bleed the fuck out. It's vice grip his arm. So he's trapped on there. Dom's trying to save him. Letty and I believe Leon. I think it's just Letty. Letty ends up crashing her car in the process, so she's out of it. Leon is
Women
somewhere.
Drivers. What can you say?
We'll have many examples of women drivers who are a little more competent in the future, but in this case, Letty does not. Letty does not really show up a good performance here. but she'll have.
She held them all back for years.
But every dog has her day. Don't worry, Letty. You'll have plenty in the future. We get
It's one L.
It's all going down. It's all going down like hell in a handbasket. So Brian ends up showing up and saving the day, basically, causing he gets Vince free without him getting fucking his head blown off. And he takes him to off the side of the road. They're all kind of reconvened on it's this long highway with wastelands on the side. And it's look, he's gonna bleed out if I don't do this. I'm calling a medevac because I'm LAPD. So he does that. Dom is pissed. Vince presumably is saved from this medevac, but we don't see him for the rest of the movie. Dom, Mia, Letty, and Leon, they all leave without him because they're pissed that he was a cop the whole time.
So they now know he's a cop.
It's all out there. It's all out there.
And they're man, we can't.
But
he betrayed us, bro.
But it's conflicted because he saved.
He saved. Right.
He did. Yes. So yeah, exactly. He's done unequivocal good things to he saved them twice basically. So I think that's why instead of like blowing up at him, he just kind of like walks away disappointed.
I can see this is like exactly Point Break.
It is exactly Point Break. Yeah.
Is Brian dating Letty now?
No, but Brian is a
Mia.
thing with Mia, Dom's brother.
Letty is Dom's squeeze.
Yes. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Mia.
Yeah. So eventually, Brian, I assume with like the help of the police or something, he makes it back. He gets like another car, and he goes back to the Toretto home, and who does he see but Dom? Dom is there, and he's like, look, everyone skipped town. You ruined everything. What the fuck? Fuck you. I need to go find Jesse because he's all I'm all he has. Like, so if this kid gets in deep shit, it's like it's over for him. So I need to go find him. All right, but Brian needs to arrest Dom. Maybe unfortunately, definitely, this is when Jesse decides to show up at the Toretto house and then profusely apologize for all the the problem for flaking at Race Wars. But
you can't be reliable at the race war. When are you going to be reliable?
But it is in this moment that Johnny Tran and his gang, they do a drive-by in the Toretto home, and Jesse is gunned down in the street, dies in Dom's arms. So Dom is super pissed, and Brian is pissed too. So they kind of like have a tentative team up to go and take down Johnny Tran. And Dom uses his iconic Dodge Charger at this final like stretch of the film. It was his dad's old car that he had been like slowly fixing up over the years, and it is street ready now.
It is the Batmobile.
It is. Excuse me. It is like the Batmobile of the Fast series. You know, it's like this black muscle car with like the engine coming out of the front.
Yeah.
You've probably seen it. It is a badass car. Dom likes his muscle cars. All right. So they end up taking out Tran. Is specifically Brian's the one to do it. Like he basically runs Johnny Tran off the road because they like their crotch rockets. So he basically gets like clipped and flips around on like the road, snaps his neck, he's dead.
What's
Nate.
crotch rockets?
They're basically like small
mini-
Motorcycles.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Like
Really
the
fast bikes.
those like compact fast bikes, like a Yamaha or whatever. It's not very safe.
Right.
Because Johnny Tran ends up dying in this car accident, basically. So now with Tran taken care of, all that's left is Dom. So Dom and Brian, they meet up at like sort of like near like the train tracks or whatever, and they're kind of like lined up, and there's sort of this growing like rivalry between the two. Like Brian still wants to catch him, but both of them still want to race because
Brian still hasn't beaten Dom.
Brian doesn't want to just catch Dom. He wants to beat him too because he's a car guy at heart.
Right.
This guy's a renegade.
He's kind of a renegade, as we'll see shortly. So they go do their their race, seeing who's gonna beat who. They're going towards the train tracks. Train is coming. It is coming. So the fight is on. They have to speed up to get past that train, and just in the nick of time, they pass over the train just as it's going forward. Both of them at the same time, neck and neck. The race it's tied, kind of, but in like almost karmic justice, I want to say, Dom ends up getting clipped by a truck driver. I don't know if it's the same truck driver. It might just be like a freak accident.
Same truck driver.
He came back for revenge, clipped Dom's Charger, and his car goes fucking flying across like the road, landing, wheels up, thankfully. And he just kind of like stumbles out of the car. He's bleeding a little bit, but he's fine. This is probably like he's also like holding his arm like this. So, this is probably like the most amount of damage that Dom will sustain in a car accident in the entire series. Yeah. For there are many to come. So Brian basically has him dead to rights here. He could like arrest him and, like get back in good graces with the LAPD. But what does he do instead? With his perfectly intact car, he hands him the keys because I still owe you a 10-second car, and lets him get away. And that is how The Fast and the Furious ends. To be continued.
Indeed.
To be franchise.
Does-
Awesome movie.
Does Point Break end with the guy gives him
Yes.
a surfboard and is like, now you can surf away on my board?
Effectively, yes. He lets at the end of Point Break, a huge fan. It ends with he like allows him to go surf the final wave.
The big
and it's
wave.
like implied that he dies, but like he got to die doing the thing he was destined to do.
The criminal though?
The criminal,
Yeah, Patrick Swayze's character. I don't remember his name.
Brody.
Brody, yes. Bodie.
Yeah,
Bodie.
The Bodavisa.
Yeah, Bodie, a little more psychotic than Dom.
Yeah.
Dom is more of a heroic character.
I fucking love Bodie. God, I love Bodie.
Bodie is great.
Anyway.
He's great. Point
Not
Break
gonna
101 down the hall.
Yeah.
Catherine Bigelow 101. Okay, this movie was fucking huge. It was a really big film at the time. So of course we gotta have a sequel.
Of course.
We gotta have a sequel, especially when there's unresolved stuff. Like Brian let Dom get away. What happened to Dom? What happened to Brian?
What sort of punishment would Brian face for his insubordination?
Right.
You're gonna want to refer to the turbocharged prelude to Too Fast, Too Furious here. So a sequel was greenlit. Vin Diesel does not return for this movie. Vin Diesel, like I was saying earlier, he's a particular guy. He's very, despite basically running one of the most like chud franchises in all of films. He takes filmmaking very seriously, and he was basically like, I didn't come back for Too Fast, Too Furious because I thought the script sucked.
Base
Kind of-
department. I'm getting a call from the base department at
Kind
this
of
very
based,
moment.
kind of based.
Yeah.
I've heard that Vin Diesel is like a big nerd and a gamer.
Yes, he is a big gamer. That will come up at some point. I believe around Tokyo Drift. That will come up organically and wonderfully. But yeah, he is a big gamer. There was like a movie a few years ago called like The Last Witch Hunter, which is based off like, one of his D&D characters.
Really? Yeah, hilarious.
Yeah, he's a big gamer. But he didn't want to come back for this one, to the point that like a lot of people say that he had like a no sequel rule. You'll see this a lot like online because he didn't come back for like XXX2, the Ice Cube one. But no, it's probably just as simple as like he didn't like the script because he's got principles.
Yes, we've got
sort of.
the actual artistic integrity is being applied here to some degree. You know, at least at this point.
In
at least right now.
his own special way, yes,
Okay.
I will say.
He's got standards. You know, he wants to be associated with good stuff.
Sure.
He didn't like it for whatever reason.
Well, I'm very curious as to why he didn't like the script here, but I assume we'll find out soon.
We will find out soon.
Yeah.
We'll just have to quickly jump to the turbocharged prelude to Too Fast, Too Furious. This kind of. This was. I think this was shown in like some theaters, but as like a pre-movie to the movie, a teaser sort of. But I think most people have seen it as like a DVD extra.
Yeah.
It's basically like explaining the jump between like the gap in time between the two movies. Basically,
They have to acknowledge that it's post 9/11 now.
it is a post 9/11 world.
Yeah.
Brian basically
Hit the fucking Pentagon.
they hit the Pentagon, and Brian is Splitsville from LA. I don't know if I ever mentioned this. The first movie takes place in LA.
Right.
Yeah,
Right.
LAPD.
Yeah. Oh, right. LAPD,
yeah.
of course. Well, who knows what those guys are these
Yeah,
days?
they had their
Yeah. So Brian, he basically like skips town, cross country. He goes all the way to Miami in his 1999 Nissan Skyline. That is kind of like his car for like that's sort of like his Charger, I think, for like a lot of the rest of the movies. That's basically all I need to know for the turbocharged prelude to Too Fast, Too Furious, or 4 Too Fast, Too Furious. It's like 6 minutes.
So it just shows that he's like in Miami now.
Yeah. It shows that he's made it to Miami and he's starting to make a name for himself as like an underground racer.
Okay, so they were driving a Dodge Charger before?
Dom was.
Okay.
Yes.
Did this movie like popularize Dodge Chargers? Because I know that
Probably.
the car that they drive in a Half-Life 2 is a Dodge Charger. It's like a
Half-Life 2.
Yeah, it's like a reconstructed.
It's like a
Dodge.
buggy, right? Yeah, the buggy.
I don't know if it's the one that they drive on the road.
Yeah, you get like a buggy.
Maybe it is a buggy.
For like part of it. I wouldn't be surprised.
Was that already a famous car?
It is a pretty like it's kind of like
Cops drive Dodge Chargers.
it's like the iconic muscle car, but I would not be surprised if the Fast and the Furious was responsible for like popularizing it even further.
I'm just curious. Does the world know that Brian is a cop, or is he like he has a reputation as a racer?
He's abandoned the cops. Now.
He has held up his badge basically. He has abandoned. He's on the run from the cops.
Just like in Point Break, he also gives up his badge at the end of Point Break.
Just like Point Break. Just like Point Break. Yes, I would be remiss if I didn't bring up the Point Break connection.
Yeah.
It just would have been like it would have been glaring hole. But all right, so this Too Fast, Too Furious. We're in Miami, baby, and this is 2003. We are in the middle of the bling era of the aughts.
Baby.
It is the best of times. It is the worst of times. There is a sort of nostalgia or like aesthetic to the bling era that I do like because I was a kid at the time. So I got good memories of that. But there is this like you either love it or you hate it.
Was this around
Ben.
the time that Grand Theft Auto Miami Vice was coming out?
Vice City, yeah.
Oh, Vice City.
Yes, this is around the time it would have been contemporary.
Was like Miami just really hot?
I guess so, yeah.
Yes.
Cool, because Will Smith at
Literally
the top of the
figuratively.
millennium did that song Miami, and I think like it took a little while to catch on, but everyone was like, "Oh yeah, Miami's so cool."
There's something in the
I
air
think
about
a
Yeah.
lot of the like bling rapper types were from Miami.
Yeah, there were a lot from like the Dirty South
Yeah.
and stuff.
Is Pitbull popping up around this time too?
Nope.
That's a little
No
later.
Pitbull, no Flo Rida.
No? Oh, okay.
Yeah, Flo Rida's a little later.
Wait, he's a
too.
Miami guy. He's always talking about Miami. Am I crazy here? Isn't that his
Yeah,
whole
well,
thing?
at the time he would have been Mr. 305, right?
Okay.
I don't know what that means.
Me neither. What does that mean?
It's the pre-evolution of Mr. Worldwide.
Well, yeah, because he was Mr. 305, which is the area code of Florida, and
Right,
then he
okay.
became Mr. Worldwide
Is this
because
real?
he. This is real. This is real.
Story? Okay.
This is true.
Yeah.
This is true. It is fact.
Yeah.
It is fact. But all right, Too Fast, Too Furious. We're starting hot, so that's cool. With a street race, and it is organized by this like local mechanic, like party guy named Tej Parker, and this is ludicrous. He's got the big afro, and he's great. He's organizing this big race, but they're short a racer. They've got this guy, some like random flunky. They got Sucre from Prison Break there, and they also have Devin Aoki, which is Steve Aoki's like younger sister or whatever. She's also a racer. She's a girl racer, and she holds her own pretty well. She's got like this hot pink car, very girly. They must have heard the criticisms of the first film.
They did.
I'll show you.
I'll show
I'm
you
guessing
indeed.
she isn't the champion at the end of the movie, though.
Oh,
That's my guess.
It remains to
Well,
be seen.
okay, maybe I'm wrong. All right, that's it.
But they're short a racer. They need one more racer. So who do they call? They call Brian O'Connor, aka he's going by the name Bullet.
All right,
B-U.
all right.
It's actually spelled I-T-T. Bullet. It's a reference to a Steve McQueen film from like the '60s. Good stuff. So he's on board with the race. He's got his cool Nissan Skyline with like the underlights that are really gaudy and like very very big aesthetic. And they're off to the races. They're going around. They're driving real fast. I'm not going to like recap like every single like race in grave detail, but you got to mention like the highlights. And the highlight for this race is Tej ends up getting into a sort of like the operations for a drawbridge, and we all know what drawbridges do. So he starts raising them up, so they need to ramp over it, and it goes down to I believe Sucre from Prison Break and Brian. Sucre's first, I believe. He activates his nos first, and he's over the ramp. He's going great. Bless you. He thinks he's going to win. But Brian is just a little better. He activates his nos, and even since the drawbridge is even higher, he literally drives over Sucre, ramps over him. He wins the race, but everyone's kind of like good chums about it because it's Bullet, baby.
Yeah.
You thought you were gonna beat Bullet?
No shame in losing.
No shame in losing the Bullet. It's at the end of this race for whatever reason he like fixates on this like woman who's like kind of like checking him out at the end of the race. We'll find out what's up with her later, but he has bigger problems because the cops show up to break up the race, and he's escaping in his Skyline. And in a weird like foreshadowing event, the cops for the future films, the cops fire this like grappling hook. Let me see if it has like a name. I don't think we get a name yet. At least not until maybe like the end of the film.
Grappling.
Okay, yeah, they're called EPDs.
Okay.
I should have actually looked up to see if these were real, but basically, like, they attach to the car and they shut them off.
Oh, okay.
Like
the electromagnetic.
Yeah. The first example of an EMP in the Fast and the Furious franchise.
Right.
So they shut down Brian's car and they arrest him, but they have a deal. They have a deal with Brian to. It looks like Brian's on the run right now.
Yeah, the cops are on their way.
They have a deal. They want to strike a deal with Brian because they know he's like a hotshot racer guy. They will wipe his record clean if they can help him take down this like business mogul, like money launderer, drug lord guy named Carter Verone. Yes.
What's his record? Isn't he clean?
Brian?
Right, yeah. Like, he used to be a cop. Didn't he just, like, quit being a cop and has no record?
No. He's on the run from the cops because he let Dom get away.
Oh, okay. That
Yes,
makes sense.
yeah.
All
He
right,
let
all
Dom
right.
get away. The cops have been looking for him.
Sure.
And they just finally happened to find him. But yeah, they offer him a job. Find this guy Carter Verone and arrest him. We know he's doing bad shit, but we don't have any like real stuff on him. And you know, they offer him. It's with it's like a joint job with like the Customs Enforcement Agency and the FBI. It's the FBI offering him this deal.
Fed.
Twig. So like,
Is it a drug cartel?
kinda, I think so. I don't think we ever see like actual like drugs being. Maybe we do like heroin or something. It seems like it's mostly like money and like illicit business deals. We got this is when we pay off that like woman who was checking him out earlier in the movie. This is customs agent Monica Fuentes, brother of Nick, played by Eva Mendes, and she is she's undercover with the customs, basically as Carter's like girlfriend, his squeeze, if you will. And we're going to she's been undercover for a while, and they just need someone else to like kind of like get the gears rolling a little more because they have all this intel on him. That's how they know that he's doing bad stuff. But they need a guy to bust him. So they need someone like Brian, and they give him this guy. To like, oh yeah, you use this guy. You know, he'll help you out. But he's a total Luddite. He doesn't know anything about cars. So Brian's like, I have a better idea. I know a guy who knows everything about cars that will help me out on this mission. He's an old friend of mine. So they go and meet up with at like a old destruction derby with this man named Roman Pierce, and this is he's played by Tyrese Gibson, known at the time as Tyrese. He was a rapper.
Oh, yeah.
Known just as Tyrese at the time, and he's like old friends with Brian from like when they were kids, and he's under house arrest. So he's doing like this destruction derby out of like a trailer. His life kind of sucks, and Brian meets up with Roman. And they basically immediately get into like a mud fight with each other. And this is where I have to mention that
Throwing mud.
Physically.
they literally get in the ground. They start fighting each other. They're kicking dirt up and stuff. And they're talking trash to each other. And this is when I have to mention that Too Fast, Too Furious, much like another long-running American movie franchise, where it's both that franchise and its sequel are some of the gayest films ever made. The only thing I'll say is that it is not as gay as Nightmare on Elm Street Part 2, because nothing is gayer than Nightmare on Elm Street Part 2. But there is a lot of sexual tension throughout the film between Brian and Roman.
I love that.
Inadvertently or not, it is like crazy. They're always like snipping at each other and giving like their one-liners.
There's good sexual tension.
The sexual tension is crazy. It's powerful. It's palpable. It's basically the heart and soul of this film. Because it doesn't have much.
They are the Too Fast and Too Furious.
Exactly. They get over the scuffle, and Roman eventually agrees to this deal because like what's he got something? Does he have anything better to do? No. So they agree to go undercover as Verone's like drivers. But it's not as simple as just walking up and handing like a resume. You need to complete like Survivor-esque challenges to become Carter Verone's personal drivers. So it involves they basically need to find like a package in like an impound lot down across the city. So they're racing, they're doing that, they're snipping, they're like showing off while they're on the highway. And there's a bunch of other racers doing this too.
Isn't he under house arrest?
He has been released of house arrest because he has agreed to be Brian's partner for this deal.
I thought Brian was also a criminal.
They are allowed to. Yeah, they're working for the feds undercover.
We'll relieve you of your crime if you do this thing.
Basically, yeah.
Feds.
We've got
the real heroes.
They're racing on the highway, and there's this like crazy part in this movie is a total like left turn where one of the racers kind of like spins and peels out, and he gets caught under a truck. The truck literally like flattens him like a pancake.
Ooh.
It is very like understated and visceral, especially since there's like basically like very little blood in the Fast and the Furious movies. A lot of blunt force trauma, but not a lot of like actual blood. So to just see this guy get like completely fucking pancaked, like so understatedly, and they just move on is crazy to me.
Yeah.
Would it be fair to say they take like HP damage like a video game, but don't like show any physical signs of like wounds or anything?
Kinda, yeah. They seem to have some sort of like superpower that just like lets them.
It's like mech anime where like the mech takes all the damage.
Kinda, yeah. The cars take the damage while the drivers are always fine.
Would it be fair to classify Fast and Furious as a mecha show?
Kinda, yeah. Not super robot, but just mecha.
Right.
Yeah.
I do think you would have the same appeal where the driver has a relationship with their car.
Yeah, right.
In a similar way.
Yeah.
And there's political machinations.
Indeed.
So they end up making it to this like impound lot, and they find this Ferrari with this package. Of course, it's a Ferrari. They grab it, and all of a sudden, the local Miami police show up, and they like basically like freeze, get on the ground, because they're not like privy to this like customs FBI, federal investigation. So Brian's like, shit, how are we gonna get out of here? Roman thought ahead. Roman pulls out his gun and he starts firing on the cops. And that actually works, and they get away.
Hooray!
So,
I should try that in all situations.
Exactly, right? You should always try that. So, Brian's like kind of pissed at this, but I mean, he can't really be too mad. It works. So they get away, and they present this package to Carter Verone, who is very pleased at this. And he needed this package. And he opens it up, and it is a single cigar.
Nice.
Whoa. So he starts smoking. Yeah, Cuban cigar. He smokes it right on the spot. And this is where I have to say that Carter Verone is probably like the worst villain in the entire. Yeah, I'll give it to him. He's the worst villain in this entire franchise because they try so hard to make this guy seem cool. Where he's got the cigars, he's got like he's got the women, he's got the power, and all that jazz. But like he looks like Fred Savage with like a big chin.
Okay.
They try so hard and it just like falls completely flat. But yeah, all right. So like he's in Verone is in, or Brian and Roman are in Verone's good graces now. But they have another problem that they find out that the cops or like the FBI have been actually like tracking Brian and Roman through their cars, which is partly how the Miami Police Department figured out like where they were going. I guess there was like some sort of like mixed messages there. I don't know exactly, but they don't like that. They don't like getting tailed. So they need to get new cars. So they challenge some of the surviving members of the Verone Survivor Challenge, and they win. There's this really funny shot where like the guys are driving, or they're driving away with the guys' cars, and the guys are just like standing in the middle of the road with like their women hanging off them, kind of looking like. I'll show a picture of it, but like they are like aura farming really hard. After they just lost, they seem to be doing well. The women stayed, but just keep that in mind. They got new cars now. They got new cars that are off the grid. So they end up meeting up with Verone at this like nightclub that he owns to like figure out like what job they're going to do for him. And this is like another example of them showing off like how like cool and like crazy Verone is, where he tortures a crooked cop that he has on like his payroll by like putting like a rat on his stomach and like covering with like a bucket and doing
chew on him,
and doing like the chew on him thing. I thought this was like some random thing. This is like a real torture device.
I was gonna say yes. I was gonna say like in 1984, but then I remembered I went to some Renaissance fair, King Richard's Fair, and they had a torture.
One of those.
Yeah, I think that might be real, or at least people might say that they did it.
The Iron Maiden was actually in the back. He just chose not to use it. So he basically intimidates this cop to like give Brian and Roman like a window of time where the cops won't chase after him for this money transfer. Because Verone's planning on leaving the country with all of his money and Monica Fuentes, who he still believes is his girlfriend at the time, and he wants Brian and Roman to do the job. Problem, Monica knows and tips Brian off the next day that Verone does not intend on letting them live. He's going to kill them basically as soon as they're done being useful. So they need to figure out a plan to kind of get one up on him. And it's at this point, Brian and Roman have sort of rekindled their like friendship. You know, all the banter, all the back and forth. They just make up and kiss. Oh shit. Okay, actually, there is like one thing I need to say. There's like a scene like halfway through the movie. I would get crucified. I didn't mention this. There's like a plan or like a scene where Brian and Roman are kind of talking about like their pasts, and the reason Roman doesn't really like Brian is because Brian became a cop, and Roman kind of got like busted for like some drug charge, and Brian kind of like wasn't really there for him. So like there's a lot of like animosity and tension there between the diverting paths in life they went. Whether fair or not, the grievances are real. But like I said, you know, they eventually resolve them because, you know, they're buddies. They're buddies. Maybe they're more than buddies. I don't know. But there is a line where Roman just like offhandedly mentions like, well, when are you going to tell me about what happened in L.A.? And Brian utters the iconic line, forget about it, cuh. Because like Brian kind of has like undergone a transformation as like he's
I didn't think he talked like that.
He doesn't talk like that except for in this movie.
Okay.
But he's like way more like douchey now than he was in the more like clean cut movie. Right. You could say like, you know, he's like kind of underground now. He's hardened. But forget about it, cuh is a pretty famous line from this film. But all right, it's the day of the job. They end up picking up this money with a couple of Verone's like in-house like guys just to like chaperone them, and they're driving it through the city. The the Miami Police Department catch up to Brian and Roman. They're gonna bust them. What do? Oh, they drive into this like warehouse. They drive into this warehouse where like the entire like police department is basically like, got it held up at gunpoint. And then the warehouse door is like open, and a fuck ton of cars start flooding out. Tej, Devin Aoki, Sucre from Prison Break, and all the other underground racers of the scene, they've all like kind of banded together to protect Brian and Roman, and sort of like let them pass through undetected in this wave of cars. The FBI ends up like following the old cars that they had bugged, and it turns out that Tej and Devin Aoki, they're the one, or her name is Suki. Suki end up they were the ones driving the car, and Brian and Roman used the cars from the Aura Farmers earlier. The Aura Farmers. So now they're off the grid, and they're going through. They're doing this race, and they know that they're gonna get taken care of soon. So they have a contingency plan to get rid of their chaperones, and it is by putting NOS in the underseat.
Give me a sip of that.
Yeah, take a sip of Nos. Just
Every time he
Every
says
time
Nos,
Nos
take a
take a
shot.
shot.
Yeah.
so swish it in your mouth a little bit, get a feel for it. So they've put in a canister of Nos under the passenger seat of the car, and they have like a button switch where Roman presses it. He says "Ejectocito, cuz," and he pushes it, and the Nos activates. The passenger seat basically explodes out of the fucking car, and his chaperone is flown out of the car, subdued.
It was Brian that said
Roman.
Roman
uses. Brian gets forget about it, cuh. Roman gets ejectocito, cuz.
Clearly, Brian is practicing the ancient art of code switching.
Yes,
And
that's
now
kind of what he does.
He's back with his friend Roman, and so he's reverted back to his,
Yeah.
previous.
Yeah. See, a master of the art, clearly.
I'm a dabbler myself from time to time.
So that works for Roman's car. Brian's doesn't work. It just like it's faulty. It doesn't work. Bad news. It's bad news. So he still has his chaperone, and they end up going to the rendezvous point with Carter Verone, where this is the end of the line for Brian. Right? He's held up at gunpoint. He's dead to rights. Verone now is aware that Monica is a Fed. So he's basically he has her at gunpoint as well. He's like again, another way to make him seem cool is he's single-handing a shotgun and he just holds it up to her head basically, and he's like, I'm going to escape the country on my nice yacht with you, and no one's gonna stop me. Give me my money, yada yada yada. And Brian's dead to rights. All of a sudden, Roman shows up, runs this guy over, kills him, and now they've got the upper hand. Carter Verone ends up escaping with Monica because, he still has her at gunpoint. They can't really stop her or stop him in that way. So he's on the water. How are they going to get on the water? Well, mirroring the beginning of the film, Brian has a thing or two about ramping. So he ends up driving his car off of like a natural ramp landmass, landing onto the yacht, causing all sorts of chaos, and basically him and Monica turn the tables on Carter Verone, held him at gunpoint. He's done. He's over. He gets arrested. And
they're here to arrest him right now. I hear them outside.
They've got similar to this wonderful water right here. I think you can kind of see Carter Verone's ruined yacht on the inside.
They say if you listen close on Halloween, on the full moon,
You can still hear him landing that sick landing on that yacht.
Oh yeah, and it's great. It's great.
Here's Carter Verone saying,
Is this the most spectacular shot thus far in the series, landing on this yacht?
It's a pretty good shot.
Yeah.
It's a pretty good shot. They've done their job, so the FBI holds their end of the bargain and they let them walk free, Brian and Roman. In a virtuous move, unbeknownst to the police, they thought they had impounded all the money. Roman ends up giving out an extra duffel bag that they had held on to. He's giving away the money, all of it, to show that he has become a little more virtuous over this wonderful adventure. And we end the movie on Brian and Roman. They're walking down. They're walking away, and it's like, why don't we open a mechanic shop, like a car shop? And he's like, how are we gonna have the capital to do that, cuh, or something like that? I don't think he says cuh there. He says spiritually he said cuh there.
Yeah, right.
And then we see Roman. He opens his jacket. What does he have? Oh, he did pocket some money. He pocketed quite a bit of cash, and they laughed all the way to the bank, baby. And that is Too Fast, Too Furious. And we get a nice Tyrese song tie-in to the end credits. And that is Too Fast, Too Furious. Ben.
So unless I missed something, like none of the characters from the first movie,
Besides Brian, it's just Brian.
Okay.
Yeah. It is just Brian. You may think like, oh, why bring it up at all if it's just Brian? It's a totally isolated adventure.
Well, this cast of Too Fast is probably going to join the
just like Skype.
Smart, very smart, Shaybs.
You can just skip
Yeah. Do not skip Too Fast, Too Furious. Even though, unlike Skypea, Too Fast is not a very good movie.
Oh, okay.
It is just nonsense throughout its entire 2-hour runtime. But like I said earlier, there is a bit of a fun. There is fun, and it is a perfect time capsule of post 9/11, pre-recession America. But yeah,
cool cars and
yeah, cool, fast cars, fast women, all that good stuff. It's great, allegedly.
It's great aesthetically, in concept. This is a nice movie.
Too Fast, Too Furious. did terribly critically, but it made a fuck ton of money.
Yeah.
So,
right.
of course, a sequel was on the way just 3 years later instead of 2. And this is where I need to we need to do a little side quest, because we need to talk about the director of Tokyo Drift, Justin Lin. Justin Lin was he was an up-and-coming film director in like the late 90s. He was like really well known in like film festival circuits. And he sort of got his big break with a film in 2002 called Better Luck Tomorrow. And this is also actually kind of like Fast and Furious. It is sort of based off a true story. It is about this group of like Asian American like overachiever guys. Like, you know, they do really well in school and stuff. But because they're like so good at school, like no one's really monitoring them. Everyone just assumes that they're like good kids. They're not good kids. They cheat on their tests. They sell drugs, etc., and it just kind of all like escalates in like the amount of illicit stuff they do until it like kind of like spills over and like problems arise. It's actually a pretty good movie. It's sort of like early 2000s indie trite in a lot of ways. Like it has like the voiceover and like the in media res starts, it has like a lot of those like trappings, but it is pretty charming. John Cho's in it, and a few other guys. But like most importantly, why I'm bringing up this movie is because there is a character in it named Han, and he is played by actor Sung Kang, I think. And when Justin Lin got the role to direct Tokyo Drift, he actually took the character of Han and sort of backdoored him into the Fast and the Furious franchise.
Sure.
Wow.
So by
like Ryuma from One Piece being included.
Exactly, yeah.
From
It's like
Monsters,
Ryuma from One Piece.
Wanted.
So like at the end, I won't spoil the movie because actually it's pretty good. You should watch it. But basically all you need to know is that Han skips town at the end of Better Luck Tomorrow for greener and greater pastures.
So Better Luck Tomorrow is canon to the
Because of this, Better Luck Tomorrow is canon to the Fast and the Furious universe. It is not essential reading, but it is nice if you are a fan of the character Han Lu from the Fast and Furious franchise. And Han is a fan favorite character. A lot of people like Han.
Was he a protagonist in Better Luck Tomorrow or an antagonist?
He's a side character. He's like part of the group of friends. He's not an antagonist.
Right.
What genre would Better Luck Tomorrow belong to? Is it like action, comedy?
Coming of age crime drama, I'd say.
Okay.
Coming of age crime drama, I would put it as. But let's get into Fast and the Furious Tokyo Drift.
I want it how you know how
They live in Tokyo. If you see it, he knows it. He knows it, folks. Yeah, they do play that song in the movie.
Kino. That was written for the movie, right? I mean, it must have been, right?
Well, yeah, there haven't been any movies in Tokyo since or before, so it must have been, right?
The most Fast and the Furious movie you've seen is Tokyo Drift.
That's correct. Yeah, it's true. It's true.
So maybe much. How should I put this? Tokyo Drift, you know, kind of like unlike Too Fast, Too Furious, where it's like, oh, you actually kind of have to talk about it. Tokyo Drift is sort of like the Gen 5 Pokemon of the Fast and the Furious franchise, where it is sort of like a self-contained reboot,
Right.
where it is a completely new cast, all new characters, even less returning cast from Too Fast. We follow this like high schooler kid. His name is like Sean. And he's
Meanwhile, looks like 45 years old, but
yes. Okay, so he is.
I thought he was an adult. I had no idea he was a high schooler.
Lucas Black plays Sean, and he was like 25 years old when he was doing this. And like sometimes you can get away with that. He does not look like a high schooler at all. The only one who looks older than him is the like rival guy he races at the beginning of the movie, Brad from Home Improvement, who has. Yeah, one of the oldest kid from Home Improvement, the blonde
Zachary
kid.
Ty Bryan?
Yes, Zachary Ty Bryan. He's like a short role. He looks even older, and he is also in high school. Anyway, Sean gets into like trouble at school, and it's basically like end of the line, dude. You can either go to juvie or you can live with your expat father in Japan.
Yes.
So Sean has taken
Banished to the land of the
banished to the land of the rising sun.
Oh
Sean-
man, do I have a choice?
Sean has taken. He is the white guy who has taken one L and has moved to Japan. And
That's my destiny.
What an L. Like, that's not
he is manifesting his destiny to take an L and move to Japan.
Yes.
And living in Tokyo is pretty tough, but he manages to make a few friends. Surprisingly, none of the main characters that aren't villains in the movie are Japanese.
Oh, really?
Really, it is.
There's a bunch of other people living with their expat fathers.
Kind of, yeah. We have
That's the trend in the 2000s.
we have his friend, Twinkie. His name is Twinkie. It's like a nickname. His name's Twinkie. He is played by the artist formerly known as Little Bow Wow. At the time, he had graduated to Bow Wow, and he drives this insane car. It is a Volkswagen, but it is shaped and modeled around the Incredible Hulk.
Oh, cool.
I'm like, why the fuck does he have this? But the Fast and the Furious movies are Universal, so maybe there's a kind of crossover there because they own the film rights or something. Very strange, regardless. He meets this girl named Neela. She's excuse me. Ooh. He meets this girl named Neela, and she's the love interest. I believe she's Australian or Pacific Islander or something.
Mm-hmm.
And she's girlfriend with the head honcho of this underground racing scene, DK Drift King Takashi.
Yes.
He is the Drift King, and we're gonna get all into drifting very soon. Nate.
Can I comment? Neela, I believe is her name, has my favorite line of all time, which maybe you know, maybe you don't. This is my favorite thing. She's just she's talking to main character guy and says, yes, I moved to Japan. I'm obviously not full Japanese or anything. And they used that word, the greatest slur of all time, the G word. They called me gaijin. They called me gaijin, and it cuts me deep every time. It's my favorite line of all time. It's the funniest thing I've ever seen. It's probably true though. If you actually live in Japan, that could be an insult to you, but so fucking funny.
She's half Japanese.
She's at least part something else. I don't even know,
yeah.
but she's not she's not Japanese.
She's some sort of mixed race. And DK Drift King Takashi, he loves throwing out the hard J's. All right, he loves throwing them out, especially at Sean, who sucks.
Wait,
what's the hard J?
Japanese?
Gaijin.
Oh, the hard G.
That's the hard
Okay.
G.
You said J. I was other words.
Is there a G in the middle of Gaijin?
There is a
It's
J in the middle of Gaijin.
Oh, did I say hard G?
You said hard J. You said hard J.
Yeah,
So
Gaijin.
is he insulting other Japanese people since he is? I mean, whatever. Hard G's.
Yeah, well, hard G. Fair enough. So they get into a scuffle, and basically Sean is like, "I want to race you," and he's from Tennessee or whatever.
Right.
So he's got this thick Southern accent, and
Yokohama?
yeah,
They're just in Japan.
my Nakama. He's got Takashi is this guy Gene is not worth my time. I don't want to race him. He doesn't even have a car. What is he gonna race in? And that is when Han Lu steps up. He is part of DK's group, and he's like, he can use my car.
Is he part of the DK crew?
He's part of the DK crew.
Oh yeah.
He is part of the DK crew.
He's the second member of the DK crew.
More like the third, because there is a second in command. We won't talk about him. He's not important. He's the third in command, and he's like, you can use my car, Sean. And DK's like, what the fuck, man? And he's like, I want to see what he can do.
Okay.
So we're off to our first Tokyo drift.
I hate to put you on the spot, but do you know the makes and models of the cars in Tokyo Drift?
Actually, specifically, I don't know if I wrote a lot of them down.
Toyota. I don't.
Subaru.
Yeah, my brother had a Subaru WRX, and I think that's in Tokyo.
It probably is.
Oh, yeah.
And the cars are cool in this one. I like the cars in this one. This Fast and the Furious Tokyo Drift is a fan favorite in the franchise.
Fast and Furious in America. Fast and Furious in Japan?
It is lit. All right, so like,
It is literally this.
Yeah,
I feel
yeah.
like a lot of people really like this movie specifically because it is highlighting the Japanese racing culture,
Yeah.
which is a legitimate reason to like the movie. But a lot of the main broad strokes of the plot are not really that important.
Sure.
Yeah, it's
So-
about the cars on this.
It's about the cars.
Yeah.
It's about the cars.
Great, that's what you want it to be.
And so we got off to our race. It's Sean versus the Drift King. Oh, I hope Sean does well. He does fucking terribly.
Yeah.
He gets like the 5-minute tutorial on how to drift, and he literally drifts into every single possible obstacle he possibly could. Han's car is fucking totaled by the end of this,
Brutal.
and he brutally loses the race, and now he owes Han a car.
Yeah.
Not good. Now he's indebted to Han, so Han is like, all right, you'll be doing like my runs I would be doing with the Takashi, because he's like a wannabe Yakuza guy. He's not actual Yakuza. His uncle is. But they still need to like collect cash and stuff. So Sean's gonna be doing that for Han, and like I guess like even though he already owed him. Sean manages to convince Han to like, I'll do these jobs for you if you teach me how to drift. And Han acquiesces to this. It is explained later. I'll just get into this right now. He respects Sean because he stood up to the Drift King. Because Han does not like the Drift King. In fact, the Han doesn't like the Drift King. Han doesn't like the Drift King so much. He's actually scraping money off the top of his operation. But we'll get into that.
But he works with him.
He works with him, yes. He works with the Drift King. He is just
He's a disgruntled employee.
sort of, yeah. He's kind of like we know from Better Luck Tomorrow that Han kind of has a life of crime, like in his blood. He just doesn't respect the Drift King and his like motives, so he's kind of taking a little bit off the top. Nate.
So it's fair to describe, like in this movie, correct me if I'm wrong, like drifting is like the superpower. It's like what we're it's like the training shonen arc that the character's going on to master the art of drifting.
We were at NOS before, and now it is all about drifting.
Right.
do they use NOS in Tokyo?
I actually don't think they do.
Wow.
I might have to
Change
put.
my mind. This movie sucks.
Drifting is obsoleted.
Drifting is like the hockey of the Fast and the Furious world. Way it's fuck NOS, all right.
Fruits are out.
Fruits are out. Now drifting is in.
Dials.
The elusive art of drifting. No one has been able to master this except the wonderful people of Nihongo.
You're right.
So Sean is like learning how to drift all throughout this. They're like these tensions building between DK and Han. Neela is sort of like warming up to Sean. A lot of like character stuff. Neela ends up breaking it off after he calls her Gaijin. Calls her. I know.
Point of etiquette, my understanding is that the term Gaikokujin is like a nicer way to say foreigner. But if you shorten it, it's like Japanese, and then there's a shorter word that's considered a rude one to say, typically.
He's not being nice when he says it because she's breaking up with him, and he pulls out the classic "We're not so different, you and I" card. He pulls it out, and that makes her even madder. And it is.
Is that the first time that line's been said, or is that like already woven into the Fast and Furious DNA?
This is the first, not the last.
Okay, all right, gotcha.
Not the last. So this like complete split.
Followed no doubt by the forget about it, cuz.
Forget about it, cuz. We're not so different, you and I.
God, if they had did that back to back, it would really flash.
There's still time.
There's still time.
We'll cut to like this complete like implosion of these two groups because DK finds out Han's scraping money off the top. He's pissed because his Yakuza uncle, his uncle is named Kameda, and he's actually played by Sonny Chiba. So this is like their this is like their Japanese actor cred for this movie.
Right. Yeah. Are like all the other Japanese people played by like Koreans or anything? Because that's like super common in.
Han's actor I believe is Korean, but I don't think he's not supposed to be Japanese. I believe the Drift King is Japanese.
Right. Okay.
I believe like most of them are Japanese. Yes.
Cool.
But Sonny Chiba was like a big actor. So like this complete implosion has happened. The Drift King he's going to find Han and basically teach him a fucking lesson for crossing me. And it leads to this big escape sequence. They're chasing through Shibuya, And we get this.
Heard of Shibuya.
Yeah, maybe you've heard a thing or two about it with the scramble. Even maybe you've seen the Shibuya scramble. It appears in this movie.
I hear that the world ends with you there.
The world ends with someone at the end of this scene. We have Sean, who has at this point kind of mastered the Tokyo drift. He Tokyo drifts through the scramble. All the people are running out of the way. He doesn't hit a single
scramble?
Through the
Holy
scramble.
Kino.
They all run away. They run away from the scramble. No one gets hurt in this moment, and they drive away. And this is actually a pretty famous scene because this like particular car chase, they didn't have a permit to film this.
Oh my God! What the
Those people running out of the cars way.
Yes, this movie was filmed in Japan, so it's all filmed on location. They didn't have a permit to film it, but like they had like actors and stuff. That wasn't
That's like literally the most crowded intersection in the entire world. And did they like cordon it off or anything, or how did they?
I believe that they at least did some sort of cordoning off. They just didn't get like the official protocol to go through and take the scramble.
They didn't just like randomly drive through with
that would be fucking insane.
Yeah.
I don't think they did that.
Okay.
But
I think they would be executed.
Probably, yeah.
There's this famous story where since they didn't have a permit, the cops like found them and like impounded the director like for a night for this. But they anticipated this happening, so they actually hired a Fall Guy director to pose as Justin Lin and spend the night in jail.
No way!
That's real. That's a true story.
Holy shit!
That's insane.
They're like, you know what's easier than getting a permit?
I learned that classic move at film school.
Right.
Ask for forgiveness, not permission.
Right, yeah.
It might literally be easier though.
Probably,
than
yeah.
getting a permit.
I wouldn't be surprised.
So they're racing through the scramble. Takashi is gaining on them, and Han kind of like gets in between Sean and DK and sort of like diverts his attention away to Han. And all of a sudden, in the middle of this like car chase, while Han is kind of like distracted racing against DK, he gets clipped by a car. His car fucking flips. Excuse me. It's the knots.
It's the
man.
knots. I was like,
It's coming back to me.
I thought you were getting emotional.
I am getting a little emotional because the car flips over. It is a fucking burning wreckage. You just see Han like sitting in his car like upside down. He's like kind of bleeding, and then boom, the car fucking explodes. Han Lu is dead.
No way.
Oh damn.
Beloved character Han Lu?
I was
Han
like,
Lu.
oh, it's a. I had no idea.
2002 indie film, Better Luck Tomorrow.
I guess he won't be in the Fast X.
I was like, I thought it was the only other movies.
Well,
You made it
let's
look like
see.
that.
Han is dead. And this like Han really likable character.
Yeah.
He is like our mentor for Sean, so it is like an Obi-Wan Kenobi moment.
Yeah.
So Sean is out for revenge. They escape DK with the money that Han had scraped off the top still. And they come up with a plan. They actually go over DK's head and approach Kamada, the real Yakuza guy, all right? This is like real Yakuza shit right here. And he offers him a deal. Here I am returning the money that Han had taken from you, but I want to race DK. And if whoever wins, free to go. Whoever loses has to skip town. That is the deal. And DK is like, well, this is fucking stupid. What the fuck? What are we doing here? But Kamada doesn't fucking like. He doesn't like DK. He's a sniveling little rat. And he's like, sure, let's do the race. You should be able to win. You're the Drift King.
Right.
This is just a boy from Tennessee. What does he know about the ancient art of drifting? So the race.
You have the color of the conqueror drift.
Yes,
ability,
exactly.
and yeah.
So the fight is on. They're going to race in like a few weeks on DK Mountain. DK Mountain.
Are there barrels rolling down?
It is sort of shaped kind of like Donkey Kong. It is like a this is not intentional. This
I was
can't
gonna
be.
say, is it possible this is intentional?
It is like a spiral mountain where it is like supreme. Like you need to be drifting or else you lose.
Yeah, this is a thing.
Yeah, this is a real thing.
Yeah, they really do drift.
Yeah.
This is like initial D. The mountain's like initial D.
Yeah, it is. It's the initial D mountain.
Right.
The initial DK mountain. So Han, they end up building from the wrecked car at the beginning of the movie that Han had loaned to Sean. The body was completely fucked, but the internals are fine for the most part, like the frame anyway. So they end up rebuilding it using like other like body parts, as well as it's a Mustang fastback body. So we're getting that American charge inside of our import car. Same with like I believe it's a Mustang engine as well. So like they race. They're drifting down the mountain. DK is getting more and more like desperate. He's trying to ram into him, and one of these rams just goes south. He misses Sean and ends up falling down the mountain, which allows for Sean to kind of like drive ahead of him. He's at the bottom. He wins. DK has to skip town, and now, beloved man from Tennessee, Sean is now the Drift King.
Wow.
And he's free to go, and he has avenged Han's death. Who, I mean, it wasn't technically Takashi's fault that happened. It was like another car that did it, but he's somewhat culpable.
Wait, is Drift King dead? Did he crash and die?
He did not crash. He simply lost the race.
Okay.
So he has to leave town. And the final scene of this movie is we're at like the parking garage where all like the underground races start from the beginning of the film. And Twinkie is talking to Sean, and he's like, "There's a guy here. Says he wants to race." And Sean's like, "No thanks, man. I'm not up for racing tonight." He says he knew Han. Han was family.
Oh.
And we cut to the Dodge Charger.
Yeah.
Sean rolls up in his car. Who is in it? None other than Dominic Toretto.
Yeah.
And they race, roll credits,
Yeah.
and that is Tokyo Drift, Fast and Furious. And Dominic Toretto is like the big reveal at the end of the film.
Yeah. Was that ending scene still in Japan, or had they like?
Yes, it was still in Japan.
Okay.
He is visiting Japan doing this.
Sure.
This is like a big deal thing because after like one of the big complaints of Too Fast was that Vin Diesel wasn't back. No Vin. So the studio was like, they were begging for Vin Diesel to come back in some way or form.
Yeah.
And Vin Diesel was like, "Okay, I will cameo at the end of Tokyo Drift. And no, you don't need to pay me money. I will do this for free. All you need to do is give me the rights to the Chronicles of Riddick movie franchise."
Oh, okay.
So while this is going on, there was this film in like 2001 named Pitch Black.
Just for the cameo.
Just for the cameo. Wow. And they did it. They gave him Riddick. Cool. Because Riddick are like these sci-fi movies where it started in like 2001. Riddick was like a side character in that one, but like future films, they focus specifically on Vin Diesel. And Vin really likes playing Richard B. Riddick.
I wonder how much this is connected to the rights to the game, though.
Yeah, well, because I believe because of this deal, like Vin Diesel was probably able to like negotiate the games and stuff. Because like we said, he was a huge
legendary gamer.
Legendary
Vin Diesel
gamer.
Would care a lot about that. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah, and for the audience at home, Chronicles of Riddick Escape from Butcher Bay is legitimately really good.
The tie-in games for Riddick, I believe there's Butcher Bay and like Dark Athena, which are both like Xbox and then early 360 games. They're good games, and like I wanted to watch some of the Riddick movies, didn't have time to. I hear they're good. I'm looking forward to it. There's like a meme that like that Vin Diesel does these Fast and the Furious movies
to fund
Riddick films.
Yeah,
like the last one came out in like 2013, and there's supposed to be one in production right now. Okay. Who knows what that's up with? But yeah, all right, he did this for Riddick. Do it for him. Do it for Riddick.
Do it for all Xbox users.
For all of you Xbox gamers out there.
Xbox Nation, you're welcome.
Okay, well that makes me curious what other appearances he's going to make in the series going forward. But I mean, I guess we'll get to that.
No doubt.
You won't have to wait long,
okay.
Because we skipping a few years, we go to the short film Los Bandoleros. This is a short film written, directed, produced by Vin Diesel. Oh. Vin Diesel is officially returning to the Fast and the Furious franchise, and he's bringing all his friends with him. And this like short film is basically like a setup to the next film that came out like the same time. Again, I think this was like released in theaters, like limited.
So that guy, the director for Tokyo Drift was Lin?
Justin Lin,
And
yes.
he's not directing anymore.
Excuse me. Vin Diesel only directed this short film. I believe Justin Lin returned for Fast and Furious.
Okay.
Does it have a name like it's like Fast 4 Furious or something? There's like a silliness in the name.
No, okay. So like, yeah, you can see like a lot of the names get pretty like fruity with it.
Yeah.
Fast and Furious is famously a boring name and a kind of boring movie, as I'll get into. But we do have like Los Bandoleros. It's sort of like the turbocharged prelude to Too Fast, Too Furious. It says it's 20 minutes. And it's basically like Dom is setting up shop in the Dominican Republic. He's gathering a crew of these two guys named Leo and Santo. They're like locals. They're like kind of like down on their luck guys. And also we get Han. Han is here.
But he's dead,
what's up with that, right?
Oh, come on.
Well,
twin brother situation?
No twin brother. No, nothing like that. It is the real, one and only true blood Han Lu. The thing is that Los Bandoleros, Fast and Furious, and then Fast 5 and Fast and Furious 6 are all prequel films to the Fast and the Furious Tokyo Drift.
Dirty job.
Dirty job. I believe this.
Dirty job.
I would not be shocked if this was specifically done so they could keep Han in the movies because Han is very well liked in the Fast and the Furious community.
I'd heard about Han
Isn't that
coming
like what Daima did with Dragon Ball? Like they just put it before the events of Super.
He'll find out.
Yeah.
Like,
I don't watch Dragon Slop.
This used to be a nice neat timeline until this era, this mid-era of the Fast and the Furious, where they are all prequels to Tokyo Drift.
Yeah.
Tokyo Drift has been moved up the timeline.
Right.
wow.
This is just like when Bionicle spent 4 years, 1,000 years in the past, explaining the history of Metro Nui.
2 years.
Exactly.
That was the best part of it.
What? I don't know about that.
Well,
It was.
This is
Well,
debated by
Shaybs.
scholars to this day.
Shaybs, some might say that this is the best era of the Fast and the Furious.
That seems like golden age.
Okay.
Yeah.
We'll get to it. But basically, the Los Bandoleros, we don't have to spend much time on it. Dom is basically assembling a crew for a job to steal gasoline from a truck, like a big gasoline delivery truck.
Couldn't
And
he get that at a gas station though?
no, this is heavy duty, like like
Okay.
tons of gasoline, lots of the stuff, and premium stuff. And he's doing it not to like scalp it or anything.
Yeah.
He is doing this for a virtuous cause, to give it to the people of the Dominican Republic.
Okay.
They are being starved of their gasoline, and to the point that this
They can barely drag race at all.
I know
To
the job this is virtuous to the point that the job is officially sanctioned by like a local politician who is basically like, look, there's too much red tape around this to get this to the people of the Dominican Republic. Dom, I want you and your friends to steal it and give it to them in a Robin Hood-esque
Come
scenario.
through again.
Stealing it from who?
Where are they stealing it from?
I think it's just like
Business tycoon.
probably like Exxon Mobil or
Exxon
something.
Mobil.
Yeah.
BP maybe.
Gotcha.
Mobil? I don't know.
British Petroleum.
British Petroleum, which,
Bad reputation at the time.
this would have been around the time. So yeah,
They're
this
just
is
gonna spill it anyway. Might as well take
might as well
it.
take it, right? Yeah, take it off your hands.
Yeah.
We'll get it. Well, so that's the plan. He's got Dom has Han, Leo, and Santo, and who should show up but Letty. Letty finds Dom in the Dominican Republic, and she wants in on this mission. Ben.
Letty is
His girlfriend.
Dom's girlfriend from the first.
Dom's old flame, Michelle Rodriguez. She has found Dom in the Dominican Republic, and she wants in on this mission. She basically just wants to like be with him again,
Sure.
and they end up
Desperate. Embarrassing.
they end up rekindling their romance by the end of this film. I don't know if this was like true at the time. I think in the first movie this was true. Like Michelle Rodriguez and Vin Diesel were like dating
Sure.
at the time. But this romance permeates throughout the entire franchise. Mark.
Do you know what's going on with Paul Walker in terms of like where is he?
He will be showing up very shortly.
Okay.
He'll be showing. This is just the beginning film to establish, because Fast and Furious is like a hot start film where we just get right into the gasoline heist, And they all use like their specific skills. Han uses his drifting, of course, because that's his like technique. Letty ends up breaking off like the payload, like liquid nitrogen or whatever. And eventually the truck starts spinning out of control. The driver escapes the car unharmed. He jumps out with his pet iguana that he has. They just gave him a pet iguana, I guess for like character or something, and he escapes the car, and the car's going out of control. They have gotten most of the gasoline, but like the front payload is like still like it's running out of control. It's basically gonna fall off a cliff and fucking explode. Bad news. They need to escape it, but they can't like drive away from it. So Dom and Letty, they kind of like do this like really like ballsy move where Dom is driving towards the flaming gasoline truck that's like hopping around, and he drives under it as it's hopping over in a wonderful CG flame, and it falls down to the bottom and explodes. And
CG? They didn't do that practically? Come on.
No, probably for the best. And mission accomplished. They go through, and they get the gasoline to the people of the Dominican Republic. Ben.
Do they use Nos again in this movie?
Yes, Nos is back on the table.
Can I get
Give him a hit. Give him a hit on the Nos.
Thirst.
Nos is back on the table. So they're in like the afterglow of this mission. They're like partying and all that stuff. Han is like, all right, guys, I gotta go to Tokyo. Everyone's like, no, don't go. Everyone's like, don't go to Tokyo. But Han is like out of the movie at this point.
Sure.
So just a short little scene with a lot of fun.
How like much earlier is this like a year before? Like it's not a long time.
It's vague. It's specifically vague. Like up to this point, they were just like the year they were filmed. Yeah. And same with Tokyo Drift. But since Tokyo Drift has been moved up the timeline, it has been moved up to probably around like 2011 or something like that. Excuse me. But
like
what?
Fast and Furious 4 takes place after like original Fast and Furious and Fast 2 Furious.
Yes, it does. It does. It actually there's like a line that mentions that takes place 5 years after the events of the Fast and the Furious, which I guess would put it around like 2006, maybe. Again, it's loosey goosey. So Dom and Letty, they're officially a romance again, but Dom has a problem. He's gotten her into this like really dangerous situation, and he doesn't want to lose her. So in the middle of the night, Dom leaves Letty behind. Like he basically just moves to parts unknown. I believe he heads to Cuba, Havana, Cuba. But before he goes, he hands off his prized Toretto cross necklace to her.
If he can just
well, what's so annoying about it is that Dom just takes it off of his big bald head. Unfortunately, this chain is too small, so if I would like to bequeath onto Mark for his wonderful fast knowledge. You may hold on to the wonderful cross necklace. Just hold on to it. Don't put it on. Just hold on to it.
Is that what Letty does?
No, probably.
She just walks around in the movie like this.
Well, we'll actually find out what Letty's up to very shortly, because we have to cut to what Brian's been up to. So Brian, in the meantime, between Too Fast and Fast and Furious, he's in the FBI now. He has become an FBI agent. He is now a Fed.
Yeah.
Yay! Fed. There's something confusing about this because in the first movie, it's pretty clear that he's like LAPD undercover, but in this movie, they kind of act like he was always FBI.
He could be FBI undercover as LAPD, undercover as a racer.
Fuck it, sure, whatever. Works for me.
Double.
That's why I gave you the necklace. So yeah, he's trying to catch like leads to the arrest of this Mexican drug lord like cartel guy Arturo Braga, and there's a lot of stuff going on with this Braga guy. We find out that actually I'll mention that later. We just know that Brian is looking for this Arturo Braga guy. And we cut back to Dom, who's in Havana, Cuba. Mia gives him a call. Mia, who's not supposed to he's supposed to be no contact with Dom. She gives him a very important message. Letty has died.
What?
Letty is dead. Somehow, off screen, she has died. How? We'll find out. So Dom basically is like, fuck. And he goes back to the United States to attend her funeral and kind of just like, basically he's beating himself up and he wants to know what the fuck happened. He's pissed because she died in somewhere in LA or somewhere along those lines.
She was doing stuff related to their mission?
She was... I'll just say this right now. It turns out that she was doing runs with Arturo Braga. So throughout some sort of event happened while she was on one of those like drug runs for this Braga guy, and something went wrong and she died in a car accident.
Does that mean she was just pretending to want to get back with Dom?
No, that was all real. That was all real. I believe the story at the time, or what we're working with right now, is that she was kind of like spurned by Dom and she went her own way, and just kind of like got into a bad crowd, basically.
Rebound.
Bad rebound with this Braga guy.
All this time.
Yeah, and Dom returns to the States. He returns to the Toretto home, which kind of feels like a bad idea. You think like the cops would like maybe be aware of this, but he returns home. He doesn't get caught. And he finds that Letty, in the meantime, has actually been rebuilding the Dodge Charger that was wrecked at the end of Fast and the Furious 1 in the meantime. And also, this is the moment, this is the time Dom ends up getting the cross necklace back. So if you would hand that back to me.
Okay.
He gets the cross necklace back. I won't be wearing it because even though he wears it, I don't want to just futz with the chain all the time. All right. But I will just be holding onto it.
He gives it away and back again quite often.
All will be revealed.
The Dodge Charger was the one that Dom was driving that got clipped by the car at the final race.
Yes. So it was totaled by the end of that
movie.
movie.
That was like his car during the first movie that he then gets replaced with the one he wins from Brian. But now he's back in the original car.
Yes, the original car, thanks to Letty, has been rebuilt, which kind of shows that she still loved him. But so Dom is like, he's on the fucking revenge tour. He wants to know who killed Letty, and he's gonna fucking find them. So he ends up going to the scene of the crime where supposedly Letty had died, and he uses his Batman detective vision, where like you kind of like see him like surveying the scene of the crime, and you see like sort of like blue like wisps where like he can see like oil spills on the ground. Like he just like profiles the scene.
But but only for car related things.
Yeah.
I guess it's only for car related things.
It's driver's intuition.
It's his like hyperfixation, so he's able to detective vision it, and he figures out that there was like there are burn marks on the ground used from this chemical called nitromethylene. So he actually only knows one guy who has nitromethylene, so he's got a lead, and this guy actually is the same lead Brian had for Arturo Braga. So these two are finally kind of like crossing paths to try and get this Arturo Braga guy. We find out that Braga is like sponsoring a race for drug drivers, right? A tale as old as time. He's sponsoring a wonderful street race. And both Brian and Dom are vying to become Arturo Braga's next drug rider, or at least one of them. They meet up with like one of Braga's second in command guys. It's this dude named Phoenix, F-E-N-I-X. He's played by Laz Alonso's Mother's Milk in The Boys. If you've seen that show, right. Very early role for him. He's not like he's got all like tatted up and stuff. It was very surreal seeing him. But yeah, they end up doing this race. It's 2009, so like GPSs are new, so they have like commentary on like GPSs being really annoying, and Brian's like cussing out his GPS. But
Garmin's malfunctioning.
Exactly, it's like a Garmin. It's a Garmin, and it's neck and neck with Dom and Brian again. And what happens in a strange turn of events? Dom hits the nos first.
Oh no.
He's desperate to win. So Brian's like, got this in the bag, baby.
Yeah.
He nosses up and he gets going, but Dom's a little dirty, all right? Dom ends up clipping Brian's car, causing him to spin out, and Dom wins the race instead.
Wow.
And Brian is pissed about this. They get into like a big like argument, and he's like, "What's fair? What's fair?" Nate.
Quick question about like racing etiquette: is like clipping someone considered bad form, or is that
yeah.
all part of the game?
I mean, in real life, in real life,
but
it would kill you.
in
But in
fair
the world
world.
of Fast and Furious,
Well, is that like
normal?
against the rules or frowned upon?
It's a faux pas. It's a faux pas for
okay,
sure.
okay.
But Dom is kind of he's desperate to figure out what's going on with Letty. He's willing to do anything. This is sort of like a betrayal of his morals.
Yeah, okay,
a little bit. He's getting a little grayer here.
Similar to how he says you don't go Nos first. That's also a betrayal. This is you don't go Nos first.
Exactly. So
so.
Dom's kind of acting out of character here.
And Dom's all like, "Forget about it, cuz."
I'll never forget about it, cuh. You put me in that race.
That was only in Miami, right? Now they're back in LA.
We're back in LA now. Brian has code switched back to Fed. He is back to Fed.
East Coast, West Coast.
He would never be caught saying cuh. And we get so Dom has become one of these racers for Arturo Braga, and he meets up with a liaison for Braga. It is a woman named Giselle, and she is played by the magnanimous and wonderful Gal Gadot. And one of her early film roles, pre-Wonder Woman. We got Gal Gadot here.
At an appropriate level for her acting skills, I think. In Fast and Furious.
Yeah, I'd say so. Yeah, she even still she's batting a little low. She's pretty, I guess.
She sure is.
So Brian is not going to become a drug runner for Braga. What's he going to do? Well, he happens to know that there is another drug runner, or like some guy like at this race that he knows is a runner. So what he does instead, using his Fed abilities, remember, Brian has gone Fed. Brian has gone full Fed. He literally raids a dude's house under false charges, plants, literally, like, I'm not joking, like on screen, plants meth on the scene of the crime, and they're literally like, or like his like fellow like SWAT guys are like, those charges won't hold, right? And he's like, they don't have to.
Right.
So now this guy is like completely like total like ACAB shit. He's full fucking Fed.
It's kind of full training day.
Exactly. It's very funny. But this guy's like he can't race for Braga. We'll call Brian. Brian will now be a racer for Braga. There, all done. So both Brian and Dom, kind of like opposite sides of the law. They're not friends, but they're kind of like they're tentatively like tolerating each other for the sake of their own goals.
Like Naruto and Sasuke.
Like
it's really a Naruto Sasuke situation here, yeah.
Except not as cool. Not yet anyway.
That's okay.
So
anything that invokes it is peak to me.
Oh yeah. So they're both like sleuthing around at like this Braga hideout, and we find out that it's Phoenix. This Phoenix guy was the one to kill Letty because he's the guy who's been like overseeing all these drug runs. So somehow he's responsible. So Brian and Dom, they kind of tentatively team up for this one instance. Because they go for a drug run, and it's one of those runs where Phoenix is gonna fucking kill everyone. Because this is part of Braga's operation. I guess it's like economical for him to kill his like drug runners at the end of one run.
Yeah, right.
And he's
so
like,
he doesn't have to pay him?
I guess.
So they can't rat on him or something?
Yeah. He's like, there's always more racers. But up to this point, we have not seen Braga yet. We have a few other. There's like this guy who's like. He's like a I talk for Braga guy, but he's like a snivelly little dude. And we also find out like Dom and Brian they have basically like teamed up again. They've gotten away with like a large amount of Braga's funds from like a Hummer that they were using, and they basically have like a one over on Braga, like a bargaining chip to negotiate with this guy. There is a slight complication that gets resolved pretty quickly because it turns out that Letty was running for Braga undercover for the FBI. Brian knew all about this. He was her liaison for this, and the reason why Letty was doing this was to clear Dom's name. If Letty was able to capture Braga, then the FBI would basically wipe Dom's slate clean.
Even though Dom was an active criminal, like this whole time.
They're really desperate to get this Braga guy.
Oh, okay, sure.
Unbeknownst to Dom this entire time.
Yeah, Dom finds this out right now, and he is super pissed at Brian. But like, plan's still on, right? And they kind of make up pretty quick. So they end up basically like meeting with this Braga guy. He's like this nice Cuban guy with like a really nice suit, like older gentleman. But it's very quickly obvious this guy is not the real Braga. He's a stand-in. He's like a false king, a double.
A fake director that's spent
Yeah,
the night in jail.
he's the fall guy. Perfect. Right, yes, he's the fall guy. But the FBI, they're like too twitchy on the draw, so the raid happens. This like sting operation happens way too soon, and the real Braga ends up getting away with Phoenix. Braga was like this other the snivelly guy that they were kind of like talking to throughout the movie. So that's like the big twist. That both him and Phoenix get away.
It's like a usual suspects kind of thing.
Yeah, it is. It's the guy you wouldn't expect.
Right.
They end up getting away, which takes Brian off the Braga case, and also they escaped without Giselle. Giselle was basically left for dead at this point, so she's kind of like spurned by them. So off the grid or like off the record, at this point, like the FBI are giving up on Braga because he's over the border. Fuck it, not our problem anymore. Oh well, better luck next time, guys. Brian's like, fuck that, we got to get him. So him and Dom team up. They go over the border to go and find Braga. And the way they do it is because Giselle basically tells Dom and Brian where Braga is because she was spurned by him earlier. She was left for dead. She acts it really well. It's great. They end up finding Braga in a like an abandoned church almost. He's like meeting with like a bunch of his guys. He meets with like this priest, and he gives the priest like a duffel bag of cash. And he's basically like, I think what they're trying to do, because when Dom and Brian like end up catching him, Dom basically has him like shotgun. Braga gives Dom the "we're not so different" speech because and like a kind of mirror. They're kind of trying to like mirror Braga as like, oh, he gives money to the community, so like it's actually fine that he kills like he traffics drugs and kills people all the time because he's giving money to the church. Little flimsy, but whatever. Dom, instead of killing him outright, he allows Brian to capture and arrest him. So they need to escape with Braga from Mexico. So they're racing along through Mexico. Phoenix is chasing after them. They end up going through like these tunnels that they used earlier in the movie to like transfer the drugs across the border, so they don't have to go through like the actual like border. No wall yet, but there's this border. What?
Like underground?
Sort of, yeah. It's like through a mountain.
Oh, okay.
It's kind of cool. It's kind of cool. It's like the big like set piece for the film. The Dom's like Charger Mark II that Letty fixed up for him. He needs to like jump out of his car and like jump into another guy's car because like it's really thin cave. So like he jumps out of this car into this other guy's car and basically just leaves the Charger to fucking crash and explode.
Damn.
And I presumably like that's where it is to this day. But Brian still has Braga in like a separate car, and Phoenix has gotten in between Dom and Brian. So Phoenix basically has Brian dead to rights. He's gonna kill him, and all of a sudden Dom flies out of the cave and literally rams into Phoenix, basically bisects the guy, and he's like, pussy. Kills him. Phoenix is dead, and now they have captured Braga for good, which is great news for Brian, but it is not great news for Dom because Dom is still a wanted criminal, and that was not part of the deal anymore. There was no deal to free him if Letty wasn't there.
Right.
So Dom, instead of choosing to run, he decides to face the music, and they hold up a pretty good case in court, but it's over for him. He gets sentenced to the Lompoc maximum security prison, 25 to life.
Wow.
Whoa.
Pretty big sentence. Pretty big sentence. Not good for our friend Dom. And the final scene of the movie is Dom being transferred to the prison on this wide road in this prison bus. And who shows up on the horizon but Brian, Mia, Leo, and Santo. They've surrounded the bus. They're going to break Dom out. That's where the credits roll for Fast and Furious.
Wow.
And we jump right into Fast 5, and now
To
this
the border.
this
So
is
yeah.
are the fat? Wait, I mean, I'm
no,
just guessing.
the
Are the
border.
Fast Five Dom, Brian, Mia, Leo, and Santo?
yes, they will be in this next film.
Okay.
This we have crossed the threshold, so
Yes.
to speak. What was once a car culture like film franchise is very quickly at this point going to become spy thriller action films
Right,
with
right.
car racing
Okay.
as a checkpoint, and we have our wonderful border delineating this. But we have
Even 4 seemed like a loose departure, but it was still at least. It felt
there were
within
still
the
races in them,
it
but
felt
yes.
within the ethos, but definitely the focus was definitely more away from.
I will say
more about,
If
like,
you go over this
criminal
boundary
guy.
and it pops your tires, the car then pops out a helicopter whirling on top and sails away to adventurous spy things.
It becomes a
They will
exciting
top that.
things.
The thing you just described, they were about to top that.
That's true.
So Fast 5 it starts right where the other one left off. The bus has been Mark.
Behind the scenes question: have there been any big personnel changes in the
Same director?
director, writer?
Same writers and directors.
Okay.
Yeah, I
Let's
believe
say-
it's Justin Lin again
Yeah.
for this one. I think at this point though, Vin Diesel was producing the films
Oh, okay.
under his as I said earlier, his One Race Films banner.
Right.
Amazing.
So yeah, Fast 5, it just immediately starts. The bus has been toppled over. It's like a news report. Dominic Toretto is breaking out of jail. No casualties. It's just
Nice.
Dominic Toretto who escaped.
Wow.
Wow,
It's actually
great.
really nice to everyone while it was happening.
That was really great. Everyone was awesome. Everyone was real awesome about
Everyone
it.
was awesome. This was a nice jailbreak.
It was an ethical jailbreak.
The other prisoners understood and stayed exactly where they were. They didn't use the
They were
opportunity.
really bad. They were
Yeah.
really bad. They deserved to go to jail. And Dom, Brian, and Mia, Leo and Santo have broken off at this point. They escape to Rio de Janeiro, and they meet up with Vince from the first Fast and the Furious film. He has since recovered from his injuries at the end of the first movie and basically started a new life in Rio de Janeiro. He has a wife and a kid now.
And who was he in the first? Like,
He
what
was
his role?
He was the guy that had a resentment against.
Yeah, he was like kind of Dom's like former
Brian.
best friend
Against
guy
Brian.
that was like
And he got injured in that heist.
Yeah,
and
yeah.
Brian saved him.
Right. Okay.
Yep. Yeah, so, he's willing to harbor Dom, Mia, and Brian. There's still animosity between Brian and Vince. They still don't really like each other, but he is willing to let them kind of like stay here. And he actually also recruits Dom, Mia, and Brian for like this job picking up a car on like a train with a bunch of like other guys. These like other guys are like actually bad dudes. There are like some onboard DEA agents on this train. Those guys just like straight up kill him.
That's
Our heroes would never do that.
That's like drug and something administration.
Drug Enforcement Administration, yeah. So yeah, they officer down on the train, and Brian and Dom escape with like this car that was like being transported on this like train ride. They ended up getting on this train with like these almost like twisted metal buggies. You can already see the car is falling off of the road by this point. They end up getting away with the car. Mia specifically gets into the car and escapes. And Dom and Brian have to like drive off of a cliff into the water below. And they end up getting captured by the guy that they were running this deal or this job with. He's the kingpin of Rio de Janeiro. His name is Herman Reyes. And he wants to know where this car went. He really wants this car. For some reason, and they're not telling him shit because they're bad dudes.
I'm guessing it's either a really good car or like there's drugs in the car. or
Something secret in the
Yeah,
car,
yeah.
perhaps.
Yeah. So he does the classic villain move of letting his lackeys kill Dom and Brian and leaves. Of
Right.
course, this never works. Dom and Brian are able to escape effortlessly, and they make it back to the hideout that Vince, Mia, and the other guys had. We actually find out that Dom was a little duped by Vince. Vince is caught looking through the car for some sort of chip. And when Dom finds this out, he realizes that like was this like, did you like kind of set us up, dude? And he's like, no, it's not like that. It's not like that. It was just like this thing. Like, you're supposed to just get this thing. Dom's pissed, and he basically fucking kicks him out of the family. He's out of the family.
You're out of the family.
He's out of the family, kinda, yeah. And this chip, they end up finding this out later, but this chip is basically like a business manifest for Herman Reyes. It basically tells you where all of his capital is, all of it, at where it is at like all times.
Offshore accounts and stuff like that.
Sort of, yeah. Although it's like liquid assets, liquid assets that he has in Rio de Janeiro. All right. So remember what I was saying earlier about those DEA agents getting killed by Herman Reyes's men? Well, the Diplomatic Security Services, DSS, they don't see it that way. They think that it's Dominic Toretto who has actually done this, and they send their like crack top agent, Detective Luke Hobbs. And that is Dwayne Johnson's character.
Right.
He is going to be a major character throughout the rest of these films as like the foil to Dom. He's sort of he is like a real hard ass dude. He's obviously like built like a fucking truck. Yeah. Because this is like peak Dwayne Johnson right now.
Yeah. I forgot Dwayne Johnson was in these movies.
I mean, he only shows up halfway.
Yeah.
Right.
But he makes a big. He makes a big introduction. So we're kind of fighting a war on two fronts here. Oh, he also has he has help by like a local Rio police officer. Her name is Elena Neves. So yeah, she's like this blonde girl. So Dom's kind of have to fight a war on two fronts here, because Herman Reyes' men want the chip, and Hobbs and his men, they want Dom. And they all kind of like intersect on each other in like this raid on this hideout that they're doing, which makes Dom and Brian and Mia, they all need to like escape via like the rooftops of Rio while they're getting chased by Hobbs and like dudes with like huge guns and stuff, while they're also dealing with the Herman Reyes' men. Elena Neves actually manages to catch Dom by gunpoint. Basically has him dead to rights. Unfortunately, Reyes' men kind of like cause a scramble, which leads to Dom escaping. However, he does leave behind his cross necklace. So I will just hand this over to you, Shaybs. You will be holding on to this for now.
Whoa.
So he has left the cross necklace behind. They have all, Dom, Mia, and Brian all convene on each other and escape. And this is when Mia reveals to the rest of the group that she's pregnant.
Whoa.
Pregnant with
Mia's pregnant.
Mia Toretto.
Okay.
Dom's sister is pregnant with Brian's kid.
Brian's
kid.
God.
And
family is growing.
They all have a big family hug at the sewer system of Rio, and they're going to find like there's like a big like father talk between Brian and Dom. Brian didn't have a good relationship with his dad. He was kind of like never there. And Dom's like, oh, you're not gonna be a fucking bad father, Brian. You're gonna be great.
Does Dom have kids? Is he a father?
No kids.
Okay.
No kids. But he loves family.
How old is he canonically? Like
Probably in his 30s or something at this point.
Mid to late 30s.
Yeah. But they're on the run on these two fronts. They end up finding like another hideout. They find a lot of hideouts throughout these movies. But Dom has a plan. All right, they still have the manifest of Herman Reyes' liquid assets, and they got to think about this kid now. So they're going to steal all of Reyes' money and run away with it to parts unknown. Nate.
As we all know, the only way to care for a child is to perform heists, to acquire vast amounts of capital to take care of children.
The thing is that this is kind of all Dom knows.
Yeah, okay, that's fair. He's doing what he knows.
Nate's observation where it's like, let's piss off a really dangerous guy
to protect his child.
Yeah, there is sort of a vindictive edge to this. He kind of wants to get one over them.
Him, so I guess why not? He can't double kill me. He's already trying to do
True. Yeah. So yeah, they hatch a plan. They're gonna try and steal all of Reyes' assets, and the way they're gonna do this is they're going to recruit a team. They have to get a team going. It can't just be Dom, Mia, and Brian. So we have the big gathering, the blueprint for the rest of the Fast and the Furious films. So we have the chameleon, Han. Han is returning.
Yeah.
He is back. We have the fast talker, Roman Pierce.
Yeah.
He is back as well. We have the circuit man, Tej Parker. He is also back. And we have the wall breakers, Leo and Santo, because Leo like escaped from jail, like going through a wall.
Where's Tej from?
Yeah.
He's from Too Fast, Too Furious.
Wait, was Roman from?
Oh, is he
also?
Ludacris?
Yeah, Ludacris.
I see.
Which was Miami, right?
Yeah, in Miami. They're all convening from all over the world to Rio de Janeiro because they have answered the call to action.
So it's a character from 3, 2 characters from 2, and and 2 characters from 4.
Yes, it is like the Super Smash Brothers
Yeah,
of the Fast franchise. It's all convening. It's all coming down one road. And all right, so we get the wall breakers, Leo and Santo, and we have utilities and weapons, Giselle. She's back from Fast and Furious. And most importantly, 2 precision drivers, guys who never lose. Brian and Dom.
Right.
Yeah.
And together they are the Troll Slayers.
Yeah.
They will
They call them
slay.
the Troll Slayers?
They do not call them the Troll Slayers. That is just
That's what they're doing.
That's what-
That's what they're going for.
that's basically what they're gonna do.
I
They're
see.
going to slay the troll that is Herman Reyes.
I'd assume their
Slice
names
it
are
When
the Fast
Tails gets
Five, right?
trolled when all the when like
Yes.
Hulk and Shadow the
They actually
Hedgehog
don't.
and
They
Bugs
actually
Bunny
don't call
assemble,
themselves
they
the
form
Fast
Troll
Five
Slayers.
because it's technically 7, 8, 9 guys, not counting like Mia, Dom, and Brian and stuff.
Yeah, I was gonna say this is more than 5.
I would have loved it if it turned out there were 5 members of the team, but alas, there are more people involved.
I think they just really wanted the alliteration.
I mean, of course.
And at
of
this
course.
point, Fast and
It's the
Furious.
5th movie.
Yeah, we're like an institution at this point, so they're like, oh, of course, like,
And they
it's
don't wanna be
Fast. You know what the
ripping
fuck it is.
They don't want to be ripping off Ocean's 11 next. You know?
Oh shit! Well, kind of. But all right. So their plan is, he has all this money in all these different areas in Rio de Janeiro. So they could just like hit one place, take it, yada yada yada. But they have a better idea. They're going to consolidate all of his assets, and they're going to do this by they raid one of his like warehouses that's like unarmed. They basically held it up at gunpoint. They take all the money, they record them taking the money, and they burn it on camera. They, as a power move to basically say, like, fuck you, we want your money. Or like, we're gonna destroy all your money unless you do something about it.
Right.
So Herman Reyes, he all according to the plan, he consolidates all of his money into this one big cartoon safe. It's like yay big, it's fucking massive, and it's all in this one safe. So all they have to do is get this safe, and they're out of there. Problem is in the middle of the police station of Rio. So probably one of the most heavily guarded areas in the entire city. So they're gonna have to figure a way to do that. They end up doing like some like reconnaissance stuff. They blow up like a bathroom, so there's like a lot of poopy in the walls or whatever. They try getting like fast cars to like race past the blind spots of like the camera's like detection system. They actually race for pink slips, and they literally like cut away from it. Like they don't show you the race at all. They just like they win the race,
Right.
which is kind of like a sign of like what these movies have become.
To be fair, these guys never lose.
They never lose.
Always win.
What? You just want to see them win another race? Kinda, but we have bigger fish to fry here. All the while, Hobbs is kind of like tracking down Dom. There's like an attempt to arrest him at like a local Rio like street party, and he basically has Dom dead to rights. The problem is that the people of Rio de Janeiro love Dominic Toretto and they fucking hate feds. So they all pull their guns on him.
Yeah.
And Hobbs,
Feds,
fuck feds. Exactly.
That's like training day at the end of training day.
Yeah.
It's like Training Day. See, the Fast movies are so great because they take all these really good movies and mix them into a blender, and you get a pretty good movie. So Hobbs and Nevis are basically scared off from this, but Dom notices that Elena is wearing the cross necklace. So he's like, what the fuck? You have my necklace. And he ends up breaking into her home later and taking it back.
Who did he give it to?
He didn't give it to anyone.
lost
He
it.
just lost it in like a scramble, and Elena just happened to take it. This necklace, I don't know why she like held on to it. I guess, I mean, I'm sure she's like religious or something. I think it reminded her of her dad who like died on
the
like
cross. He was crucified.
yeah, on the big Jesus cross in Rio. He's like that's actually her dad. depicted on there. It's like there's like a weird sexual tension going on between Dom and Elena.
Well, I mean, Mia's out of the picture.
Letty is dead,
yeah.
so Dom is ready to move on, and there is like a sort of like a grieving process with Dom between these movies. But yeah, he ends up getting his necklace back. And Dom has also been like rebuilding this Charger in Rio de Janeiro. I guess it would just be like completely from scratch unless he somehow managed to get the parts somewhere. So whatever. Giselle manages to get like a handprint from Herman Reyes because he smacks her on the ass.
Really?
So they just use the bathing suit. And the way the reason they want this handprint is because Herman Reyes' safe is basically like, it's, you handprint and you can get into the safe.
God.
And somehow this really, really fat smack on this wet bathing suit on Gal Gadot's voluptuous ass is able to like procure a good enough like sample size.
Did they stage that to get him to smack her on the ass?
Yes,
on purpose?
that's part of all according to plan.
They knew.
They knew.
Like, they put her butt up to the scanner to scan the handprint that he left there?
No. So like her and Han are they're at like a party that Herman Reyes is at. There's sort of like a thing going on between Giselle and Han. Basically she talks to Herman Reyes, she's like flirting with him and using her feminine wiles, basically like gets like a smack on the ass from Herman Reyes. Okay. And just like later they go back to the hideout. She's not in the bathing suit anymore, but she has the bathing suit, and like that's what we'll use.
They lift the print off the bathing suit.
Yes. Sorry. They're not using like fingerprints.
Yeah, okay.
Like a handprint, right?
I understand.
Okay. So
Problem though, there's no way, this is a canon issue, there's no way the bathing suit someone would wear in Rio de Janeiro would have enough surface area to contain a full handprint. Doesn't make any sense, shatters the narrative.
Maybe there's enough. Maybe there's a little bit.
maybe she
I've done the research, people. It doesn't add up.
maybe she got a BBL. I don't know.
Perhaps.
We are in Rio. That's how they're gonna get into the safe. They just need to get the safe, which is still in the middle of the police station. They might not have a chance to do this, though, because Hobbs ends up finding out where they are. He's pissed. He is pissed as shit. He ends up crashing into Dom's Charger, and they get into a fucking huge fight. Huge meathead fight. The first of many. And they're just, like, slugging each other, throwing each other through windows. And then Dom, seeing Mia getting, like, apprehended by Hobbs' men, gives him, like, a rage power boost. And he kind of, like... Yeah, he goes like Ultra Instinct and just sort of starts like beating the shit out of Hobbs, throws him through a window, and he has him like on the ropes, like on the ground, and he's fucking wailing on him, and he grabs a fucking pipe wrench, and he's gonna swing on Hobbs, just like in the past. And he goes and he swings down, and you just kind of see him swing. The POV shot, everyone's like, "Oh my god!" And we see Hobbs' shot, like Hobbs on the ground. The wrench has swung next to him. Dom has chosen to again choose peace and give himself up. The jig is up, and Hobbs is going to basically arrest all of them who are there. Like a couple of the crew have already left. They're going to like start the operation. So it's just Dom, Mia, Brian, and Vince. Vince got back into good graces earlier in the film by basically like rescuing Mia from Herman Reyes' men because she was like shopping in the middle of like a market somewhere for some reason. I feel like
not a great idea.
Yeah, not a great idea, but you do gotta eat. But yeah, he's back in good graces. He's back on the team, but now he's arrested. So Hobbs is transferring all these guys. And who would show up but the other faction, Herman Reyes' men. Herman Reyes' men fire rocket launchers at Hobbs' like massive trucks, and they all start toppling over, and it is a fucking war zone in Rio again. And they're all like Hobbs' men are completely outnumbered, and they all getting like taken out one by one. Hobbs is like helpless to stop it all. He's trying, but he gets like dazed by a grenade, so he's like kind of like, oh, what's going on? As he gets like all of his men get killed, and he's next. He's on the ground. And like one of Reyes' men, he's got him right there. He's gonna shoot him. Dom shoots the guy in the back. Elena has freed Mia, Brian, and Brian, Dom, and Vince. Mia is safe in the car. to like fight back against Reyes's men and save Hobbs. So they end up doing that. They fight off Reyes's men and they go back and reconvene in the truck. Now Hobbs has a vested interest in this. He's pissed that Reyes's men kill all of his. So he's like a serious guy about like catching his man, but he's also very vindictive. So he tentatively agrees to an alliance with Dom to help ruin Herman Reyes. Nate.
So Dom killed a man.
Oh yes, murder is on the table. Has been for a while.
I was just wondering if this is part of like the moral framework they're willing to do, and it sounds like it is.
Well,
if the chips are down.
If you'll recall, he actually did kill Phoenix at the end of Fast and Furious. Letty's killer.
Bisected him.
Bisecting him with a car and calling him a pussy.
That's right.
Murder is on the table. Fuck it, right?
It is a little different in a weird way, though, to like hit him with a car because it fits into the Fast.
And also, he's like the main villain who's versus like some grunt.
Yeah, versus like shooting a guy.
It definitely is the transition of with cars.
The moral compass is still tentatively there because these are bad people and bad people die.
Sure.
Yeah.
So there's still like some sort of moral fiber there, but yes, I mean it is much more gray. Like Dom is officially a murderer, same as Brian and Vince for that matter. But unfortunately, during the scramble, like the crossfire,
Shibuya scramble?
the Rio scramble.
Okay.
Vince was shot.
Oh no.
In the middle of the fight, he reveals in the car that he was shot mortally. He passes away with succumbing to his injuries, kind of coming to terms with Dom and Vince. Et cetera, leaving behind
that loop. So he's really only in the first and fifth.
Yeah. He's leaving behind a wife and child.
Right.
So this is bad, but the plan is still on. They need to get this money, definitely, especially if they have Hobbs on their side. So fuck all like the subterfuge. Hobbs just rams his truck into the police station. So Dom and Brian can like attach like hooks to the safe to the back of their cars, and they literally drive the safe out of the wall into the streets of Rio. Ooh.
So
Nate.
Hobbs is helping them break a bank vault out of a police station. So he's like, I know that obviously the police are corrupt here because they're helping like a gangster.
Yes.
But Hobbs is like, fuck it, I'm like on their team now. I'm just working with these guys.
Temporary alliance to get back at Reyes for killing his men.
Seems like quite a thing to do for like a DEI agent to like break into a
DEI
police
agent.
Or what, that's what he is, right?
He's
I'm here from the DEI department.
He's a Fed.
But
he's technically
agent.
DSS, which is like Border Patrol, I think. Or
he's not in America.
he's Diplomatic Security Services.
Okay, sure.
He probably doesn't respect the Rio Police Department.
Oh yeah, I think
okay.
he's willing.
You're from America.
This actually he's actually this will kind of be explained near the end. Basically, they race through all of Rio de Janeiro. There's a part where Han and Tej basically like buy Brian and Dom enough time to like a 10-second window to like hide away from the cops for a little bit as they're driving through Rio with this like giant tanks or a giant like safe like following them. So they're kind of like having to like ice climbers this almost or like Knuckles Chaotix almost or whatever. And it's like it's running through buildings and stuff, like flying, causing all sorts of terrible catastrophic damage to the city. Presumably no casualties because they're the good guys. But they end up getting confronted by Reyes and the cops on like this long bridge. Alongside Hobbs has been lost in the shuffle as well, so it's just Dom and Brian. Dom, knowing that Brian has a kid on the way, he basically like uses a button to eject Brian's hook from the safe. So Dom's gonna head it alone while Brian drives away. Brian's pissed at this. He doesn't want to do this, but he kind of doesn't have a choice because he's going so fast already. He kind of just like speeds away.
You might say that he was too fast.
Too fast.
And too furious.
Fitting to his name, he was a little too fast and a little too furious.
It is funny how much you've been using pissed this whole time when you could have been using furious.
That's true. That's true.
Dom is furious.
It is furious.
And he was.
Right.
So Dom ends up confronting Reyes's men and the Rio Police Department on his own, and he does this by driving towards them and like turning and flinging the safe at the cars. They like one of them literally gets bisected like long way again, presumably cutting some guy's head off, and like crashing into all sorts of cars. One of them falls into the water, and it's basically just him and like a few guys and like Reyes, and Dom is kind of like he's up shit creek. They have like guns trained on him. He's gonna get shot when suddenly, bam, bam, 2 shots, too furious. Brian comes back, He's back. He's come to save Dom.
I didn't forget about it,
I didn't forget about it, He's got him. He's got him. He's got him backed up. So it's basically just Reyes now, and he's not a fighter. It's all downhill for him. Brian and Dom have basically won, and who shows up but Hobbs? Hobbs has arrived. He has finally caught up to them, and like stone fucking cold. He's just walking up to Dom and Brian as like Herman Reyes kind of like falls out from the passenger seat of his car. He's walking by. He pulls out his like massive, like almost like Colt Python revolver that he has. That's like his weapon of choice, because of course it is. And he's walking by, not even looking at the guy. Bam! Shoots him in the back of the head, and he's just talking to Dom and Brian. Herman Reyes is fucking dead.
Brutal.
Just shoots him right in the head. And, okay, so he helped him out on the mission, but he's like, look, I'm going to cut you a deal. Give you a 24-hour head start, but you cannot take the safe. The safe has to come back. So they're like, okay. They end up driving away, and Hobbs, I'm going to get these confused a lot. They're very similar names.
Yeah.
Hobbs, curiously, gets the safe open. It's empty. Yes, yes.
The
classic switcheroo during the 10-second window.
How the fuck did they do that?
They ended up during the 10 seconds that they had.
It was really 10 seconds.
Where no one was following them.
Yeah. Okay.
They with the help of Leo and Santo, they drove the original safe into like the back of this huge truck, and they had gotten a copy safe earlier in the film.
That makes sense.
To like see how they could get into it, and they just used that as a double.
Makes
and
sense.
that's the car, or that's the safe that they were slinging along on the bridge. They have gotten away with their fucking like millions and millions of dollars. It is distributed equally among the team.
Finally, we can raise one child in America.
Think of all the eggs we can buy. And,
I'm gonna put it all into crypto immediately. So I expect only good things.
Precisely. The money is distributed amongst everyone in the team.
I mean, if you did that in 2011.
That's true.
That's true. Yeah, the
This
Bitcoin.
film takes place beforehand, right? Before Tokyo Drift.
It does. So Bitcoin actually might not be invented yet, because it's before it's.
Well, it might be hit right the Great Recession.
It's shortly after Fast and Furious, which is 5 years after Fast and the Furious. So it's probably around like 2006, 2007 when all this is happening.
So this is actually really fortunate for them, because the housing market's about to crash.
The housing market.
Put everything into housing investments.
That's too bad.
We're not going to get into this in this lecture, but Tej actually is like a real estate like mogul throughout the entire country. That's not true,
Sure.
but
Okay.
but yeah, the shares are all divided among equally, and Vince's family gets like a huge like chunk of cash for their efforts. So at the very least,
They'll be all right.
they'll be settled for the rest of their lives.
I always said money can replace any father.
Money can replace any father. Exactly. And basically, the movie ends with them all kind of going their separate ways with like their new millions. We have it's a duplicate.
Or like a stuplicate.
Duplicate, yeah. They all sort of paired off. Specifically, like Han and Giselle are like a couple now, and like there's like a tease where they're like driving through Europe or something, and
Enjoy it while it lasts.
Enjoy it while it lasts, folks. Exactly.
I was expecting you to say at the end of this movie, he goes, "I'm going back to Tokyo," and the audience goes, "No."
Oh, okay.
So every episode he's like, "Back to Tokyo." Who knows if this will be the time?
So Giselle is like, "We gonna go to Tokyo?" And Han is like, "Not yet."
Yes,
As they drive through Europe, Han is safe for another film.
Thank God. The looming specter of Tokyo is the omen of death over this entire.
It is sort of like the sword of Damocles over Han's head throughout the entire like trilogy of these films.
That also means they also know narratively Han doesn't die in these movies.
True.
They can't put him in a scenario that he could die.
Yeah.
Unlike Dom, who I'm totally convinced might die at any time in these
any
movies.
moment now. Dom's out of here. The only thing.
Hobbs, I'm sure, could die. Hobbs could die because any movie The Rock could be like, I only want to do this one or two movies.
That's true. That's true.
We'll basically end this with Dom and Nevis at some point. They hooked up. They're together now.
Okay.
At some point.
Nevis again?
She was like the Rio cop helping Hobbs.
The blonde.
The blonde woman who got the cross necklace and got it taken back from Dom. Okay. So that's the end of the film. But there is a mid-credit scene. We're getting those now. All right.
Okay.
We're officially in Marvel territory.
It is
all right.
2011.
It is 2011. So we cut to Luke Hobbs. He's on the computer. He's at his office, and who walks into the room but Monica Fuentes from Too Fast, Too Furious. Eva Mendes is here, and she is like, I have a file that you might be interested on. A team of drivers are causing a problem in Europe, and he's like, Toretto. And she's like, no, someone else, but I think you'll be interested. And he's flipping through the files. One of the racers, Letty.
She's alive.
She is alive.
Whoa.
What on earth is up with that? We'll find out in Fast and Furious 6, which also doesn't have a very fun title.
Yeah.
I need to go to the bathroom.
Yeah.
Okay. This guy over here.
Base movie.
Yeah.
I'm
You
shriveling
do
up.
look like him. You
I'm
do.
shriveling up.
And Nate's got the mustache.
I do have the mustache. I guess, Rob. That's true.
I can't grow that. I can't grow that mustache.
I'm giving it a shot. I doubted myself as well at first, but I stuck with it.
The next movie is Fast and Furious 6. Fast and Furious 6, 2013. We're kind of on a roll now. Every like couple of years, we're going to get these movies. And this one starts... Well, first of all, they call it Furious 6 in the movie itself, but everywhere you find it, it's called Fast and Furious 6. Title discrepancy, not the first time it's happened, won't be the last.
It's like Fast 5, Furious 6.
That might have been what they were going for.
Yeah.
That might have been it, but they got cold feet, I guess.
Oh, but then they did it in 7.
They eventually did it in 7.
They committed in 7.
They committed, yeah. Well, kind of.
Nice ideas.
The movie begins with like it's Dom and Brian, and they're fucking racing. Like the last movie kind of ended with a race, so you're supposed to like think that they're continuing their race at the end of Fast 5, and like all while this is happening, they cut to basically like a montage of like old footage from the other films while like this Wiz Khalifa song is playing in the background.
Oh, no.
They basically made like an AMV for the opening of Fast and Furious 6, and it is hype as fuck. It is so badass. It is great. Turns out they are not racing for the sake of it. They are racing to Mia, who's in the hospital. She has just given birth to Brian's kid.
Hey, congratulations.
Hooray! So we got that going, and now a short while later, Hobbs arrives at Dom and Elena's like nice beach house, like off the grid. He's managed to find them. It stands to reason, like, could he have always done this and chose not to? I don't know. But he's like, Dom, I have a job for you. I want to recruit your crew so we can take down this group of like European like racers who are causing all sorts of havoc across the sea. And Dom's like, absolutely not. I'm out of the game. I'm not doing this anymore. He's out of the game. He's out of the game.
Forget about it, cuz.
Forget about it, cuz. Exactly. But Hobbs has a trump card. He has like the perfect thing that he knows Dom will agree to if he just shows him that Letty is part of the group. All of a sudden, Dom's like, fuck it. Remember it, cuh. He calls the crew, and they're on their way to London. They're going to London to try and take out this rival group of racers. Hobbs has like a new partner since Elena. Mark.
In terms of the car culture, are we going to see a bunch of like little Mini Coopers and little like British cars and stuff?
I think they kind of do that a little more in F9, if anything. But no, they kind of have
Jaguar, right? That's a British car company,
Yes.
right? I think could have been that. I don't know.
They're at this point, everyone kind of has like their main car that they kind of just like take everywhere. Roman usually drives
Like Mecca. Like
Like
literally like a
Mecca.
Mecca.
Roman is kind of like a edge. Roman and Tej, like they don't have like a default car, but like Roman usually drives like the really flashy sports cars throughout the movie, like like Lamborghinis and stuff, or like Tej is usually driving like a giant like Jeep or something. But yeah, Elena's gonna stay behind on this one. She's gonna stay behind, and since Hobbs doesn't have he needs a new partner. He gets a new partner over between movies. It is a woman named Riley Hicks, played by the wonderful Gina Carano.
Hooray.
Everyone, round of applause for
Yay.
Gina Carano. Yay! So she's in this movie now, and she's acting great. And we've got we're back on the
She
operation.
was like on Star Wars.
Yeah,
She
that's right,
was
yeah.
she was the lady on the Mandalorian.
Right.
Yeah.
That
Isn't she like an MMA person? Or
I think she was
MMA?
former MMA. She got like a job in the Mandalorian, and now she does like Daily Wire movies or something.
Right.
Okay.
In between, she did this movie, A Rising Star.
Okay.
We've got a face off between Dom's crew and this rival crew, and I'll just let this out right now. The leader of this rival crew, a man named Owen Shaw. Owen Shaw is like this elite, like former like MI5 kind of like a black ops dude, and he is serious business. He is kind of like his methodology is like completely opposite to Dom's, where he's sort of like he's like like the strong survive, if you die, like you're weak, etc., etc. It's kind of like your typical chaos rep in like Shin Megami Tensei or something.
Whereas Dom is about.
Dom is about family.
Law and Order.
Law-
I'm sorry. That's Hobbs is about Law and Order.
Hobbs is kind of Hobbs is our law guy, or
Right.
Dom is sort of neutral.
And of course, played by that one guy, that bald British guy whose name I
Jason
forget.
Statham.
Jason Statham.
No,
No?
it is a different guy.
Oh, is
And
that
we-
only later?
We'll get to
Oh,
that.
One
shit.
Shaw?
We'll get to Shaw. We'll get to him. Owen Shaw. I actually don't remember his actor name. I'll put it on screen or something. But yeah, he's the different guy.
Huh. Okay.
And yeah, he basically what they're doing in this movie is we have finally made it to the evil version of Dom's team. They're sort of like paired off in like different ways. Like
Like Alabasta, the Baroque work versus the
yeah,
Strongmans.
basically something like that.
And their famous line, "It's about evil family." Yeah.
Forget about family.
Family
No!
Forget about it, cuz.
Forget about
Family
he-
about it.
Shaw does not give a fuck about family.
Okay.
He doesn't give a fuck about it.
That's so cool.
Yeah.
It's
that's
so
awesome.
awesome. He has like a Hobbs of his own.
He's just like
the
the
Rowdy
rogue in
Rough
Mega
Boys.
Man Star Force, throwing away all his bonds and embracing the Indian.
Exactly.
Power.
He's got like an Asian guy. Okay. He's got Letty. So that's kind of interesting.
Right.
But we'll figure out that in a bit. He has my favorite guy. I don't even know if he has a name of like Shaw's crew. Is like this big white dude who is like the Hobbs of his crew. I just call him White Hobbs.
yeah.
And so like total meathead guy. But yeah, basically he's like we've made it to the evil version like plot line.
This is
Yeah.
so shown.
All right.
Yes, we're full shonen at this point. We have completely gone off the rails.
Is it off the rails or the super rails have been supercharged?
We've only just begun. Mark.
I'm sure they didn't do this, but it'd be cool if they brought back the Drift King from Tokyo Drift.
They should bring
to
him back
be
sometime.
against
Well, it would
Han.
be. I mean, are we still in prequel territory?
We're still in prequel
We're still
territory.
Oh, you're
before
right.
Yeah.
Tokyo
They
Drift.
could have been his
But
origin
this could have been an
story.
origin of why
Yeah,
Drift
yeah,
King and Han
yeah.
were in such beef with each
Reminder,
other.
he was a high schooler at the time.
Oh yeah, that's right.
Oh yeah.
Wow.
But I'll just let it out right now.
Are you sure they were high schoolers? They did not look like high schoolers.
They were attending high school.
Okay, all right. They must have been held back a good 10 years.
Unless everyone was just being polite and telling these like 20-somethings to get out of the school.
Okay.
I guess they were high schoolers, but no.
Have you seen that live-action Fairly Odd Parents movie where Timmy
Hey
Turner
Cosmo, hey Wanda.
is still,
Little bit,
he's
yeah.
like 27 years old and he's still a kid?
Mm-hmm.
Oh,
Yeah.
yeah, you're right. Okay.
I don't know why I brought that up.
That's a relevant
It has
comparison.
nothing to do with this.
Sure.
But like the Drift King does not show up in any of these
Okay,
movies.
all right.
It's basically the only connective tissue to Tokyo Drift
Is
for
Han.
a long time is going to be Han.
Right, right.
But okay, all right.
It looms. It's the specter of death.
He's
on the horizon.
the Damocles, the sword is hanging.
Damocles is hanging over.
The sword's a little lower. It's a little lower.
Every day.
And they're facing off. Shaw is like escaping Interpol. He is like broken into the building and grabbed some sort of like information from there. It's information on the location of a like tech bomb. That's what they call it. They call it like a tech bomb. It's basically like an EMP, and the idea is that like this tech bomb is powerful enough, if fully assembled, to take out like an entire military grid of a country or something like that. So Shaw's plan is to like assemble this tech bomb, sell it to the highest buyer, make loads of money. That's a very simple goal, but very nefarious methods. So they're escaping Interpol. Dom's crew is like chasing after them. But Shaw kind of has the upper hand here. He has these things. I don't know if they have names. I just gave them names. I call them Shaw mobiles. So they're kind of like low to the ground Formula One like race cars where like the wheels kind of in the front. It's like a full metal frame almost, where like the wheels in the front are like ramps. So like the idea that these guys do, they drive around and basically like ram into the other guys' cars. And since they have like these like weird ramps in the front, and they're low to the ground, their cars like ramp over and crash. Cool. So they end up getting away doing this, getting one up on them. It also doesn't help that Dom is like kind of distracted. He kind of tailed off from the group because he saw Letty in the car, kind of like corners her almost. And like tries to confront her and be like, Letty, are you okay? Oh my God, what happened? And Letty, instead, strangely enough, she basically opens fire, shoots him in the shoulder, and then drives away. What the fuck's up with that?
Damn.
Mind control.
Mind control. All right.
Evil twin.
I want. All right. Evil twin.
Clone.
Mind
I'm going
control.
full clone.
Clone.
Yeah.
Shaybs. What's your guess?
Woman moment. Is the other-
Parasite in the brain.
Oh yeah, good. That's a good one.
Like like
Time
the needle in
Time traveler. Time traveler.
Time travel. Woman moment. Parasite in the brain.
I'll stick with that
Well, the
one.
real one I'm guessing is that she's being blackmailed in some way.
Blackmail. Okay. All right.
But I'm sorry, real quick. How did she die? What was the circumstance?
So,
It was mysterious. Oh no.
the original death was Dom believed with his detective mode vision, detective vision that he has. He assumed that like Letty got into a car accident and like her car exploded while she was still inside, and Phoenix had finished her off before going
But
to.
we did not witness any final moments exactly.
They had a funeral.
There was an
They
explosion.
intentionally made it vague, but they did like film Phoenix like shooting her almost.
They filmed it.
Which
like
could be
cut from
a
the
thing
film.
of like a Vin.
Like
Dom's
unreliable narrators are kind of at play here because obviously Letty is alive. We will. I'll just reveal it right now.
Okay.
Owen Shaw is like such a powerful, awesome dude. He is so good at what he does. He is actually responsible for Arturo Braga's rise to power.
Okay.
So like he owes his entire empire to Shaw. So there's a connection there. We also need to gas up our new villain.
Braga was the one Letty was running for when she allegedly died.
In Fast and Furious, yes.
Yeah.
So, all right, we're gonna find out. We find out why Letty is running with Shaw. Her nickname with them is Treacle.
Okay.
That's like her name. You know, like
the British snack.
Yeah, like
yeah.
the British like Black Treacle, like Arctic Monkey song, etc. And through expository dialogue, Shaw revealing that stuff that she should already know. he found her in a hospital bed, and it turns out Letty has amnesia.
For some reason, it didn't come to me, but like something in the brain is.
So she literally did forget about it, huh?
She forgot about it, huh? This is coming up way more than I thought.
Dom is just like tearfully coming up. You forgot about it,
Yeah.
She forgot about it, huh? So yeah, she has amnesia. I guess Shaw kind of took a liking to her because she was like a good racer for Braga.
So she was in the hospital, like in L.A. or wherever they were at that time.
And some sort of
like was there. For
some sort of
business,
location. I believe like something was tipped off.
Shaw,
Shaw.
because she was involved in the crash with Braga. He has
Yes, he has ties
so he's
there.
Like,
so he ended
casualty.
up. Yeah.
Why would he be interested in like a wounded, low-level driver person to like bring with him back to England?
Because she's a good driver.
Oh, okay.
She's a
Good. All right.
proficient. She's a proficient driver, and also
To the surprise.
to the surprise of many.
all.
To the surprise of
Isn't she the one that screwed up the driving in the first?
In the first movie,
To the surprise of her pro performance in Fast and the Furious 1, she is. It was either an anomaly.
minor blip in a stalwart career.
Yes, exactly. That was the exception to the rule.
Sure.
Letty is actually a good driver. So I assume he took a liking to her. It also was probably pretty easy to manipulate her because she has amnesia.
Sure.
She's an amnesiac. So he basically.
Only other question: does he know about the relationship between Dom and Letty?
He knows.
He knew. Okay.
He knows.
So he's probably he could intentionally use this to fuck with him. Probably.
Yes, he can. He is aware of Dom. There is actually like a pretty funny line where they meet up later on, where Shaw kind of lampshades the series, where he's like, starts out stealing DVD players in East LA, ends up with $100 million in Rio. It's like, wow, this series is fucking crazy.
We've come a long way.
We've come a long way.
Which is
Yeah.
surprising because 2 of the movies had nothing to do with that trajectory.
Yeah.
It was 1 and 4, and all of a sudden.
So it ramped up real quick, real fast, and furiously.
Indeed.
Wait, are we still before when he was stealing DVDs?
No,
That was the first movie.
that was the first movie. Like,
But that was the first chronological.
No, these prequels are between.
yeah, these prequels
Three,
are I consider putting a timeline on here, but basically it's like this movie, Too Fast, these 3, Tokyo Drift slots in, and then the rest are just like chronological. Tokyo Drift is the anomaly because they wanted Han back. That's basically why it's like this.
Okay.
Otherwise,
once they didn't have Han anymore, it was like, all right, we'll keep going.
yeah, kind of. You know, the Bucks had to stop at some point.
Right.
Can't keep making prequels here. Okay, so yeah, the tech bomb. We have like a come to God moment. Dom is kind of like talking with like the crew about how like Letty didn't recognize him, shot him in the shoulder. He's fine, by the way. He's got broad shoulders. He's good. And you know, there's a line. I forget who says it. It might be either Roman or Brian, where he's like, they're like, maybe the Letty we knew is gone, Dom. And Dom, with his one of his famous comebacks, is like, don't turn your back on family, even when they do.
Ooh, right.
Even when they do. So he's gonna try and get through to Letty, no matter what. So the problem is that Shaw has the location to this tech bomb. All right, he knows where it is, but they don't know where it is quite yet. It got stolen from Interpol, and I guess they like can't procure that information quite yet. So they need to get another way to find out where he's gonna hit next. But they also need to like kind of like regroup and build up their power level a little bit. So some of them head off to like find some like really nice cars. Dom and Brian like trace the bullet from Letty's gun to like a pawn shop to kind of like figure out where they're located. And then the rest of the group, Giselle, Riley Hicks, Han, and Roman, they find the guy who made the Shawmobiles, and they try to get through him. This is Shaw's group is relentless. They are vindictive. They're bad guys. So when they end up figuring out that they're going to the maker of the Shawmobiles, he might spill the beans. So what do? They get into a shootout and they kill him.
Right.
They don't give a fuck. They don't give a fuck about him. He was weak, okay? Same thing happens to one of Shaw's men. Shaw's men gets killed. Letty has a problem with this because she's still good. She's still a good person, and that's when Shaw kind of gives up his might makes right sort of ideology.
He changes his actual attitude here.
Oh,
you're saying this is when he explains?
Yeah, this is when Shaw
Gotcha.
explains
Gotcha.
it's like only the strong survive.
Survival of the fittest.
Survival of the fittest
Very
ideal.
Sigma. Very Sigma. Yeah.
Owen Shaw is he's a Sigma male. He's a Sigma male for sure. He goes his own way.
Relatable. So relatable.
And this is also where we find out the Arturo Braga connection. Brian goes to undercover in prison for a little while to talk to Braga specifically. Okay, there's a meetup again. Dom ends up meeting up with Letty. They end up doing a street race in LA. So there's some, not LA, London. So there's a little London street culture back in the films. It's not a lot, but it's still there. He's trying to jog her memory, but none of it's working. But he does leave her with a memento. He gives her the cross necklace.
Oh, wow.
So
awesome.
Hands it over. She kind of doesn't really know what to do with this thing, but she leaves. And this is, it turns out that just be careful because it's kind of hard to latch together.
I won't fuck with it. Okay.
Yeah. I wish I had a longer chain, but I got it off Amazon. And it was fucking,
Right.
Yeah. What are you gonna do? Letty ends up leaving this meeting between her and Dom, and it turns out that Shaw was tailing her the whole time, and he kind of basically explains his methodology to Dom, saying oh, you're weak. All you care about is family. I don't care about family. That makes me better than you. I keep forgetting to do the accent. Probably for the best.
I like it.
Thanks. So, there's a bit of a standoff. They're Shaw has a sniper trained on Dom's head. But Dom thought ahead. Dom actually had Hobbs in a building far away from here and trains a sniper on Shaw's head. So it's a complete standoff. They have to basically back off, and they both leave to their respective bases. Letty and Shaw have a quick conversation. He spies the cross necklace, and he's like, "What's that?" And she's like, "It's nothing. Forget about it. Want it? Forget about it, cuh. You want it?" And she just leaves it on the ground. And presumably, I don't know if we see this, but presumably for events that happen later in the movie, Shaw gets the cross necklace. So if you could pass it along to one of your fellow classmates, I'm sorry you only got to hold it for so long, but the cross necklace is now in the hands of Owen Shaw.
That's me.
All right. So Hobbs and Riley Hicks, they do some investigative work, and they figure out that the final piece of this tech bomb is in a NATO base in Spain, and there is. Okay, yeah. Well, there's a pretty funny line where Dom is just in Spain, but that's out of the country.
It sure is.
And it sure is.
That's never been a problem before this point.
This is the typical writing you could expect for these movies.
Yeah.
Spain, that's a whole new building.
Oh wait, I'm just processing. Right, that's a ridiculous thing to say. Right? Yes.
Yes.
It is in fact Spain.
So
true.
they
Unless
Hobbs.
there's some specific reason he can't leave the country.
Well, if you said Barcelona or something,
Yeah.
then you'd be oh, that's whatever. Yeah.
No, not really. I mean, they're technically still fugitives, but Hobbs is working with them, so they would be able to, as long as he's under their jurisdiction, he'd be able to protect them from any sort of punishment or anything.
Sure.
So as long as they all go as a team, or at least whatever. Hobbs decides, he's gonna get a leg up on Shaw. He's going to move this tech bomb out of the NATO base to another part before Shaw can even swoop in and take it. Problem. This was all according to plan.
Of course.
Shaw expected Hobbs to take the tech bomb out of the building, out of the NATO base. Now it's out of the fucking NATO base. It's on the highway. So what do? They swoop in and they take the tech bomb that's situated in this nice big truck. So Dom anticipated this, and the rest of the family, they're all driving down to this big highway. And it's another fight between these two rival gangs. They end up using like a big like wire to like sort of like stop the truck in its tracks, and it does stop the truck. Problem: in the back of the truck, what else is there but a tank? So Shaw and Letty have commandeered a tank, and they're driving it out onto the highway. And since Shaw is such a fucking bad dude, he's such an asshole, he's literally opening fire on other people who are just going to work.
Oh, nice.
And just blowing them up. Letty objects to this.
Wow, okay.
Letty is not a fan of this, but she doesn't really have she can't really do anything about it.
I assume there's like a reason to do that, like the cars are in the way, or like,
No, he's just doing this
for
He's
no
probably
reason.
just excited to be driving a tank.
So there's it's like a
They were weak. They didn't even have a tank. Bam, bam.
They
they're
were
all
weak. They're weak.
Yeah.
They're going to work like wage cucks.
Yeah, that's true.
It's
That's true.
literally like two double highways like separated by like a bridge on open water. He's like opening fire on the people driving the other way. So they're
Why do you do that?
and like you could say
Okay.
he is like kind of hitting
Is he
He's
firing like,
not evil enough.
explosive shells or like machine gun?
explosive shells.
Holy shit.
Explosive shells. The heavy artillery
He's
is out.
literally just doing GTA in real life.
He's going full GTA, and
Wow.
I mean he is also trying to hit Dom and his crew.
Oh, so he's like trying to hit them, and like sure, there's a lot of collateral damage, but like I don't care. They were weak. Should have been strong.
Yeah, kinda, basically.
Okay, sure.
Okay.
So at least there's like he's not like being a total sociopath for literally no reason. I know that it's a borderline case. I'm just
It is,
saying.
it is.
At least he stands to gain something.
There is
practical.
something to this,
Yeah,
yes.
Yeah. Okay.
But eventually, like Roman gets caught in the front of the tank. Did I mention that like the rest of the crew is here?
I assumed that was the case.
The rest of
but-
the crew is here minus Leo and Santo. They're not in this one. But yeah, Roman's caught under the treads of the tank, but he actually this actually works out okay for him. He ends up attaching the car to the front of this tank and gets out, like escapes the car before the tank can completely run it over. But now it's attached to the tank gun, like the gun of the tank, and it is basically kind of like it's unaligned it, and it is close to like the car is close to falling off of this like highway, which would like anchor the tank in some way. So Shaw is like, Letty, get out there and fix that. So Letty's like, okay.
Wow.
So she under duress, I assume, she's like out and she's like trying to get rid of the chain attached to the tank head, and unfortunately, in the process of this, it ends up falling. The car ends up falling off of the highway, which causes the tank head to fling around. While Letty is holding onto it, she gets flung into the air. So, not good. Thankfully, though, Dominic Toretto is here. He is driving on the highway, and he makes the executive decision. He gets out of his car. He leaps out. Nate.
Is he in a Dodge Charger?
It's actually, it's not the Dodge Charger, but it is like a muscle car of sorts.
Okay, thank God.
He jumps out of his car and catches Letty in midair,
Oh, nice.
which like I guess like the counter direction or something, which like flings them both to another car that is just like crashed on the side of the road. They land on the windshield. He like back first, and they're fine.
Right.
They're saved.
Makes sense.
Wow.
They're
Vin
safe.
Diesel's, very.
Of course, yeah. I mean, his back
He
is
lands
like
on a stationary car.
stationary car.
Wow.
Yes, I know, perfect. Right. How convenient
Quite
that
convenient
quite
indeed, you might say.
convenient. Oh
I mean, a car wouldn't really cushion your fall.
no, it
Very-
would not.
very
But
much
it,
not.
Like a little, like the windshield shatters. And
Maybe
gives
if you
some
land
amount of
on the
give.
windshield and
it does. Yeah,
A
it
little
shatters
bit.
the windshield, and like you could say like, oh, this shock absorbs the blow. His back should be fucking broken.
And just to clarify, they were traveling like at tank speed at this point.
Yeah,
Tanks, I guess, don't go that fast.
they don't go that fast.
Maybe I don't know.
right.
So
I've heard more unbelievable things in the world.
So because of this like car weighing down the tank, it's basically like stuck. It can't move, and they managed to apprehend Shaw. They end up going back to the NATO base to kind of like regroup almost, and basically make him give up the tech bomb. But Shaw has a plan.
Was
has
it
a-
his plan all along to get captured?
it wasn't his. I don't think it was necessarily his plan. It was more like a contingency plan, where like in case this happens, everyone has plans within plans, right? It's perfect. It's the greatest crime. So he had a plan within a plan. He has a hostage. He has a hostage that like, if you do not release me right now, I will kill my hostage. And you're gonna want to let me go, because who is it? He shows it like with a screen or something. It is Mia. So White Hobbs and like a couple of the other guys, they had found Mia at her like home. Elena actually managed to get away with their baby, Brian and Mia's baby.
So they don't have the baby.
They don't have the baby.
Okay.
They just have Mia, but they're like, we'll fucking kill her if you do not let Shaw go. So
Precious family.
Precious family. Yeah,
He's weak.
exactly. Shaw is
weak.
using Dom's family for his gain. That a total weakness of Dom. Little does he know, it is a great strength.
Indeed.
As we'll see. As we'll see very shortly.
Powerful family.
Powerful family. Surprisingly, Hobbs is like totally okay with Dom allowing Brian and or allowing Dom and Brian to let Shaw escape. You think there would be like at least a little conflict, but
He seems more and more willing to ignore rules entirely.
Yeah, and like it's an innocent woman on the line. Maybe it's like a chivalrous thing. I don't know, but yeah, they basically let him leave carte blanche. Like it's fine. He can leave. He can leave as long as he frees Mia. And Letty's part of like kind of like the group again a little bit, or at least she's there. And as Shaw is going to leave the base unharmed, presumably to escape with his tech bomb, he's like, "You coming, babe?" And we see like a shot of Letty kind of sitting on the stairs, and then the camera refocuses to Riley Hicks, Gina Carano. She was a double agent the whole time, working with Shaw on the inside. So they both leave, and they're going to escape to like this giant cargo jet to parts unknown, aerial. And Shaw is such an asshole. He's actually just planning to kill Mia anyway. Okay. But
I kind of figured.
Conveniently, he does not have cell service in between this event, so he cannot call the hit.
And where are they?
They're at the NATO base still.
You'd think they would have cell service at the NATO base.
It's while he's like driving in between the NATO base to like this large runway. I know. It is convenient.
That's the only reason he just didn't have service.
Thank God he's not on the right.
He didn't have service, right? Well, it is weird because like they could just like not have done that. They just wanted you to think that Shaw is like a total asshole, like he sucks.
Yeah.
But like it just adds some convenience. So we have that. They have some time before they're going to kill Mia. So it's off to the races. They're gonna chase him, and they catch up to Shaw and Riley Hicks pretty quick, and they make it to the iconic endless runway. This is a very famous like set piece of Fast and Furious 6. The remainder of this movie basically takes place on this runway where this plane is going for, I want to say like 20 minutes. Okay. It's like the endless staircase in like Mario 64 or something. There's just no end. It is nighttime, so like there's just no end in sight to this fucking runway. It's crazy. I know they're big airfields, but like Jesus Christ. They all end up. They basically end up. Some of them make it onto the cargo plane, and it turns out Mia is actually on there. So like, if they were not there, if they didn't catch up in the nick of time, Shaw would have been able to call the hit on personally. But Dom and Brian make it on. They fight him off. Brian escapes with Mia. Shaw's sort of like second in command, chases after him in her Shawmobile. I call her Girl Brian. She has a real name, but she's Girl Brian. Sure. Brian ends up turning the tables on her by basically like using the ramps to his benefit, by like obscuring like a median that he was like right behind. So he ramps off of her Shawmobile, and Girl Brian crashes into a median, presumably died on impact. She's out of the picture. A couple of the other racers are attaching like grappling hooks to the plane to kind of weigh it down so it can't quite launch yet. And then it's a full-on fisticuff brawl on the plane itself. Shaw and Shaw, Dom, Hobbs, and White Hobbs. They're all fighting each other. There's a very famous part where Shaw kind of has Hobbs like at gunpoint. He's gonna pull the trigger, and Dom is like fighting off White Hobbs. Dom does this legendary full send headbutt like this to White Hobbs. All head, no arms, no nothing, and it basically knocks White Hobbs into Shaw, which gives them enough time to like get back into the fight. Letty is also on board, and she's fighting Riley Hicks. We have to, the women must fight the women.
That's
in these films. Yeah. That's how it works. And they end up. Letty ends up defeating Riley Hicks, presumably killing her by basically launching a grappling hook at her while she's basically standing in front of the emergency door for the plane. So she flies out of the fucking plane. She's gone. Never to be seen again. Brutal. Han and Giselle are going around. They're one of the cars that are getting weighed down, but the plane is kind of starting to take off, so they're flying in the air. And remember that Han and Giselle are like an item at this point. One of Shaw's men gets on board of the plane, or of Han and Giselle's car. And Giselle's kind of like hanging on to the car while Han's like trying to grab her up. And then all of a sudden she sees that a guy is basically about to fucking whack Han and kill him. So she does a noble sacrifice. She lets go of the car, pulls out a gun, fires 2 at the guy behind Han, and she falls into the inky blackness below. Giselle is gone.
Wow.
She has died. Han gets a rage boost from this, beats the guy off, and ends up throwing him into...
He beats the guy off? That's what he does?
He beats the guy off, tells him to forget about it, and throws him into the engine of the plane, and he gets syndromed and dies.
You're right.
And
That's syndrome.
He gets syndromed and dies.
Yeah.
Dom ends up gaining the briefcase that the tech bomb is in, and knocks Shaw out of the plane with the turbulence, and he also flies into the inky blackness below, presumably dead.
When you fall into the inky blackness, you're just falling onto the road.
You're falling onto a runway like 100 feet in the air.
Oh, that's not that high. I mean, it's enough to kill you for sure, theoretically.
Yes,
Wait,
yeah.
Are they not driving on the road?
Some of them are driving on the road, but they're in the plane right now, and the plane is kind of starting to take off.
Oh, they're like on the plane.
Yes.
Oh, okay.
Some of them are on the plane, some of them aren't.
Dude, 100-foot drop though is nothing for a Fast and the Furious character.
But
that's
at plane
light work.
speed though?
Yeah, they're going pretty. You have to go
Fast
pretty
and
fast to
Furious.
take off.
Yeah.
But
it's like in the air. It's like in the air.
But
Right,
for
but it's
Shaw
incredible
is
how we're lifting off and
this ostensibly defeats Shaw.
Sure.
And the only one left on the plane still is Dom, besides the pilots, of course. But all this sustained damage to the plane is causing the plane to crash. So it's starting to crash. Dom gets into one of the cars, and he's like trying to get out of the plane, and we just kind of see the rest of the crew kind of regrouping. One of them's like, "Where's Giselle?" And Han's like, "Don't want to talk about
Forget
it.
about her, cuz.
Forget. I'll never forget about her, cuz." And we just see a wide shot of the plane fucking exploding, and they're like, "Oh shit, Dom, no!"
Oh no.
Out of the explosion, a car comes flying out. Dom has got it. He's driving the car. He's driving the car. He's got the briefcase. Oh no! It's causing the explosion still. A bigger explosion. Dom's car is gone. Oh fuck! Now he's definitely dead.
A smaller car drives out of that car,
and it keeps going.
Yeah.
Out of the explosion of this car, you just see Dom walking out of it with the briefcase. He is fine.
Pretty good.
He's pretty good. The car took most of the damage. It's fine.
It's got crumple zones.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. And he has secured the tech base, the tech bomb briefcase. Mission fucking accomplished.
Wow.
Or maybe more just like a mission complete because we lost one along the way.
Right.
But Hobbs holds up his end of the deal. This was all to basically free his crew, and they all get their records wiped clean. Wow. And also, with a little cherry on top, Dom also requests that he gets the original Toretto home back in his name, and they move back there, and they have the first of many family barbecues that most of these movies end in. Everyone gathering up, having a barbecue. It's all great.
Millionaires now, though.
Everyone loves a barbecue.
Yeah, but you know, you gotta
back to the Toretto home. Wasn't that in
you gotta keep in touch with your roots. You know, your family roots. That's where you grew up, family.
Just moved to like Bel Air or something.
All the money's going to the
I feel like
so.
this is maybe a syndrome of like aging directors and aging producers. Like it's such like a dad thing. Like,
Yeah,
like, everybody gets together for a barbecue.
Yeah.
This is kind of
It doesn't
a
end
dad
with,
franchise.
Yeah, right, for sure.
For sure. There is kind of like an awkward sort of hashing out that needs to be done between Elena and Letty. Letty is back on the crew, and
two of Dom's ladies, right?
yes,
Right,
yes.
right.
Elena, like the good cuck she is, she allows Letty to go back into Dom's
the
life.
fuck?
Like the good cuck she is, she allows this to happen.
She was there first.
Letty surprisingly doesn't have her memory back yet. I'm surprised.
Her heart again.
Yeah.
Right.
They'll make new memories.
Right.
Exactly. And Han, who doesn't have much left to live for at this point. He lost his Israeli flame, Gal Gadot,
Right.
Giselle. He's like, you know what? It's time.
I feel the call.
I start
the call.
time I start a new life in Tokyo. For his ultimate fate. There's this really iconic shot. I'm gonna show it on the screen where Hobbs kind of meets up with Dom here. He's at the barbecue, at least for a little while, and they're kind of like talking to each other like this, like back to back, and you just see like through the perspective, like Hobbs' head is like really big compared to like Vin
He
Diesel.
does have a very large head.
And at this point, they have graduated from like begrudging respect to like tentative allies. They are now like
family, dare we say?
respected family, like rival type characters. He is basically in the family at this point, and that is the end of Fast and Furious 6. But once again, we are treated to a mid-credit scene.
All right.
And what is the mid-credit scene? We're back in Tokyo.
Ooh.
It is the event of Han's death.
Oh.
He crashes his fucking car. We see it all over again. Old wounds open up. But, you know, before, it was just some random car that hit him. Mm-hmm. Now we see the driver.
No.
Right.
Guy steps out of the car. It is Jason Statham.
Oh, right. Okay.
He is walking out of the car. He has the necklace.
Ooh, okay.
He throws it at Han's car as it's flaming and exploding, and he calls a number, and he's like, Dominic Toretto, you don't know me, but you're gonna. And closes it up, and the car fucking explodes. Han was murdered. And we're going to find out all about his murderer in Furious 7. This is the big one. This is the big movie. This is the movie. This is the fourth highest grossing fucking film of all time.
Whoa.
Nate.
They should have hired me to do design because I would have put Furious, but put like the F backwards, so it's like a 7. It's just like an extra line.
Oh, that would have been cool.
They should have done that, but it's okay.
That would have been cool. That
See,
would have been cool.
Just backwards. It could have worked.
You know, they might do like a little After Effects credit thing in the movie itself. But actually, I think
Sure.
it's called Fast and Furious 7 in the movie
Sure.
itself. Again, another one of those title
Furious
discrepancy.
6 in the movie, but everyone calls it Fast and Furious.
They've
And
switched
then
around.
everyone calls it Furious 7, but the movie calls it Fast and Furious. They can never win.
But yeah.
So this is the peak
This
financially.
this is the financial peak of the franchise. This made a buttload of money. Boatloads.
More than the first one? The first one was like a huge hit, right?
All
Huge
these
hit for
movies,
2001.
are several $100 million blockbuster films, but Furious 7 made $1.5 billion.
It's that 7. People love 7s. It's a beautiful number.
Well, there is a real life event that occurred during the production of Furious 7 that I do believe contributed to the major success of this film. During a auto show or something, Paul Walker was showing off a car and he got into an accident and he died. Paul Walker, Brian O'Connor's character, has passed away, or the actor himself has passed away, and this is his final on-screen appearance in the franchise. So this caused a lot of production issues for the movie. Thankfully, a lot of Paul Walker's scenes were already filmed. I think they said 80% of them were done.
Yeah.
Okay.
So to
And
fill
not
in,
to mention, I think honestly his character faded out of the. It seems he faded out of focus a lot after 5.
he's still
He's really not much.
he's
of a
still
character.
part of the cast, and he gets like plenty of screen time in it. But I mean, it is like most everyone kind of gets like
he's
their
like a straw
share.
hat that got his arc,
Yeah.
and then he's there, but
He's still like a main focus character.
sure.
But yeah, like I mean, like Fast and Furious 6 is mostly a Dom story, and Brian is just there. But this one is pretty firmly a Brian one.
Wow.
Especially because of the events. So like the remainder of like the footage that wasn't shot, they did a lot of like stand-in actors or like clever editing.
Yeah.
They used Paul Walker's brothers for a lot of the stand-ins, and sometimes a lot of stuff they contacted Peter Jackson's like Weta Digital like CG company to kind of like do like his face for like certain stand-in shots that they needed to do. So like you'll notice like a lot if you're aware of this, which you probably are if you watch the movie, like a lot of like shots you'll just kind of see like people talking to Brian, like to like the back of his head sometimes, or like one of his big fight scenes at the end of the movie is mostly like in darkness, so like it's probably just a way to like cover his face a little better. You can still kind of see him, but the flaws get wrinkled out from the darkness. And also Dwayne Johnson, Luke Hobbs, was committed to another film at the time. It was like Hercules or something, some random movie no one cares about. So he's actually not in this movie that much. He shows up at the beginning, appears at the end. So a lot of production troubles with this movie. But we start with this mystery man from the last movie. He is talking to a man in a coma in a hospital bed. It is Owen Shaw. Owen Shaw has survived his injuries at the end of Fast and Furious 6, but he is in a coma.
So I was right. He fell out of the plane and he was okay. I knew it.
Shaw's like pure rage for all things family. It turns out it was kind of projection because his brother loves him a lot. Oh. He really likes his little brother Owen. What was it? Jason Statham. His name. Deckard Shaw. Deckard Shaw, and he is going to be our villain for this movie. Deckard Shaw is like a fucking one-man army guy. He is also like former Black Ops guy, like gone rogue. He basically is like a hitman for hire dude, and he's gonna fucking find who injured Shaw.
Do you think also Jason Statham being in it also helped it a lot financially?
Yes, definitely. Jason Statham was a big draw.
Yeah.
Because he's a huge like action movie star. Does all his own stunts kind of guy. This is when like the full like all action scenes, action, all sorts of stuff. In fact, like Shaw has found Hobbs's like HQ almost, and is basically like on his computer trying to like find the records of what the fuck happened to his brother. Hobbs ends up, this is after hours, but Hobbs ends up finding this. They get into a big fight. Elena kind of steps in for the assist, but Shaw uses like a bunch of like gadgets and stuff. He's a gadget guy and like a gun, like artillery dude, and like he throws like hockey puck grenades almost. And there's like this big hockey puck grenade right in front of Elena. So Hobbs, being the big chivalrous hero he tackles her out of the way out of a fucking 3-story window. They land on the back of a truck. Bam! Hobbs back first. He's actually hurt pretty bad from this. So he's going to be in the hospital for the rest of this movie. But Elena is fine.
Makes sense.
And from this process, Shaw has found out the names of the people who hurt his brother, and he's going to start with Han. So we see that scene again, the mid-credit scene from the last movie. He drops this thing. We actually get the other end of the phone call. Like, so he's calling Dom, and we just go back to the Toretto home. It's him, Mia, Brian, and their kid. Mia and Brian's kid. Like, Brian has kind of like become, since the last movie, he's sort of like adapting to civvy life almost. He's driving like a minivan and stuff, and he's like, I want to kill people again. I want to go on like fast races and stuff. that's kind of like his character throughout the movie, reckoning with the fact that he's a family man now, but
Right.
ooh, I love action. And he's gonna get a big dose of action very soon.
Wait, that's Dom or Brian?
Brian. I mean, they're all kind of retired, sort of.
Yeah.
But Brian is the one hurting the most. He's feeling the call to adventure the most. So we see like outside of the Toretto house, there's a package from Tokyo, and they get a phone call from this like unknown number. Dom does anyway, and he like picks it up, and we just get the phone call. It's like, Dom and Toretto, you don't know me, but I'm gonna fucking find you and kill you. And then he like turns around, sees the package from Tokyo. Oh shit! Tackles like Mia to the ground. Brian was like a little further away in like his car. The house explodes. The box was a bomb, and Shaw has made his mark. But for now, he's kind of cooling off for a bit. Like that was his big entrance. He's gonna lay in wait a little while longer. They need to go. Dom needs to go check up on Han. He's worried about him. And this is when we have finally made it past the Fast and the Furious Tokyo Drift in the timeline. We get that original scene where, like, oh, says he knew Han. Han was family. And then, that is why Dom was in Tokyo to retrieve the remains of Han and have a funeral back in LA.
Makes sense.
We cut between like archive footage of the original film, and then it goes to like a new scene where Han or Sean and Han and Sean, Jesus, where Sean and Dom are like talking.
Han, Dom, with Sean.
Han, Dom, Sean.
Brian and Shaw.
Shaw,
and Sean.
Shaw, Sean. It's different, I swear. It's SEAN, so it's fine. They're like talking off to the side, and it's like new footage. So Lucas Black looks even older.
Right.
So he's now like a 30-something-year-old teenager, and it is very awkward. Dom also looks older, but he hides it a little better.
Yeah.
And alongside with like the remains of like Han or like whatever was left from the wreck, he ends up giving Dom the cross necklace. Because Shaw had left it at the scene of the crime.
Right.
Dom's got it back.
Dom has it back, but it's a little bittersweet. So, we're at the funeral, Han's funeral, and Dom ends up finding or seeing Shaw kind of like off to the side. So he ends up chasing them down. He confronts him, but he fucking pulls out like a sledgehammer or something. But as we've established, Shaw's a gadget guy, so he starts pulling. He pulls out like an M15 or something and starts just shooting at him.
That's a gadget. It's a fucking gun.
That's good.
Allegedly a gadget. So Dom is kind of fucked. Thankfully, a bunch of guys helicopter out from the sky to rescue him, and the leader of this they scare Shaw off. The leader of this like Black Ops group that just saved Dom like walks up to him, and he's like, "Hello, Dom. I'd like to offer you a job." And his name is Mr. Nobody.
Okay.
He is played by Kurt Russell.
Oh, great.
So that's kind of cool. That's kind of cool, right? But Mr. Nobody is the leader of this like Black Ops like unaffiliated government organization called the Agency, and the Agency wants something real bad. They want this computer program called God's Eye. Okay. Now this is 2015, so like the Edward Snowden stuff was still pretty fresh. God's Eye is a program. It's called the Ultimate Surveillance Program. It can hack into like any camera in the world, and you can get visual on basically everything. So pretty big deal. Mark.
I think one of the recent Mission Impossible movies had this like exact same.
I believe it.
I mean, like the Batman movie has this concept too. Like it's a you see
I
it.
know, it's just,
They're a little slow to it, actually.
Yeah,
They're supposed to be fast.
Indeed.
Indeed.
Well, I'm furious about it. So
I'm furious indeed. So they want Dom's help to get this computer program back because its creator Ramsey are being held hostage by this African like warlord terrorist guy named Mose Jakunde.
Okay.
Mose Jakunde, he's got Ramsey, and Mr. Nobody, he wants Ramsey in God's eye because agency would love an ultimate surveillance program. That sounds really fucking cool.
What does this have to do with cars?
Not much.
Okay.
Not much at this point.
All right.
But
They're being recruited as like agents.
It's like
to do
Mission
this
Impossible.
stuff.
they're
Yeah.
being held hostage. Ramsey is held hostage in a car of sorts,
there
a
you
bus, sort of.
Yeah.
So Mr. Nobody is like, look, Dom, if you do this job for me, I'll let you use God's eye to find Shaw so you can kill him.
Right.
And he's like, cool, let's do it. They get like parachuted down to like some remote location. They find Ramsey. They find Ramsey. She's played by it's spelled with an H, but it's like Natalie or Nathalie Emanuel. She was in like Game of Thrones. I think she was one of the Sand Snakes or something. I didn't watch Game of Thrones, but yeah. British.
They're cringe. Those are cringe. Hopefully she's better here.
She's pretty cool here. She's got this like big fro. It's cool. And Brian ends up rescuing her from the truck or like the plane or whatever in like a last ditch moment before it's like falling off a cliff or something. And Dom ends up getting.
Have they gone to Africa after this warlord now?
They actually. I think they might be in Africa. I don't remember.
Okay.
I don't remember if it's clear. I think Mose Jakunde, he is based in Africa, but he's a globetrotter.
Sure. Okay.
Yeah.
So Dom ends up with Ramsey in his car. Bless you. He ends up with Ramsey in his car, and Mose Jakunde. Excuse me, Jesus. It's the fucking NOS again.
It's the NOS.
It's the NOS. Mose Jakunde personally, because he wasn't part of this like transportation crew. He comes personally with like his own like cabal of guys, and he has basically Dom at gunpoint at like this cliffside with Ramsey. He's like, "Give me Ramsey back, or else." And he's like, "No." He like spins out his car, kicking up a bunch of dust so no one can see him, and he drives his car with Ramsey in it off a cliff. And thankfully, this car is super safe. All they need to do is hold on, and they're like falling down this hill. The car is completely totaled by the end. It is just a frame.
Brace yourself.
That's literally what they do. They brace themselves, and they're fine. They're fine. The car is just like a frame at that point, but they get away with Ramsey, and they're like, okay. There is this part where Tej and Roman are like, whoa, like Cypher. She's like, or it's not Cypher. That's another character. Ramsey's like, dude, she's hot, and like, but she's like a hacker. That's kind of weird, like a sort of gamer girl.
Like a smart woman. That is. I agree with you. That is an unusual.
Tej
thing
and
to
Roman
say.
find that very unusual, which says a lot about their character.
That's amazing.
It's amazing.
I'm disgusted.
Well, not just
Yeah.
no. Well, here's the thing: not a smart, beautiful woman. So that very unusual to Tej and Roman specifically.
You gotta pick
You have
two.
to pick a lane. You can't.
Yeah, she somehow managed to juggle both.
Wow.
But they're like, all right, Ramsey, we need God's eye. She's like, problem. I gave God's eye to a friend in Abu Dhabi. We need to go to Abu Dhabi. Okay, they go to Abu Dhabi. Friend of Ramsey, we need God's eye. He's like, problem. I did not know this was valuable. I gave it away, or I sold it to some Jordanian prince.
Okay.
A Jordanian prince.
Some Nigerian prince told me he just needed God's eye, and then he'd send me
Specifically
$2,000.
Jordanian. Mark.
I've noticed that in a lot of like modern movies now, they do this plot structure where it's like straight up video game. Like
It is like video
It's
game
like,
level.
go
Like
here.
we need to
Oh,
go here.
you
Well, they
go
want
here.
all these exotic locations in these
Yeah.
movies,
Yeah,
especially for
part of the
trailers,
appeal.
right?
Yeah.
So they need to sneak into this this like Jordanian prince's like party he's hosting,
In a car.
DJ'd by T-Pain.
No,
All right. Cool.
So there's our Twitch streamer cameo for some reason. This prince has God's eye. Unbeknownst to him that this is like anything at all, it's actually in a car he keeps like in a room. It's a Lycan Hypersport. It's like one of those like really like bougie cars, like fancy sports car stuff. So they need to get God's Eye out of this car and get it away. So they're all kind of pairing off and doing their own thing. Dom and Brian are the one that find the hypersport, and they basically like circle jerk the car, or are like mad that this guy, like, he's not using the car, he just has it on like display. And I think it's like Dom's like, nothing's sadder than locking a beast in a cage. and Brian's just like, I just want to like fucking kick this guy's ass for doing this. Like, what the fuck? This is so fucked up. But anyway, they're off to work trying to find God's Eye. They actually end up like not being able to find it because their cover is blown. Because Letty ends up getting into a scuffle with the leader of the Prince's Guard. And this is our woman who can't act cameo for this movie, former MMA fighter cameo as well. It is Ronda Rousey. Ronda Rousey has made it into this film, and that's her and Letty are going to get into a fight. And oh my God,
How 2015 of you.
How very, very 2015. You thought Gina Carano, you thought Gal Gadot were bad. Ronda Rousey makes them look like fucking Orson Welles. It is crazy. She has like 2 lines and it is nonsense. It is terrible. So they're all getting to a fight. Brian is like, fuck it. Hot wires the car and basically starts driving it out of this place, this big venue. It's causing all this chaos. And of course, all this chaos, who could show up but Shaw? Shaw arrives because he's like the nemesis almost. He basically just kicks down the door. He basically just like has like a machine gun. He's just opening fire on everyone, just like no cause for concern or anything. He wants to kill Dom. They end up like running him over a bit overhead, so he's fine.
It's so silly that like if you help us get Mind's Eye, you can use it to help you find
this guy
Shaw.
that keeps showing
the
up.
guy that is just gonna come to you. He came to your buddy's funeral.
I think the idea is that they get the element of surprise.
Yeah, right.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Does he nap?
Yeah, exactly.
Does Jason Statham nap?
We haven't seen him sleep, I don't think, in any of the movies. But they end up driving the car out of this like big building in Abu Dhabi. It's like this, I think it's like a famous building where it's like the World Trade Center plus one. There's like one big one, a small one.
Is it the Burj Khalifa?
No. That's
Dubai.
Mission Impossible.
Oh, right. Yeah.
That's Mission Impossible.
Easily confused at this point.
Easily confused at this point,
true,
yes.
that's
Very similar film series by now. They end up driving the car through like the buildings trying to get God's Eye out. And basically in the nick of time, right before they run out of buildings to crash through, Brian gets God's Eye out, it crashes, and the Lycon Hypersport is fucking destroyed. But they got God's Eye back. Perfect. They've also managed to evade Shaw. And now that they have God's Eye, they can track him down. They track him down to this like warehouse, and like it's him, or it's Dom, Brian, Mr. Nobody, and a bunch of like other guys, like some Mr. Nobodies, like shock troopers almost. And they all like hold him up at gunpoint, but Shaw is unfazed. He's eating dinner in the middle of this dimly lit warehouse, like a nice steak dinner, and Shaw is like, you know that saying? The enemy of my enemy is my friend. And Dom hits him back with an epic comeback. I don't got friends. I got family. Family. Exactly. But unfortunately,
I thought he was going to say, we're not so different after
No, we're very
No,
different. We're very different. Shaw, well, I guess they're similar in the fact that they're not the same. Shaw has teamed up with Mose Jakunde. And
right.
Mose Jakunde's men open fire on Mr. Nobody's men. It's a complete fucking slaughter. Mr. Nobody gets shot in the process. He's like guns akimboing them, but he can't do it all. They escape. Dom, Brian, and Mr. Nobody are the only ones to escape. Unfortunately, catastrophically, they left behind God's Eye.
Oh, no.
So now Mose Jakunde has God's Eye. That's not good. That's a really big problem. And now they're teamed up with Shaw. That's bad. But they have there's a plan. There's a plan in place. Because they still have Ramsey. Mose Jakunde wants Ramsey dead. Because I believe it's because she's the creator of God's Eye. So theoretically she could make some sort of countermeasure to it. Bless you. She can make some sort of countermeasure to it, or et cetera, et cetera. So she needs to be dead. They need to go and they're going to go to find Ramsey. So it's basically just a waiting game for them. Shoot. So their plan is basically to wait out in LA and get like a home game going on here. They're going to try and use Ramsey's computer skills to hack into God's Eye and take it back remotely using like satellites throughout the city. Oh boy. So yeah, all right. The plan is simple. We're gonna do that. Dom stops by the shed. We get like this big montage, the shed of the Toretto home. He has rebuilt his Dodge Charger. It's ready to go.
Nice.
Again.
It's ready to go. It's ready to go. We have like a song's like "Wake Up" by Rage at home playing in the background while they're both like gearing up. Dom's like sawing off his shotgun or something, and Brian is like gearing up in his like Nissan Skyline or whatever. He has like the FBI vest. He rips the FBI tag off and he's like gearing up. He's ready to go. They're gonna take this guy out. Dom leaves the necklace behind, gives it to Letty. So he's passing that one around, in case he doesn't come back or something. Even though she's part of the mission as well.
Oh.
So there you go. She's part of the mission. Okay. The plan is basically they're going to like lure Mose Jacunde and his like helicopter throughout LA while Ramsey like hacks into God's Eye remotely. And like they need to stick close to him so they can keep like the wireless signal going. All the while, Mose Jacunde sends like this thing called like the Predator drone, and it's basically like a little helicopter or like a plane thing that like flies around, has a minigun at the bottom. It's bad news. They have to like do a bunch of switcheroos between the cars with Ramsey to like pass her around between cars. It's only her and Letty are basically like the last cars they got before this Predator drone is gonna like basically shoot them down. And like LA is basically turned into a full-blown war zone at this point. So it's getting covered on the news. And who sees it on the news but Luke Hobbs in his hospital bed? He sees it and he's like, it's time to step in. It's time to gear up. So he gets out of his hospital bed. He flexes his muscles. His cast breaks off.
Yeah.
He takes his Vicodin, two of it, dry swallows, of course. And he grabs his like revolver that he just had on like the little hospital table, and he's like, "It's time to suit up. Let's get going." He's back in the fight. Seconds before Letty is about to get gunned down by this Predator drone, Hobbs drives in with an ambulance, crashes into the Predator drone, and is taken out. He walks out. He grabs the minigun from the Predator drone, rips it off. Now he's got a minigun. Bad news. Bad news for Mose Jacunde. Meanwhile, Shaw and Dom, they confront each other on like the top of this like this parking garage, and it's like a full blown like duel of the fates. We're getting all sorts of stuff. Like Hobbs is he's fighting a mano now. They're getting to a fist fight. They're each getting like good licks in, etc., etc. We kind of like cut between them as it goes on. Hobbs is like dual wielding wrenches and stuff. So it's like cool stuff like that.
So the wrenches are like the lightsabers of Fast and Furious.
Sort of, yeah. I mean, if the cars aren't. The cars are like the Force, almost.
Yeah.
Or maybe the
Well,
NOS. I don't know.
They have spaceships in Star Wars, so it's like the X-Wings.
Speaking of NOS, has been a while.
Have they been
Have they
using
injected NOS in the last couple
Have they
of
injected
movies?
NOS?
Yeah, they use NOS. They've been using NOS every now and then. Old busted NOS. It's not really about going fast anymore.
I would stand up and cheer.
It's more about
every
being
single
furious
time
right now.
Me too.
So
more about being furious.
yeah. So it's at this point that Mose Jacunde ends up losing God's Eye because Brian had like gone around to like he basically rerouted like the satellite signal. He got into like a big fight. He used his like Samsung Galaxy phone to like reroute the signal or whatever.
Nice.
Basically, he loses God's Eye.
Sponsored by Samsung, hopefully.
Maybe.
With the power of Samsung, you too can thwart a criminal organization.
Yes. So Mose Jacunde is pissed, and I think he just wants like revenge on Dom at this point. So he ends up finding where Shaw and Dom are fighting, and he just starts opening fire on their fight. He's backstabbing Shaw. He's reneging on the deal. This causes the foundation of the parking garage to kind of become unstable, like almost like it's starting to fall apart because it's sustaining helicopter fire. And there is a great moment here where the pavement is cracking apart under Shaw's feet. Dom is like, thing about street fights, streets always win. And he goes and he uses his Gura Gura no Mi. He pushes down on the ground. The ground below Shaw breaks apart and he falls down into the rubble below. He uses the structural integrity falling apart of the plane or of the parking garage to just slam down on the ground, and that causes the ground below Shaw to fall apart as he falls down to the abyss below.
That's got to be the most insane thing that's happened that anyone has specifically done.
I thought earlier in this movie they were driving cars through skyscrapers just to jump to another building.
LA structure. They don't stand a chance to Abu Dhabi's wonderful buildings.
Maybe he was just gonna do that anyway, and he just
It
stopped.
must have been teetering on the edge.
It was teetering on the edge.
Yeah.
He just pushed it
It's just
a little
it's
further.
Like thin ice, and you're like,
It's exactly like very possible. It could definitely happen in real life. Okay, that's all, I won't accept any substitutes.
Okay.
So
Have
Shaw.
you ever been in that situation?
You get
don't know.
Mythbusters on that. Like,
So-
can you crack concrete with your foot?
Inconclusive.
Plausible.
But Shaw is out of the picture now. He's been effectively defeated. Now they need to deal with Moj Jakande. Dom ends up using the remains of the parking garage as it's falling apart. The classic move as a ramp. He ramps up towards the helicopter, assumingly going to collide with it, but he actually just barely misses. But actually, that was all according to plan. Because Dom, in the passenger seat, he had a duffel bag of Shaw's that were full of these grenades. Right. So he chucks the grenades out of his car, and it ends up landing on one of the helicopter legs. So that gives Hobbs the perfect opportunity, who has since saving Letty been distracting Moj Jakande with the minigun suppressive fire. He ends up pulling out his python, just fires at the grenades. The helicopter fucking explodes. Moj Jakande is dead, and the day is saved. Except Dom fucking crashes his charger. He crashes his charger, and it's not looking good for Dom. He gets taken out of his car. He's not breathing.
Oh, no.
Brian tries to resuscitate him, but it doesn't work. Letty ends up coming to him, and is basically at this point throughout the movie, she's been slowly kind of remembering stuff, and this traumatic event has caused her to regain her memories. Yeah. She has got it back. She's crying and crying, holding him in his arm or in her arms, I want you back, I want you back. She gives him the necklace.
Yeah, I knew it.
Which was the perfect elixir of life, as Dom is
not even a kiss.
Not even a kiss.
Gives the cross back.
Gives the cross back, the symbol of family. She's like, I got my memories back. I'm sorry, I love you, Dom. And he's like, I thought this would never happen. It's about time or whatever.
I've been wondering, is there any special significance to indeed? Is there any significance to the cross? He was given it by his dad or anything like that?
I think it is kind of like a family heirloom almost.
Okay, sure. That would be.
There is more than one cross necklace.
Oh.
As we'll get into in a bit.
Okay.
But okay. This is kind of the end of the movie. Shaw's recovered. He's not dead. He's fine. Hobbs ends up capturing him, and he gets put into a CIA black site, almost, or agency, I guess. Agency black site.
He's too cool for normal jail.
Yeah, exactly. He's basically in a solitary confinement
he's
place.
like Magneto.
Or like Eisen.
He is kind of put in a Magneto jail almost.
All right.
So he's down, but he's not out. Whereas the rest of them,
if you let him get his hand on a single gadget, it's over.
It's over. He'll figure something out. We have a nice beach barbecue with our family, our new family, including Ramsey. She's part of the family now. And Dom, he's enjoying the sights, and he takes off. He goes riding away. And this is all of a sudden on the side of the highway. Who shows up? next to him, but Brian O'Connor, and a very famous scene while a certain song is playing, Brian O'Connor, he looks back at him, and he's like, "How about one last ride?" And they kind of like look at each other in like their cars, and they both nod. It's like CG Paul Walker, kind of.
Right,
it looks a little weird, but what are you gonna do?
Right.
And they're driving, and you get like an overhead shot. Dom's taking the highway, and Brian's car takes an exit. He takes an exit to greener pastures. He is now officially retired. Right. And if you don't mind, in honor of Paul Walker, I would like to play a little bit of the song that plays.
Woo, all right.
Charlie Puth and Wiz Khalifa's "See You Again." It's 3 chords. This shouldn't be that bad, but let's
Can
do
we
it.
sing along? Is that all right, or do you want to do it solo?
If you know the words, feel free to sing along. But all right, 1, 2, 3. It's been a long day without you, my friend, and I'll tell you all about it when I see you again. We come a long way from where we began, and I'll tell you all about it when I see you again. When I see you again. Whoa! Rest in peace, Paul Walker.
Yay!
And that is the end of Paul Walker's involvement in the Fast and the Furious movies.
Couldn't ask for better given the circumstances. Given the
Yeah,
unfortunate-
what is actually like interesting about Brian's like character is that he's just like, the character is retired. He's not like dead.
Right.
Like they'll mention him throughout the films as like, oh, he's off screen, he's taking care of the kids, etc., etc. So he's technically still around.
This was already kind of his thing. He was sort of like retiring anyway.
That was
So
like
he's
his arc in the movie.
He
This
wanted one last ride.
He had
one last ride.
Right.
Exactly. Okay. So let's get into
Why didn't they name it One Last Ride or something rather than?
Because they didn't want it to be the one last ride.
That would have been
Really.
a pretty cute subtitle.
ever since Tokyo Drift, they've been really reticent to add like a little like subtitle to the films.
Although Tokyo Drift is iconic.
Everyone
loves Tokyo Drift.
There was a time when titles liked to do the colon subtitle, and then it fell out
I
of
missed
fashion.
And then Snyder brought it back with what is it? He has like a part 1, part 2 thing of like a thing that he's doing.
Sure.
Like a streaming
Sure.
thing.
Justice League, Zack Snyder's Justice League.
Oh yeah.
Oh, Rebel Moon, the Scar Giver.
Okay.
Right. Okay. Yeah. But all right. A few years later, this movie did, like I said, buku bucks. It made a fuck ton of money. It's like one of the best like performing films of all time. So of course, the franchise has gotten a NOS boost, and we're getting movies no matter what. Give him the NOS. He needs it. He needs it.
He's been kind of having some NOS withdrawals.
We're heading to the fate of the Furious F8, as it's sometimes called.
Indeed.
Exactly.
Why-
they
why
couldn't
did
help
they spell
themselves
it
with.
with the A?
I think they do sometimes.
Yeah.
Right. Okay. Good. As they should.
But this one is pretty interesting because we've got like Dom's relationship with Letty is like back in full force. They're talking about like kids and whatnot, but they're living out in Havana, Cuba. Okay, so like there's like a big race at the beginning of the movie. I'm not gonna get into it. He beats this like loan shark in a race. For like pink slips, and he's like, "Keep your car. Your respect is good enough for me." And everyone cheers, everyone claps. One day, while Dom is like walking through the streets of Havana, Cuba, he helps this woman who is having trouble with her car. It's this white woman with dreads. I'll get to you in a second. Okay. White woman with dreads, looks terrible haircut, Terrible. It's and she's like, "Oh, can you help me with my car?" And Dom's like, "Yeah, sure, whatever." And it's like, "Oh, you need to use the dipstick to do et cetera, et cetera."
Imagine interacting with like a normal person that like doesn't understand like a car engine as one of these people.
Well,
Like,
that's-
a different species. That's right.
Yeah.
That's the thing. She's not a normal person. She knows who Dom is. She cuts the chase pretty quick, and she's like, "I know who you are, Dom, and you're gonna help me with something, and I know exactly why you're gonna help me after I show you this. We don't see what it is, but whatever it is, Dom feels pretty fucking conflicted about it." Meanwhile, we have Hobbs.
Baby moment.
I was gonna say something like that.
Hobbs. We cut to Hobbs, who's like coaching his daughter's soccer game. He has a kid, by the way.
Okay.
And some like agency guys show up during the soccer game, and they're just like, "We have a job for you, Hobbs." And he's like, "Not now." And he's like, "No, but we really do have a job for you." And he's like, "Okay, what is it?" It's like, "All right, I need you to pick up. We need an off-the-record mission. You need to go steal an EMP device from
one.
Berlin. Another EMP."
Okay.
Does Dwayne say like another one?
No. This is
It's interesting that they're avoiding nuclear devices. They're like, we're not going to go that far. We'll make sure it's EMP.
They're trying to be
Maybe we'll get there.
realistic here.
Maybe we'll get there.
We're retrieving an EMP device from Berlin, but the problem is this is an off-the-record mission. If Hobbs is in any way unsuccessful in this, he's not going to be safe from the law. Thankfully, he's got like a spot. He's got a German law, yes, international law. Thankfully, though, he has a spotless record. This should be easy.
True.
All he has to do is call Dom and his family, and they'll go and pick up this EMP device, and they're scot-free. And we just cut to the middle of that chase. They've already escaped with the device. Dom and Hobbs kind of like pair off from the rest of the group, and suddenly, Dominic Toretto runs Hobbs off of the road, gets away with the EMP device, and drives away. And we get the iconic trailer line of Hobbs going, "Dominic Toretto has gone rogue." So that is our plot for this movie. Our villain is actually Dominic Toretto.
Oh wow.
What the
Baby
fuck?
mama.
Power of family cuts both ways.
Exactly.
It's true.
Good and great evil.
I think the tag for this movie was "Family Has a Price,"
Really? Okay.
maybe.
Excellent.
And we're gonna see that it's a big price. It's a hefty price.
Enough of a price to show on your phone.
Exactly. So Dom ends up meeting up with this white woman with dreads. Again, it's Charlize Theron. You know, she's here, and
Right.
she's playing a character named Cypher. You know, I said her name
Oh,
earlier.
right.
She's like Ramsey. She is like a hacker lady, but she's way better than Ramsey. She's way better than her.
She just made like the most powerful surveillance thing of all time, but that was nothing compared to what
Compared
Cypher
to
can do.
whatever Cypher can do.
Yeah.
Whatever it is. But like, you know, and similar to another character, her like ideals, she's all about freedom. She doesn't care about family. She's all about freedom, which is very similar to what Owen Shaw was all about. So we're kind of rehashing stuff here. I'll just get this out of the way. I do not like Cypher as a villain. I don't think she's not very interesting. Because she's very like one note and like, "Dom, you broke the rules. Dom, you must follow my rules," etc., etc. I just don't like her.
I thought she was all about freedom. What's
yeah.
with the rules, man?
Freedom
Freedom for me, but not for you.
Well, the thing is that she kind of wants to be the leader of almost like the free world, almost.
Okay.
Because she believes she's like an arbiter for justice or whatever,
Okay.
by whatever means necessary. And the reason Dom is going along with her scheme, took that EMP, is because she has kidnapped Elena Neves.
Of course.
And their son.
Ah.
So between movies, Elena had a son, sired by Dom.
That's where she was kind of okay with like letting Letty take it.
She never told him about this
Exactly.
child.
Okay.
She's been raising him.
This is the woman who was originally like the assistant with
To Hobbs.
Hobbs in Rio, yes.
Yeah. Okay.
Nate.
You'd think having a child with a man might make you like more interested in keeping that relationship alive.
You'd
Maybe
think.
it's a menage a trois type.
You think, right?
Whatever. It's fine.
Well, that's
I think she just like didn't want to bother him or something.
Or,
Or
I think it was.
they're
more
just like
I
there
don't
was
want to
just
get in the way of anything.
there's just never a
I'll
good
just be
time
over
to
here
bring it up.
raising my child
Not even
alone.
when he was born and he's like 6 months old.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Great.
Well, she must have planned at some point to tell him because she actually hasn't given him a first name because
What the fuck?
she wanted Dom to name him.
It's been like 6 months. And
Yeah.
has not named the child.
He's not newborn. I think it's been a little bit.
Okay. All right. Whatever. Fair enough.
So yeah, she has
You
this.
gotta tell this guy sometimes.
She has this hostage. So basically, Dom's willing to do whatever the fuck he wants, and then we have the rest of the crew. They're kind of like figuring out like what the fuck's going on with Dom. And Hobbs has been imprisoned. He's been imprisoned because he failed his mission. Because it was off the record. They couldn't protect him in case he failed the mission, but he did. So he's going to a maximum security prison, and
he's furious.
And he's furious. Mr. Nobody is like, look, dude, I can break you out of this. And he's like, I got it, all right? Don't worry about it. I'll figure it out on my fucking own. I don't need anyone, all right? I got it. I can do it all on my own.
Who's Mr. Nobody again?
Kurt Russell.
Oh yeah.
The head of the agency.
The head of the agency.
Yeah.
Right.
Head of the agency. So he can like pull like strings everywhere to get Hobbs out. He just doesn't want to take him up on the offer. But across from his cell, who could be sitting in wait but Deckard Shaw?
Ah, right.
Somehow, even though like he was in the middle of a fucking black site at the bottom of the earth or whatever, in like his own separate cell, he has been taken back to Gen Pop at some point,
Right.
and he is neighbors with Hobbs. They're riffing. They're like pissed off at each other. In the middle of this, middle of the sequence, like Mr. Nobody electronically frees Hobbs from his cell, which causes all the police to show up. And he's like, I don't want your help, Mr. Nobody. And like all the cops are crowding around his cell nearby Shaw. Big mistake because Shaw ends up like grabbing one of the guys, and for some reason the police or like the jailers in this like Gen Pop, they have like something on their sides that just frees every jail cell.
Right.
Just opens all of them all at once.
Just
so
in
it,
case.
so it's
Emergency.
exactly in case of an emergency. It's a total fucking riot in the cell.
Yeah.
And Shaw is using this like chaos to escape, and Hobbs is chasing after him. So you're like, it's a big action scene where they're all like jumping through hoops to try and catch each other. Eventually it coalesces to them both like escaping the jail in front of Mr. Nobody. He's taken both into custody. So he kind of got his way. And then this is when we get our big brief. The characters get their briefing on Cypher. There's a really cool line where Cypher's or Ramsey is like, not even Anonymous will mess with her. So like not even anonymous.
The hacker formerly known as Anonymous.
The hacker known as 4chan will not fuck with Cypher, okay?
Wow.
It just won't happen.
That's hilarious.
Why would you say that?
That's awesome.
It gets as good as mine.
It was a 2018 movie.
It was 2018. Yeah, the normies knew about Anonymous by now.
They sure did.
So they wrote it in the movie. So they're all going to like figure out what the fuck's going on with Dom. Obviously, he's doing this under duress, right?
course,
But they
of
need to
course.
stop Cypher. And they need all the help they can get. So controversially, Mr. Nobody decides he's gonna recruit Deckard Shaw to the crew. Everyone's like, what the fuck?
We
But
can't have Piccolo join us.
we can have Piccolo join us. He killed Han. He murdered him. But Shaw has skin in this game as well because Cypher at one point in time has spurned or like kind of like double crossed Owen Shaw, and you know how much he loves his brother. So
Is the brother still in the hospital?
the brother is still in the hospital at the time. He's still alive and kicking, just in a coma.
Yeah.
So they're all going.
He's alive. He's not kicking.
Yes.
Right.
Resting.
Yeah, they need to figure out what's happening with Dom, and like one of the first plans they think of, oh shit, let's just use God's Eye. We'll be able to find Dom or Cypher that way. Cypher thought about this because she's the greatest hacker ever. Not even Anonymous will mess with her. They go. She's like spoofed her location, but Ramsey's a pretty good hacker. She managed to find the true location of Cypher very quick. Turns out it's right here. Huh? Bam! A big crash. Dom and Cypher and a bunch of her men are like going in and they're taking them out. causing all sorts of chaos and mayhem. Presumably, I believe, to steal God's Eye. Everyone wants to steal God's Eye.
Even though she's superior to God's Eye, she still wants to steal it.
Yeah, maybe a little jealous. Maybe a little jealous she didn't come up with it first. Maybe she's not as cool as she thinks she is. There's like a weird like thing where Dom, I guess probably to like show that he's evil now, instead of like his iconic and really fashionable and very form-fitting tank top like jeans and boots and stuff, he's wearing like this black like jumpsuit kind of thing. Think like, you know, Robin from like Teen Titans when he has like that episode arc where he's joining with like Slade. It kind of looks like that.
Yeah.
He kind of has like that outfit. And you know, Cypher, in like an attempt to like mind break Dojin Letty, she ends up making out with Dom in front of her, which it kind of backfires. Cypher makes out with Dominic Toretto.
With Dominic.
Yeah.
Oh,
in front of Letty. I don't know why she does this. Maybe to just like piss her off. But all that really does is make Letty, like convinces Letty that like, all right, he's doing this under duress. There's no reason why he wouldn't.
That's sweet.
That's sweet. Yes. Roman's like, well, why don't we call Brian? And they're like, no! Brian's with the kids.
Some things are more important.
Let him be.
Some things are a little more important. This is when we reveal that Elena Nevis is held hostage with the son. Dom ends up. She's like in like a cell, like a glass cell, but there's like something you can hang whatever off of, and he gives the cross necklace like to the front of the cell and goes to leave it behind for the next mission. And the next mission, they're going to New York, NYC, first time ever in the series, surprisingly, and they're going to get. There is a Russian diplomat that is going through New York City, and in his possession is the nuclear football.
Okay.
The nuclear football. So
The nukes are here.
Cypher wants the nuclear football so she can have control of all nukes in the world.
Should I know what the nuclear football is?
It's basically like if you you can launch
Nukes with it.
nukes from it.
Okay.
It's basically like a briefcase.
Is it actually a football?
It's not actually a football. It's just like an old Cold War term.
Oh.
So yeah, they're trying to get this. And Dom is sent out onto the field to pick up this nuclear football. You know, he's in New York City. There's like a part where Dom kind of like stages like a car breakdown on like over Cypher's head, and she's like, "You better be back in like 5 minutes," or like, "You get 5 minutes to fix this thing." And he ends up like kind of evading her surveillance to go talk to someone. We'll get to that in a bit. Cypher is going to cause mass mayhem in New York City to cause enough of a distraction for Dom to sweep in and take the nuclear football from this diplomat and his like tour de force of cars, because you know he's got a lot of bodyguards. So she does this. It's funny you guys were talking about like GTA earlier, because she uses her elite hacker skills to hack into every single computer car in the entire New York City. And it causes complete Carmageddon.
Right.
They're all self-driving at the same time. Cars in parking garages are fucking falling out of the sky. It is insane. It's complete fucking chaos. They're flying all over the place. And Dom uses this opportunity to break into the diplomat's car and take the nuclear football. And he does it in this really strange outfit. I was talking about like the Teen Titans gear.
Yeah.
It's gotten an upgrade. He's got like the Black Ops gear. He's got like almost like a hockey mask thing, and like a giant like pizza chainsaw, almost like
Like a pizza cutter, but a chainsaw.
Yeah, it's like a pizza cutter chainsaw. It's how he gets
okay.
into the car that's like locked.
Okay. Yeah.
It's like a buzz, like those buzz cutters. You know, like you used to cut wood. Like
Yeah, it's
like
similar.
that, but like a rod.
It's similar to that, but it's like crazy.
Okay.
And he wears his outfit for like 50 seconds, and then he takes the mask off and he's done with it afterwards. This outfit has a name. I looked this up because I was like, this must be like a toy, right? I looked it up. It is a toy. This outfit is apparently called Boss Toretto. So that's what this outfit is officially called. If they ever need like a Dr. Mario reskin or whatever, they can always call on Boss Toretto. Exactly.
Even though he's the one taking orders.
That's true. That's true.
He's not really being the boss. But...
It's an ironic title. The crew that end up trapping him in the middle of an intersection. They attach all of their cars to his, and they're like driving in opposite directions. Dom ends up kind of like peeling out. I think he activates his NOS. Take a sip. Grab your NOS, Ben.
I must commit to the bit.
He activates his NOS to cause like a super peel out, which like causes some of the cars to fling and crash into each other, and he starts escaping off on foot. Shaw ends up pursuing him, and then like in an alleyway, Dom pulls out, uncharacteristically to Dom, pulls out 9mm, bam, bam, shoots Shaw in the fucking chest, runs away. Shaw collapses onto the ground, and thankfully like paramedics or something were like pretty close by, and they're able to like take his body and leave with it.
Don't we hate Shaw?
We
on our side.
We don't.
He's like Piccolo or Vegeta.
Shaw is like, yeah, he's kind of like that at this point. They're like tentatively like joining forces with him because like they need the manpower. You know, they're down to Dom. They might as well get the next best thing, a Shaw.
Yeah.
But like, they've been doing like this thing every now and then where they're sort of they kind of like sand off his edges of his backstory to be like, oh well, you know, like he wasn't that bad, et cetera, even though the act of killing Han is still fresh in our minds.
Yeah. I don't think we're gonna let that one go.
Don't think so. Letty ends up confronting Dom, and one of Cypher's like homegrown men is like some Irish guy. He has her at gunpoint, so it's almost like a Mexican standoff. He like basically ends up confronting one of Cypher's men to save Letty's life and getting away with the football. However, Dom made a choice to not let Letty get killed, and Cypher is going to make sure he pays the price, because family has a price. It has a price. So she goes into Elena Neves' cell, fucking bam, shoots her in the head and kills her. She's dead. The son is still alive.
Wow.
So Elena Neves is dead.
Whoa.
Shot dead, done. Dom's pissed, but he really can't do anything.
Furious.
Dom's fast and furious at that one. And the final location, now that she has the nuclear...
She pulled a fast one, and now he's furious.
Exactly. Dom, there's this one final location they need to go to. They need, because now she has the Russian nuclear football. They need to go to a Russian separatist base. Not actual Russian government. It's different.
Yeah. We would never insult the wonderful nation of Russia.
There's no politics.
It's 2018. They have done nothing bad up to this point. It perfectly makes sense. We need to go to a Russian separatist base up in like Moscow or some shit, or near like the ice, because they have a nuclear sub. It is able to launch nukes. Metal Gear can launch nukes.
Right.
We need to go and apprehend the sub before Cypher can like hack into it, and basically once she gets the nukes, it's game over. So you know they all convene. Dom is on the field to like break into the Russian separatist base using the EMP from earlier in the movie. So all like their defenses are shut down. And they're able to break in and hack the sub. But that also means that Dom's family is able to chase in after him with little resistance. So like Cypher and Ramsey get into like a hacker war on the submarine. Ramsey is in like she has like an aerial like plane base, so she's like operating from the shadows almost. Well, Ramsey is she's on the sub herself, and they're like they're doing like hacker back and forth. But Anonymous will mess with Ramsey. They don't care about Ramsey. She's nothing compared to Cypher. Cypher is so cool. She's able to beat Ramsey in her hacker war, and the nukes are back on. They're ready to launch any second now. It's up to Roman and this other guy I'm not gonna talk about. It's like Scott Eastman, Clint Eastwood's kids in this movie. But whatever, he's here. They end up stopping the nuke launch manually. So the nukes are currently off the table on the submarine unless Cypher is able to personally apprehend this device. So she still has control of the submarine, so she basically starts like having it like escape into the ice, and now it's all guns are go. They need to all chase the submarine onto the ice, while the Russian separatists are chasing after him. So it's like a pincer attack. We've got a wonderful thing going on here. They launch the submarine launches torpedoes at their group Hobbs.
Wait, are they?
What's up?
Are they in the water?
He didn't raise his hand. You should give him a demerit for that, this piece of shit.
I've earned several demerits and I've been ignored.
They're on ice, deep ice, and the submarine has submerged under the water.
Okay.
Yeah.
How are water torpedoes going to hit them in their land vehicles?
Yeah. So they're driving on ice at this point.
Okay.
The torpedoes are firing off, and there is this really famous shot where the torpedoes skating across the ground, and oh, it's going towards us, Hobbs, you need to do something. I'm like, okay. And he gets out his car, he grabs the torpedo, he's and he redirects the torpedo at one of the Russian separatists with his bare hands,
Holy
blowing
shit.
the guy up.
It's rocket propelling, and he just stand like a bullfighter, just grabs it and redirects its momentum.
Kinda, yeah. Well, he one-hands it, I think. He fucking hands it because he flexes his pythons. He's like,
Yeah, awesome.
Very good, very good. All while this is happening, we're cutting back to Cypher's aerial base. 2 men in balaclava, parachute on. What's going on? They take off their balaclavas. It's the Shaw brothers. Deckard and Owen Shaw. Deckard Shaw had faked his death because of a plan Dom had cooked up a little while ago when he had that 5-minute window. He went to go meet with some woman in New York City. This woman's name was Magdalene Shaw, Helen Mirren. She is the Shaw parents, the Shaw family's mother, matriarch, and she basically helped arrange a deal where they would agree to rescue Dom's child. For what in return, I actually don't really know.
Alina's son?
Well, son. Sorry, I meant son. Yeah, they're gonna rescue Dom's child from
Dom's child with
Elena Neves.
Elena,
yeah, who's now dead.
Yeah.
Probably they would have tried to save both, but it's just too late for that.
Right.
So yeah, Owen Shaw has woken up from his coma. And they're helping out.
And is willing to help.
And is willing to help.
Yeah, this does seem like they're helping their enemy. Well, I guess they're now on the same side, sort of.
Sort of, yeah.
All right.
You did say earlier, the enemy of my enemy is my friend.
Indeed.
They do kind of have a bone to pick with Cypher as well.
Right.
They hate her almost as much as I do. so they're causing ruckus on the plane. Shaw basically ends up getting away with the kid. So kid's safe, Dom. Let him loose. And so Dom, who is kind of under chaperoned by one of Cypher's men on the field, it's that Irish guy. He ends up beating the shit out of him. He fist to the face him against the roof of Dom's car, and that force just causes him to snap his neck, and he dies instantly. So now Dom's back in the race. He's following after the family. And Cypher's she's getting desperate now. So she ends up having, she's out of torpedoes. She surfaces the sub so it can use the heat-seeking missiles on the top of them. She's going to use the heat-seeking missiles. She doesn't want to, but she kind of has to. And Dom, using his muscle car, because it's shooting out flames from the engine at the front, is attracting the missile. He's driving it around, and he uses the famous trick, ramping off of the ice towards the sub. This time he clips the fin of it and spins out, but the sub gets hit by the heat-seeking missile. It's fucking exploded.
Nice.
It's done. All the nukes are sinking to the bottom of the ocean. That'll be fine.
It's fine.
But he has a problem because now the explosion is coming straight towards him. He kind of does a half-hearted that's gonna do anything.
Yeah.
But thankfully his family is there to help him. They all drive their cars in a circle around him, shielding Dom from the explosion. So he's covered his head like this as they're all surrounding the car.
What are you talking about? It shields it from the explosion.
The cars take no fire damage. They take no fire damage, so they're able to shield the explosion.
The wind of the car,
the
fire, so it.
They circle it, right? They circle him
Yeah, they circle around him like a shield.
Okay.
So yeah,
That's awesome.
Dom's
That's so
safe.
sick.
Dom's safe and sound. And Cypher is caught dead to right.
It's a little comical how like
A little?
the last bit of the
I don't
movie-
think it's comical
No,
at
no,
all.
I just mean the pattern of the last couple of movies has really hinged on Dom almost dying. Like
Yeah.
he's very, very, very close to dying,
Well,
and
yes.
you know,
He's our hero.
Yes, yes, he is.
The pattern is a little predictable. the movies themselves aren't. I'm actually pretty happy with how much variety there is in each of the movies.
Okay, so I mean that's basically it. Shaw attempts to like take out Cypher once and for all, but you know Cypher's got plans within plans. She gets a parachute and basically dives out of the plane, lives on to fight another day. Boo!
Boo.
The first recurring villain.
First, I mean, kinda, yeah,
I guess
actually.
So. I guess so.
So you know that's something, I guess. Just had to be her though. So you know it's a family cookout in New York City at the rooftop. Shaw's there too. He delivers the baby to Dom.
Whoa. Nice.
And you know, since he didn't have a name, Dom is like, all right, I get I get to name him. Yeah, anyone want to guess?
Wait,
Not
it's a
Deckard.
boy, right?
It's a boy.
It's
a
not
boy.
Deckard.
It's gonna be Brian.
I have a guess.
Brian's
That'd be
alive.
good. That'd be good.
Paul?
Oh, that's true. He's alive canonically.
Is it Paul?
Paul would be good. Yes.
No, that'd be peak.
Dom
Wait,
decides
Han.
Han. Also good.
Honestly, yeah.
his half, whatever Dom is, half
Yeah.
Brazilian, white passing baby.
Why not?
Han.
Why the fuck not?
Why not indeed?
Add another one to the pile. All right, no.
One race, right?
One
race.
race,
Yeah.
exactly.
One
race.
race.
Dom decides to name his son Brian.
Yes.
Names him Brian.
Even though he's alive.
Even though he's alive. Yeah, it's a little weird.
Naming him Paul would
I
have made
think
sense
that-
in
I
a
think-
meta sense,
Yeah.
but not in universe. So yeah, Brian's like the best thing.
He just loves Brian so much.
Yeah.
He wants
Yeah.
another Brian.
That's understandable.
And that's the end of this movie. So the thing is with Shaw's like sort of character getting sanded down for this film, they kind of turn him into a good guy.
Right.
They have him interact with Hobbs a lot throughout this movie. It's all a plan, all a ploy to get the back door, like get the audience excited for the spin-off film Fast and Furious presents Hobbs and Shaw, released just a year later.
Oh my gosh.
It's a full movie.
It's a full movie. However, I'm gonna give you guys some grace here. We don't need to talk about it.
Is it like a Netflix movie or something?
Nope, came out in theaters.
Wow.
Came out.
Do this just wacky adventures of our two
It's
heroes.
It's Dwayne Johnson and
Jason
Statham
Statham.
in an action movie.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep. It's just. It sucks. It's not a good movie.
Okay.
It sucks. Like there's some like funny parts in it.
Is it supposed to be kind of funny?
They try.
Right.
They
Ryan
try.
Reynolds is in it, and he tries his hardest,
Right.
playing himself.
Ryan Reynolds,
As
the guy who
always,
plays
as always.
Deadpool.
Yeah. He plays Deadpool.
Owner of Mint Mobile.
Owner of Mint Mobile,
Well,
famously.
former owner.
Who's the
Didn't he
owner?
sell it?
Oh, did he sell it? Oh,
Maybe
Did he
He's in
sell
the
Mint
commercials.
Mobile?
I gotta
think
sell my
so.
stock. It's gonna tank. Oh shit.
Damn it.
He gets the necklace back. The way they were able
Oh,
to
okay.
find Cypher's base, by the way, is because Dom's necklace had a fucking tracking
They
device. on it.
tracked the cross. Nice.
They tracked the cross. The cross became a plot device.
They just sensed the power of Christ.
Exactly.
Like
Exactly.
this thing that's always turning up in important places. We should take advantage.
Yeah, there's like some stuff in it. Like Roman Reigns is in it as like one of
Ah.
Hobbs' siblings because
Okay.
you know they're relatives in real life.
Right.
Hobbs like holds back a chopper with a chain by hand. That's kind of cool. Shaw has a sister. It's Vanessa Kirby or whatever. She's like a super spy too. The villain of the movie is like this like tech cult that want to like turn everyone into cyborgs, and they send like their best man on the field. His name's I actually don't remember his name, but it's Idris Elba.
Oh, yeah,
Idris Elba's the villain. They have like this whole thing where he's like he has like history with Shaw. It's like he's all kitted out with like cybernetic enhancements, and he's like, I'm the Black Superman.
Okay.
He's going around, he's like fighting stuff. He's really kind of more like the Black Iron Man.
Yeah,
Like he doesn't
yeah.
like fly a lot. He has like he has super strength. And there's like a thing where like he almost has like a VAT system from like Fallout,
Yeah.
where he
Right,
can
right.
like he like sees like the stats on the screen. And one of like the funny stats I noticed was that Hobbs's punch has the force of half a ton.
Wow.
So there we're canonically power scaling
Yeah,
thanks
yeah.
to Hobbs and Shaw.
All right.
But this movie sucks. Don't watch it. It's bad.
Okay.
It doesn't have any relevance to the greater plot, at least not yet.
Was it financially successful?
I actually don't think it did that well.
Yeah.
I think it did okay, but not like amazing. So now we're on to F9, the Fast SaGa. And it is Justin Lin's big return after a few movies. What's up?
Am I jumping the gun to ask why there's like a little sidetrack off of Furious 7?
That is to
That's
symbolize
the
Paul
exit.
Walker.
Oh, the exit Paul Walker.
The exit Paul Walker.
I
He's
see.
gone to the movie franchise in the sky.
Yeah.
I also
Or the
might be
ground.
jumping ahead. Oh, why is it like Saga? What's with the capital G?
I just thought it was funny.
Okay, all right.
I just like saying it like that.
But it's actually just called the Fast SaGa.
The Fast SaGa.
Okay, sure,
Yeah.
sure.
Okay. So Justin Lin. This is Justin Lin's like return as director.
Oh, is
Right.
he not directing the other one?
He didn't. James Wan actually directed Furious 7,
Right,
and then someone
right.
else did the Fate of the Furious.
Oh.
All right. Basically, this movie is like a big explanation of like Dom's history. I'm gonna try and like just blast through this
Sure.
because
Like a backstory type of thing?
yeah, we get like backstory on Dom's like family history. Like we see like Jack Toretto, he crashes in the car.
Is it a prequel?
No, they just flashback throughout the movie. It takes place canonically after Fate. I will say, like Dom and Letty are laying low after this point, but they, the rest of the family, like, oh, we need you for a job. But he's like, nah, I don't want to do it. I don't want to do it. It turns out that like Mr. Nobody had sent out like an SOS distress signal to like call for help because he had captured Cypher. So they're like, well, we got to find this out. Dom doesn't want to go. But he's reviewing the footage, and he sees in the background, what does he see but a man with the cross necklace. What's up with that? What's up with that? I don't know.
When we last saw it, Dom had it, right?
He still has it. It's another one.
Oh, okay.
It is a different cross necklace. In fact, their son, Little Brian, is actually a little older now. So the cross necklace is handed to Little Brian.
All right.
While they go out to join this mission. Dom is initially reticent. Once he sees that cross necklace, he locks in. Why does he want to do that? I don't know. Who can say? So they find in the wreckage of Mr. Nobody's plane. He's gone. Like no one's seen him. They find like a half of like a strange dodecahedron-like device, and it is they don't have really time to figure out what it is because they get attacked by like a local militia and they have to like race away. And suddenly, some guy driving around ends up getting close to the device, snatches it out of the car from Dom and Letty's vehicle. Excuse me. And they mentioned that they're like, it's Jacob. And this is John Cena. This is John Cena's character.
Okay.
He is officially entering the
Right,
franchise.
I forgot he comes in.
He comes into this. He comes into this.
Jacob.
So are Vin Diesel and The Rock and John Cena all in this movie?
Okay, that's actually worth mentioning. So Hobbs and Shaw is going on here. F9 The Fast SaGa. Dwayne Johnson is not in it at all.
Sure.
He's not in this movie because there are a lot of like ego tension clashing between Dwayne Johnson and Vin Diesel, and Dwayne Johnson walked off.
Okay.
So he's not in this movie at all.
And Vin Diesel's not in Hobbs and Shaw.
He's not in Hobbs and Shaw. No, not at all.
Is that sort of why they made Hobbs and Shaw, you think? There's tensions around...
I think a spinoff was planned already, and Hobbs is a really
okay.
popular character, but it is like a convenient way to still keep him in the franchise, but put him in another room.
Yeah. Huh.
So all right, they see this guy. It's like, oh shit, it's Jacob, and he ends up escaping with this. He drives off a cliff with this dodecahedron device. Gets picked up by a plane and flies away.
Nice.
He's out of here. And okay, why? Why do they know who is this Jacob guy?
Yeah, that's what I'm asking.
Well, folks, turns out the entire time, the Dominic Toretto family has had an estranged younger brother.
Of course, of course.
Dom's little brother, Jacob Toretto, has been
Family.
family.
Yeah.
His duplicitous and an evil younger brother.
Price of family.
The price of family.
Truly, little brothers are the evilest of all creatures.
What
Well-
are you gonna do now?
It may be because of the actions of their older brothers
Indeed,
that
indeed.
caused them to walk down the path of darkness.
That's a real chicken and egg situation of evil.
Indeed.
Jacob Toretto, he controls one of the most elite private military corporations in the entire world.
Wow.
And he's captured Cypher. And Cypher has like a weird bowl cut in this movie. Another bad haircut
Great.
for her. She's on strike 2. She's trapped in like a glass cage.
Okay.
And they're just like, we need your help. You have to help us. Okay, fine. Bless you. There.
It's another shonen thing where like the villain.
Exactly.
Of the
Well, the
previous
villain
arc-
has to be the new villain has to beat the other villain for
Right,
the stakes to be higher.
Cypher gets jobbed basically.
Yeah, exactly. Cypher gets jobbed pretty hard here. Jesus. Dom or Jacob. Jacob has like a elite PMC, and they wanted this dodecahedron because this is one half of a very powerful device. A device called Project Ares. Project Ares is capable. It's capable of hacking into any fucking computer in the world. It can just hack into anything. Any fucking computer you want.
crazy.
It just hacks it all.
I guess.
But okay, I mean, I can see why you'd want that. That sounds pretty good.
Yeah.
So he wants to hack into like all of the satellites in the entire world and basically control it with an iron fist. Bad dude. Fuck it, right? So they gotta stop Jacob, who's finally resurfaced after all these years. Even Mia, who usually doesn't go on these missions, she wants in this as well. They find like a fucking Mr. Nobody hideout that they just like have. They just know where it is, and it'll be like their base of operations. Okay. I want to talk about something important, like outside of the film franchise. So, as I was saying in the previous movies, Fast and Furious Tokyo Drift, it's well liked among the fan base. Han is a very well beloved character, to the point that they basically made an entire trilogy of movies to justify keeping him in the movies, right? Keeping him in the films. Well, there was a movement across the world, all online. #Justice for Han.
Right.
They all wanted Han to get some justice here, all right? Because he got killed so unceremoniously in Tokyo Drift. What the fuck? And his killer is walking free? That doesn't sound
And
very...
it also is like part of the family practically now, too.
Shaw also isn't in this movie either.
Right, okay.
He's also banished to the spin-off zone.
Gotcha.
At least for now. But yeah, I mean, he's part of the family now. That's kind of fucked up.
Yeah.
Justice for Han.
Indeed.
#Justice for Han.
Yeah.
Folks, in the SOS message for Mr. Nobody, Tej, using his hacking skills, has figured out that there is some sort of data inside linking to Han. What's up with that? I don't know. Letty, actually, from like Dom's personal collection, just now decides to point out that Dom had a postcard sent to him by Han from Tokyo the day he died.
Wow.
We gotta immediately take bets. Time travel, clone, a secret, teleportation, what's it gonna be?
What could happen?
I mean,
I have no fucking idea.
Stand-in.
What could it be? Does anyone have any actual ideas?
He knew he might be killed in that race with DK.
Oh, a brain imprint.
yeah.
He took a brain scan beforehand. It's in a new body that's been cloned. That's my guess right now.
Okay.
I think body double is a good.
Body double,
Bobby
okay.
said, no, someone else was driving.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's what I'm thinking.
Possible.
We'll get back to this.
Okay.
Just keep that in mind. #Justice for Han.
Indeed.
Just keep that in mind. We're getting like more lore flashbacks throughout the movie, but basically there's like a big flashback where Dom,
So this is the director who did Tokyo Drift, right?
yes, he's back.
He's the Han guy.
He is.
So
Hans
he
is
was right.
Hans
He's
is
the
baby.
reason Han is a character.
Hans is baby.
Yeah,
Basically,
so
yeah.
oh yeah, right. It's like,
It all
yeah,
comes
right,
back
yeah.
to Better Luck Tomorrow.
Right. Right.
So yeah, Hans is baby. Hans kind of his baby. But we get like a lore flashback. Dom, why is Jacob an estranged brother? Is it estranged?
Estranged.
Estranged.
Yeah.
All right, cool. The reason why Jacob is basically shunned from Dom and the family is because Dom puts it together that the day of the race of Jack Toretto, they were all on like the pit stop. Jacob was checking the engine while they're in the pit stop, the day of the race. He closes it. All of a sudden, a little while later, Jack's engine sputters out and he crashes and fucking dies. And Dom puts it together that, holy shit, did Jacob mess with Jack Toretto's car? Why would he do that?
On purpose.
On purpose.
When he's like 12 years old.
They're like 15 and like 16 and stuff.
That's his dad.
That's Dom and Jacob's dad.
All right.
So Jacob is the younger brother, but
He's-
only by like a few months.
Only by like their ages are vague, but they both look like pretty big kids, and
Sure, yeah.
they're definitely like teenagers.
Yeah.
But
okay.
yeah, he is the younger brother.
Okay.
So Dom is under the impression that Jacob sabotaged Jack Toretto's car and led to his death. That's fucked up. So after Dom gets out of juvie for, as if you recall, like the inciting incident.
The wrench.
Yes, he ends up beating the guy to death. This movie actually also reveals the guy who got beat half to death. He hit first. So let's just let that be on the record here. He hit first.
Right.
It was only Dom escalated with the wrench, but he did not take the first swing.
Okay.
But he gets out of jail, and like Jacob's like kind of like a hotshot racer in the underground scene. We get like a younger version of Letty, and like Jesse are even there too. Probably Leon as well, but fuck Leon, who cares? And he's like, it's like, Jacob, you're a piece of shit. I fucking hate you. You killed our dad. If I win this race, you're getting out of here, bro. And so they challenge each other to a race, and he uses his NOS first.
Yay.
Jacob uses the NOS
no.
first.
Jacob uses it first.
Jacob
Oh.
uses it first. Rookie mistake.
Idiot.
He doesn't.
Idiot.
He's never raced against Dom in
right.
such a high octane race. So he uses it first. Dom charges ahead. Perfect. Complete reversal. Jacob is like fucking screaming in his car, and he drives away, never to be seen again until now.
Right.
So that's the tragic backstory for Jacob Toretto.
Oh, does Jacob have anything to say in his own defense? Like, no, I didn't do it, or is he
got
like,
me.
no, I did it. I killed our dad.
He's like, he's kind of cagey about
He's
it.
cagey. Okay.
He's cagey about it. He doesn't want to talk about it.
Sure.
Basically, and Dom is like up in his face immediately.
Right.
The tensions are high. Okay, so they need to go find the second half of Project Ares. Fuck it, they find it. Jacob got it first, but Dom ends up getting it, and they end up capturing him with like a big electromagnet truck, because they got that now. So they end up capturing Jacob and the other half of Project Ares. So now Jacob's PMC is completely rudderless. They have to deal. His second in command, a guy like a Russian dude named
Oh, I was just gonna ask: is Jacob played by anyone famous that like I would know?
John Cena.
Oh, that's John Cena.
That's
his
John
brother.
Cena,
Oh,
yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, so it's actually it's kind of against. Well, it was against type until very recently, but John Cena's playing a bad guy in this movie.
Right.
Yeah. So pretty interesting. He does a good job. I actually like his performance in this movie. But yeah, it's up to Jacob's second in command. It's this like Russian dude named Otto. Although I kind of he looks like Germa, so I just call him Germa.
Yeah. Okay.
So we got that. He needs to find a way to get him back. And while Jacob is like out of the house, Cypher's kind of planting the seeds of doubt in Germa's head. Like, why don't you be the top dog? Like, you're such a puppet to this Jacob guy. Why don't you be the top dog? Why don't you get Project Ares? He's like, no.
Wait a minute.
Okay. Let's get to justice for Han. Let's give Han some justice. Letty and Mia, they head to Tokyo. They follow some clues relating to Han. They end up finding like this apartment where this like young girl is staying. Jacob's men show up around the same time. They want this girl for some reason. They go. They beat him up. One of the men basically gets Letty at gunpoint, and all of a sudden, bam! A sniper shot from all the way like from across another building. Who could have done it? Oh, he lowers his gun. It is Han Lu.
Okay.
Han Lu is alive.
Han's alive. Wow.
Justice for Han.
Yay.
And why? How is he still alive? How could that possibly have happened? How could it happen? Allow me to explain.
Yes.
So,
Thank you.
after Han left to Tokyo, he was basically rudderless. He had nothing to live for.
You got an interest in cloning all of a sudden.
To clone Giselle, Mr. Nobody finds this guy and he's like, look, man, can you do some jobs for me? And he's like, yeah, okay, sure. He ends up finding this girl, he wants Han to get Project Ares all the way back before the events of Tokyo Drift. So he does that. He goes into a house where these Japanese scientists have been making it. Their car gets exploded. They die. But they leave behind a little girl. And Jacob's men presumably try and go capture Project Ares and this girl for some reason. And Han fights them off and takes the girl away. The reason why they want the girl is because you can't just activate Project Ares with just the device that's split into half. You need the data of their daughter. Her name's Ellie or something, or Elle. It's only by using her fingerprints or something will Project Ares activate. This feels like a really stupid move on their half. It basically just guarantees that their daughter is in for a life of danger. Why would you would even make a device like this is beyond me.
Dr. Vegapunk did something similar with Jewelry Bonnie recently.
It is sort of a Vegapunk move. Han ends up getting this. Basically, has this ward now he needs to take care of, and he's like, I need to go off the grid. And Mr. Nobody is there to help out. Right. So we get a recut shot of Jason Statham of Shaw, who's walking away from the car. You see Han's body in the driver's seat, and the legs are kind of in the foreground. He walks by the driver's seat, and when he walks away, the car is empty. It is empty. And then it explodes. Right. And then you see Mr. Nobody and Han off to the side, and literally the only explanation we get for how they managed to do this is Han's nice magic trick you did there. And he's and he's that's the least of it. Wow. So Mr. Nobody is capable of way more than that. But all right, Nate, sorry, you've had your hand up.
No problem. Just wondering, was there not a gunshot that Jason Statham's character
I thought he shot him in the head too.
Am I misremembering?
He actually never shot him. Okay. If I said that, I was mistaken. He never shot.
Okay.
He never shot Han.
So there was just a car crash and an explosion.
And then, he had just kind of went to check that he was dead and then walked away in a big explosion.
Well, he didn't even check to see if he was dead. He was just walking away from the explosion. He just assumed the damage was done.
Okay, so this isn't the most insane thing that's ever happened, because I guess, sure, he was in the car, and it was wrecked, and he looked really hurt, right? He was, unconscious and probably dying, and then exploded. So in, the actual, it's sort of what it would have been before is, there's no way he could get out. He's, hurt. He was just in a car crash. He's, all fucked up. How on earth could he get out of there in, the 10 seconds until it explodes? But now we're somehow Mr. Nobody just magicked him out of the car. Was he even hurt by the crash?
Somehow Han returned.
So was Han, when he was standing with Mr. Nobody, was he totally fine? Or was he hurt?
You know,
we need a forensic analysis.
I would love to know.
I'll show it on screen.
Okay, great.
Actually, I'm pretty sure he appears unharmed.
That was going to be my question.
It might have been a body double. I think that's the plan. I think that's the idea.
Well, that means that someone else was driving the car the whole time, right?
Well, maybe, yeah, maybe.
Also, there can't be. You said the car was empty. There can't be a body double. It was empty,
that's true. Okay, yeah. So maybe he was hurt. Hurt.
It seems like it was him in the car, and then he left the car. It's now empty, and he's there with Mr.
I believe that's what they're rolling with.
I believe that's what they're. This event turned from incidental tragic death of a mentor figure to murder.
A revenge scheme.
Murder.
It couldn't be clearer.
I'm sorry. Yeah. So it was a ploy.
Yes, a faking death sequence. That is what this is for.
Obviously, it couldn't be clearer that this is we're retconning the event. Obviously, it's make this happen.
Oh, 100%. This is the biggest fucking retcon you will ever see.
How do you the events of the crash? And why would that be the time when Han is taken from that moment specifically? Was faking his death a necessary part of their plan?
To go off the grid, yeah.
You could go off the grid in any way you want to. It doesn't have to be this way.
I believe actually they say that.
Also, there's no body in that car. How the fuck are they going to say he's off the grid? There's literally no body there.
I can explain it to Nate.
I believe actually they say that like Shaw being there was very convenient.
I bet they do say that.
It was very convenient for the he could have faked his death at any moment.
Right.
Just Shaw being there, that was a perfect ploy. That was perfect. No one would suspect it.
Mark, what was there?
Yes,
Explain it
there's
to
a
me.
very, really logical explanation.
Yeah.
Which is that when the director returned, he said, "Why did you guys kill off Han?
He
I
killed
want
him off.
back."
He killed him off. It was his movie.
They brought him back, and
Yeah.
then they killed him off again.
He never wrote Tokyo Drift. Justin Lin actually only directed it.
Okay, so it wasn't his choice to do exactly. Okay.
And maybe he and the actor Han are like friends.
He clearly consented to the death of Han by directing that film, though.
And he's in the back. He's taking it back because we need.
He thought it would be like Tokyo Drift. We're done. He did not imagine years
Right,
and
I
years
mean,
later
well,
that it would be this long.
Okay, but that doesn't absolve him of yeah, you have to plan ahead. If you want to use this character later, don't kill them off now.
I still remember my
I'm
reaction when you said that Han died in that
know,
moment.
I know.
I was like, oh! 'Cause
Yeah,
I couldn't believe
same
it.
here. Same here.
And
By the time I was watching, when I was watching these movies for the first time, this movie wasn't out yet.
Right.
Wow.
So like, we were watching these in like the pandemic, and we were like, fuck, we liked Han, and then we're like, oh shit, Han's back. This is cool. Oh, but now he's dead. But now we're like, he's back, and we're like,
Well,
It's like,
regardless of all my point, this is obviously extremely poggers and Kino.
I mean, this is great.
Yeah.
Well, not only is Han everyone's favorite character back,
Yeah.
Deckard Shaw did nothing wrong.
Oh,
so
yeah,
now
right.
he's completely absolved as well.
He did attempt to kill him, though, which should matter. Attempted murder is still a crime.
That's true.
Haven't we all attempted to murder
Yeah,
someone at some point in
You're
our
right.
lives?
No harm, no foul, I guess.
Yeah, he did it for the sake of family, too. So
That's so true.
That's so true, right? But okay, Han's back. He has half of Project Ares.
and there's no sort of Damocles anymore for Han.
And the sword of Damocles,
right.
the sword of Damocles
That's
is gone. The sword of Damocles is the same as every other sword of Damocles for every other
he can
character in
live
any
forever
piece of
now.
canon. He could theoretically live forever, or he
Indeed.
couldn't.
Yep.
So they have the half of Project Ares and Ellie, the person who can activate Project Ares. But Otto.
Quick question, sorry. Isn't Ellie the daughter of two Japanese scientists?
Yeah, her name.
Why is her name Ellie?
I don't know.
Okay,
Well, it's
that's
spelled
fine.
E-L-L-E. I'm pretty sure. Maybe it's like L.
That's
I don't
not
know.
a Japanese
It's not a Japanese.
name.
It's
Okay,
not a
it's
Japanese
fine,
name.
it's
I don't.
fine.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what's up with that.
One race.
Well,
race.
yeah,
It's
exactly. It's all
cosmopolitan,
part of the
right.
one race agenda, the
Right,
human race.
right.
It's all part of that. So who shows up but Germa? Otto.
Right.
Germa shows up. He's gonna rescue Jacob and get the other half of Project Ares and Elle for that matter. So they end up doing that. They end up escaping with Jacob. Dom tries to like basically give everyone else time to escape, and he does like a big sacrifice to do this. He ends up falling in like a fucking pool of water, and presumably is about to drown. And his life kind of flashes before his eyes. And there's a conversation him and Jacob had where they're like, "Why'd you do that? Why'd you like in like modern day? Like, why did you kill our father?" And he's like, "Because he told me to." Why did you mess with the car?
right.
Because
Suicide.
Jack told me to. Not quite.
Yeah.
So the Toretto family, they were struggling. They were
Insurance fraud.
they were struggling for money, and Jack was coerced to throw a race.
Right,
to
okay,
throw a race,
okay.
and how are they going to do that naturally? He conscripted Jacob to help him out by like messing with his engine. The only problem with this is that it led to him crashing and
Death
exploding
was
and
not
dying.
intended.
Death was not
Okay.
intended,
Right.
but this is still a big rift, and Dom doesn't really believe it at first, because like, why didn't you just tell me this before or
Right,
whatever,
right.
stuff like that. But while his life is flashing before his eyes, he remembers some sort of repressed memory of hearing.
Just in time.
Just
Very
in-
convenient. Very convenient indeed.
Conveniently, as he's about to die, he remembers that there was a scene. He remembered hearing his father Jack talking on the phone, arguing about money. He's like, "All right, I'll do it. All right, just shut up or whatever." Taking on the race, basically confirming that yes, Jacob did mess with the car, but he did it at the behest of their father. Letty ends up saving him from the briny deep. So he's reinvigorated, and they're ready to stop Jacob. They still need to stop him, Nate.
And so the reason that Jacob never told is because he didn't want to like besmirch the memory of their father.
Kinda,
for, like,
yeah,
cheating in a
yeah.
race or something. Yeah,
Exactly,
yeah, okay.
exactly. I think that's the idea.
Sure.
So yeah, keep his like legacy going.
Right.
They go to like Edinburgh or something, because that's where they're going to activate Project Ares. Jacob's gonna get all of the satellites, or like he's gonna distribute Project Ares through the satellite in space. So not only do they need to stop him on foot, they need to find a way to get rid of the satellite. Cut to the Tokyo Drift guys. They're actually not in Tokyo anymore. It's Sean, Twinkie, and this guy named Earl Who. I don't think he was in Tokyo Drift.
Earl who?
Earl who?
That's kind of what I was saying, because I don't remember him in the movies. But anyway, they've since moved on.
Mathematically perfect joke.
They finally graduated high school, and now at like 40 years old or whatever the fuck Lucas Black is, what they do.
He's still in high school.
He's in college now.
Yeah, they're called. Yeah. Like 8 years in college or something. Sean and Twinkie and Earl Who, they are rocket scientists now. They build rocket cars.
I'm sorry. Sean also.
Sean
is a rocket scientist now.
The Tennessee,
Tennessee
drift
driving
gang.
dropout.
Presumably the
Wasn't a
Tokyo
dropout.
school system actually treated him very well. He
Okay,
learned
right.
a lot in a very short amount of time.
All right.
And same with Twinkie, who actually said, like, I don't go by Twinkie anymore, but, fuck it, whatever. His
I
name's
think I
Twinkie.
saw a clip of that somewhere. Like a comedic scene or something.
Yeah, very funny.
Yeah.
But yeah, they build rocket cars.
Wow.
And earlier in the movie, Tej and Roman kind of meet up with them, and they're like, okay, this is interesting tech, but it's quite not up to snuff yet. It gets off the runway and immediately explodes, and they're like psyched, like, oh fuck yeah, like why are you happy it exploded? It's like, yeah, but this is the first time it got that far before it exploded. Right. So okay, we get back to the Tokyo Drift guys at this moment, and Tej and Roman team up with them to build a rocket car. And
this is the movie with like cars in space.
They launch their car off of a plane and send it going into the stratosphere, and it makes it into orbit. They have made it into
So they literally have like
The first car in
Ludacris
space.
and
USA.
Ludacris and
USA.
Tyrese and Tyrese Gibson. Tej and
in
Roman.
a rocket car in space, and they're like, holy shit.
Basically, yeah.
Wow.
They've made it to space. And this is like, this was in like the trailers at the time. This is like, so like,
course.
holy shit, they're in fucking space. What the fuck? They cut away from this a lot. It's very understated in the movie almost.
That's a shame.
Because, well, we need to deal with the high octane action of Jacob versus Dom, brother v brother, family versus family. And while this is happening, Otto, predictably, he double crosses Jacob and teams up with Cypher to take Project Ares for himself. It's getting uploaded. They're going to try and stop it.
Fast X now? Are we still on?
Still 9.
Nine,
Still
yeah.
9.
We're at the
Still
end of
9.
Fast F9. Mia ends up rescuing Jacob. And, since Germa now has Project Ares, Jacob is willing to, like, team up with them and take out Project Ares. Once and for all. They're throwing like a fuckload of cars at it with the electromagnet, but nothing seems to really be working. They end up toppling it over with like a with just like a fuck ton of cars. I don't remember, something like that. It ends up toppling over and crawling around, but it's so strong, the signal is still going. It's still going. It's gonna get uploaded. It's at like 99.98%, and that is the moment that Tej and Roman blast into the satellite and cause it to explode.
In space they
In
do this.
space.
Right, yeah,
In
yeah,
space, in
alright.
their rocket car.
Awesome.
It is exploded, it is done, it's dusted. Project Ares has been thwarted. They just need to destroy the actual like device itself, and they do that because Cypher is like piloting a plane. She's like firing missiles at it. Dom ends up flinging the truck somehow at this plane, causing both to explode. Germa is inside this truck, so he dies here. And presumably Cypher dies as well, except, oh shit, fake out. She was piloting a drone in safety. She's fine. She gets away again. That's cool. That's great. So, all right.
It's more like the peel-off at this point.
Kind of, yeah. Well, except way more confident, unfortunately. or Jacob and Dom, they kind of make amends here, even though Jacob has like a Death Squad PMC that he presumably still has control over.
But what's that between family?
Well, yeah, of course. Surely he'll use it for good now.
Yeah.
But actually mirroring the first movie, they have one car between the two of them, and Dom hands the keys to Jacob, allowing him to escape and ride into the sunset for another day. And then we get our family barbecue at the Toretto home. Hooray! And this...
The newly rebuilt one, didn't it get exploded?
It got rebuilt at some point during Furious 7.
Between 8 and 9,
Yeah, or between at the end of 7 or 8, I don't know, whatever.
Okay.
This one's like a pretty big reunion because we actually get like a literal reunion with the Tokyo Drift guys, like Sean and Twinkie and Han. They actually meet up for the first time. It's actually a pretty nice moment.
That's great.
That's great. They great to see Han again.
That's great. They got to see Han again. That's cool. It's just nice that they're in the movie at all.
Yeah.
They've
been AWOL for the entire series since 3, right?
Since 3.
Sean was in like a quick scene in 7.
Oh,
contextualization.
Right.
For
Yeah. And then finally the movie ends. We see we're about to say grace. Oh, but wait, someone's not here yet. Brian's Nissan Skyline pulls into the driveway, and we cut to credits, and that is the end of F9, the Fast SaGa.
That's nice.
It's like the end of Godfather, I think 2, where they couldn't get Brando, so they have the family reunion.
That's right.
That's right. Brando's
Dad's at the door. He's coming in now, and everyone goes to meet him. Yeah.
Hooray!
Yeah.
It's exactly like that, but I'm sure it's way cooler in F9. So now we're at the end of the line, end of the road. Fast X. This is another tumultuous production. Justin Lin left this project as its director because of
midway through.
Midway through.
Oh dear.
He was just fighting with Vin Diesel a lot.
Right.
Oh,
Vin Diesel.
can fire the
He's a
director.
He's a diva,
Really?
and
He's a producer.
Justin Lin, I think he left, he walked away before he could fire him.
Okay.
So instead, they got the guy who did the MCU Hulk movie. He's gonna the Incredible Hulk, yeah.
That one with Edward Norton.
The Edward Norton one, yeah. They got him for this one. And this movie, oh boy, this movie begins with a flashback. The climax of Fast 5. Fast 5. As you remember, Herman Reyes, he's being like, oh, they're stealing all my money. What the fuck?
Right.
And then we cut to the side in the building. Who is that? It is Jason Momoa. Dante Reyes, Herman Reyes' son. He's part of the operation as well. He was at the chase, and when Dom flung the safe around, he actually hit Dante Reyes, who falls into the ocean, and he's like, his eyes closed, and then they open. Fast X. It begins.
Okay.
I can't believe
Momoa, the guy who was in a glass.
He's
onion.
Aquaman.
He's Aquaman.
Aquaman, Khal Drago, etc., etc.
He's in Dune as
Oh yeah, he's Duncan, Idaho.
And he's soon to be in the Minecraft.
He's in the
movie.
Minecraft movie.
Okay, now, yeah.
But okay,
In the
I was mixed
Oscar-winning performance of in the Minecraft movie.
soon to be.
Indeed.
Soon to be.
That's like next week.
I
It
can't
makes
Comes
sense
out
though,
next week.
because it seems like Fast and Furious is collecting all of the big
Wrestlers.
action-
Yeah.
Like-
Except
wrestlers
former
and action.
wrestlers
Yeah.
who turned actors.
Yeah.
True.
That's why I was expecting the
Dave
guy,
Batista.
I was expecting-
He's way too good
I
for
was
these
thinking of
movies.
Dave
Oh, yeah.
Batista.
He'll never be in one of these movies.
Yeah.
Well, never say never.
Wait till
We'll
Fast
see.
11,
Well, he's not
dude.
big anymore.
Well,
he's,
none
off
of
the, he's
those-
off the gear.
Yeah, true.
None of those active wrestlers they got were in the MCU, right?
Well, yeah, because
Wayne,
Jason Momoa was
Jason Momoa.
Was DCU, right?
It's
Yeah.
DCU, but that's DCU.
Well, they got a
Not
director
MCU.
from the MCU, I guess.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Whatever. We start this movie with the family barbecue, which is strange and is sort of an ill portent, I think, for the rest of this film because we're starting on a bright spot. Okay. There's a really weird part where all of a sudden we see the abuelita Toretto.
Yeah.
They just had a grandmother the whole time who's just here now.
Sure.
Okay.
She doesn't show up for the rest of the movie, but she's just there. Whatever. And the agency gets a job to intercept a computer chip in Rome. Dom's like, Roman, your name's Roman.
Oh, yeah.
You
You're
got
the man
this.
for the job.
You got this. I'm sitting this one out. All right. Dom and Letty, you know, they're talking about the dangerous lifestyle, and she actually ends up giving him the cross necklace. So the cross necklace is back in his hands. And in the middle of the night, while they're taking care of their kid, little Brian is he's probably like 7 or 8 now. So he's he has a speaking role now, and he does great.
Brian.
Good job, Little B. They call him Little B.
It's been 4 movies since he was born.
Yeah, it's been a while.
And 10 years since the movie came out.
Exactly. So who arrives at their home at the middle of the night? None other than Cypher. Cypher has arrived at their home in the middle of the night.
Your favorite character.
My favorite character.
Yes.
I was so stoked to see this. The reason I was so stoked to see this, she is gravely wounded. she has been wounded and she's bleeding out on the Toretto home couch. What's up?
What's the hair situation like?
Yes.
I'm glad you asked.
Okay.
Because for the first time, she has a decent haircut.
Hooray.
She has stolen the Gwen Stacy haircut from the Spider-Verse movies. That is what she's wearing.
Sure.
Fine, good enough for me, whatever. And she's like, Dom, you have no idea what's coming. The storm's coming, bro. Turns out Dante Reyes has taken over Ramsey's operation with pure power and gravitas. So she's there to warn him. And it turns out that this agency job that they got for Rome was a trap organized by Dante. It turns out we're in Rome. Dom, was it Tej and Ramsey get inside of this truck where this computer chip's supposed to be? The door's electronically locked. Uh-oh, what's up with that? They go and look in the back, and there's actually not a computer chip in there. There's actually a giant fucking bomb.
Oh, no.
Specifically, a DM-79 high-yield sub-nautical neutron mine.
Wow.
I don't know if this is real or not, but it apparently could level a city or something. So, bad news. We can't have that happening. Dom, thankfully, arrives shortly after this whole operation gets going. They stop the car, but the bomb just ends up flying out, and it's going through the streets of Rome. Dante is driving along, just being like, yeah, trying to catch me. While Letty's trying to catch him in her motorcycle. She kind of pivoted the motorcycles throughout the movies. She ends up getting caught by the police, so she's out. She's out.
The police have not been in these movies for
I know.
5 movies.
True.
They're punching upward here. They're punching above their weight.
They're back.
But they need to stop the bomb. It's rolling around all through. It's going to hit the Vatican. That is bad news. Pope Francis is under attack.
It's over.
We need to stop this DM-79 high-yield sub-nautical neutron mine. We need to save the Pope. Dom ends up through
Neutron bomb the Vatican.
through all sorts of shenanigans. He ends up hitting a crane that's positioned near a bridge to the Vatican. This crane ends up flinging and hitting the neutron mine, sending it into the ground or into the water below, and it explodes and does significant damage to Rome, but it does not blow up the Vatican. However, despite the rest of the crew escaping, except for Letty, they are blamed. They are blamed for this catastrophic terrorist attack on the Vatican. Step 1 of Dante Reyes's revenge scheme is well on its way. Okay. Oh, he hit his nos to knock the crane into the bomb.
Naturally. Time to hit the nos.
He hit the nos. Okay, so yeah, they're blamed. They're blamed for this attack. And okay, well, why doesn't the agency just bail them out, right? They could do that. Doesn't seem that hard.
Right.
Well,
They stay Han alive.
They saved Han.
Yep.
Why don't they just bail him out of this one?
Do
Well,
the magic trick.
it's do a magic trick. There's a problem. Mr. Nobody is no longer in charge. He is still MIA. He's missing. The agency has a new leader named Ames, and he's this big buff dude with the nice fade haircut or whatever.
Broccoli cut.
Kurt
Not
Russell-
quite
Russell
broccoli.
retired.
He's a zoomer.
What's up?
Kurt Russell retired.
He's missing. He's gone.
I actually don't know.
He's somewhere.
Oh, okay.
Well, yeah, he was
Oh,
MIA.
He got MIA.
Yeah.
in 9.
He just
Right.
hasn't resurfaced
I
yet.
see, yeah.
I assume if they, it's in their back pocket in case they ever want to use him.
This is so shown in this. It's crazy.
I know.
It's crazy.
But all right, this new leader Ames. He doesn't like Dom and his family. All right, he thinks they're a bunch of troublemakers.
What the hell?
He doesn't like them. He's not a fan of Dom. He's not a fan of the family. He actually gives Mr. Nobody's daughter Tess, played by Brie Larson. So all right, MCU is now in the picture.
Oh yeah.
Okay.
Captain Marvel herself is here, and she's like, well, what?
Community?
I don't think so.
Is she? No. Sorry, you're thinking of
Alison Brie.
Alison Brie.
Alison,
Yeah,
okay.
yeah. She's like, well, what the fuck? Obviously, Dominic Toretto didn't do this. He's like, cool. He's done so many missions for us over the years, and Ames basically gives her like the 5-minute instead of 5-hour version of this lecture of like all the stuff they've done. I could have learned a thing or two from him, but before he can basically call a hit or apprehend Dom, he needs approval from the agency, what's the word?
Executive board.
Executive board. Board. They're like basically he gets approval from Sele through votes, majority vote. They decide, all right, let's get this Dominic Toretto guy and his family. They're wanted. So we got to do that.
They've been wanted for a few movies now. We're really reverting back, you know.
Basically every movie involves them being like wanted for something at some point. I just haven't brought it up.
I see.
But this one is tremendously terrible because they end up sending agency like henchmen to the Toretto home to apprehend Mia and Little B. I assume Little B will probably just get sent to foster care or something.
Indeed.
Unless maybe he's culpable in some way.
Because he has the cross.
Yeah. Predictably, oh shit! You know what? Actually, maybe Dom has the cross necklace because there's.
I don't have the cross. I think you have.
Oh shit! Okay,
you took it back by that.
That's all done and dusted. All right, that's all settled. All right, so Dom predicted this. All right.
Oh, wasn't there a second cross somewhere around here?
That was
Jacobs. That was Jacobs.
So he just still has it.
He still has
Okay,
his.
all right,
Yeah,
all right.
yeah.
And he's not in this movie.
Dom
Well,
predicting
yet.
that Mia and Little B were in trouble. He has sent Jacob to go and rescue them.
Yeah,
He's
okay.
fighting off the agency guys. Mia helps out a little bit too. We get a little girl power here, but that's the rest of her for the movie. She's out by this point. She escapes. Presumably they go live with Brian. I guess they're not gonna apprehend them. And Jacob takes Little B, and they're going to rendezvous at this place in Portugal. And there's like a bunch of stuff. They go on a plane. They escape via like this little like rocket plane and like inside the cargo bay that they've been like transferring throughout the movie. It kind of looks like a canoe. And they make their way to Portugal. That's where they're going to be for like basically the rest of the movie. Meanwhile, Tess finds Dom in Naples, and he's like, "All right, look, I know you're innocent." And Letty's at like an agency black site, and also gives him a breakdown on who's actually responsible for this. Dante Reyes. Dante Reyes, he's bad news. Dom wants to know a little more about him, so he's going to go to Rio de Janeiro. But before he goes, he passes the cross necklace to Tess, where Tess will use this as collateral. When she meets up with, she goes to meet up with Letty at this agency black site. And kind of uses this as a proof of trust. So she hands the cross necklace over to Letty,
All right.
who then gives it back to her afterwards.
Thank you.
And they basically like cook a scheme where like, okay, just pretend I'll pretend to attack you, so you attack me, so you get taken into the infirmary. So Letty gets taken out of her like private like prison or whatever and gets taken to the infirmary. And who else is at the infirmary but Cypher? Cypher was also taken to an agency black site where she is recovering from her wounds. The two team up. They beat up a bunch of the agency guys, and they go to escape the black site. Problem: agency black site is in Antarctica, so they have absolutely no way of escaping this place. They're fucked.
Yes.
We'll figure out what's happened with them later. We're going to Rio de Janeiro. So Dom,
Black Site's on the moon.
I wouldn't have put it past them, honestly.
It could happen.
So Dom goes to Rio de Janeiro to meet face to face with this Dante guy. And he gets into a race with him, some flunky guy, and this lady who like kind of looks like Fiona Apple, who like has a chip on her shoulder over Dom for some reason. And they get into this like race. It's a pretty boring race, just a straight shot. The real like draw of it is that
It's an actual street race.
Dante.
When's the last time we had an actual race?
Dante has rigged both cars, both this other guy, Diogo, and Fiona Apple's car to explode. And he's like, gotta make a choice, Dom. Gotta make a choice. Who you gonna save? He saves Fiona Apple, and the other guy fucking blows up and dies.
Who was the other guy?
It's like the Dark Knight.
Just some guy?
It was some guy named like Diogo. I think he was in Fast 5 for like a little bit, so he's like friends with Dom. So it was a tough choice, but he chooses to save Fiona Apple.
Damn.
Why does he save Fiona Apple? I don't know at the moment, but it turns out it's prudent why he does it because he figures out that she is Elena Neves' younger sister. That is why she is pissed at Dom, because Dom is sort of responsible for her dying.
And they have a child. He and Elena had a child.
Yes.
So this is like the aunt of one of his children.
Kinda, yeah. Exactly.
Oh, can I just ask, where's that child at? Because Elena's dead.
That child is Little B.
Oh, that is Little B.
That is Little B.
Oh, so he doesn't have any kids with
Lenny. No.
Okay. All right.
Oh, I thought he did.
Yeah,
No, they actually like talk about it a lot. Where it's like, I don't know if we want kids or
You
something.
already
like.
have it? Okay, all right, whatever.
Yeah, they were talking about that in the Fate of the Furious, and then it turns out Dom already fucking had a kid, so they're stuck. They got to deal with him now.
Good, I guess.
It's like, great, and I can still be part of the adventures and
Yeah, exactly.
without having to be a mother.
Right. So yeah, she actually has a bunch of old Reyes like case files or whatever. Dom ends up going to the old police station that it's basically like been abandoned up to this point. It turns out it's like some sort of like makeshift hideout Dante has been using over the years to have surveillance on literally every member of the Toretto family and all of their friends. He's been watching them for a very long time, and he has eyes on them right now. And there's like a landline in the middle of the base, and it rings. Dom has to pick it up. So, like this landline starts ringing, ring, and Dom like picks it up. We actually have like a scene of like Dante. Jason Momoa plays Dante in a very interesting way. He's basically like the Joker, okay? This is like our Joker villain. We're finally getting him 10 movies in. Because like he explains to these guys, these like Cypher's former men that he's just like conscripting to the cause through like blackmail and stuff. These guys are actually currently now dead. So he's set up their dead bodies in like a tea party. He's literally doing like a tea party with them and painting like his nails and stuff, and just like explaining that like, oh yeah, when I like crashed off of the plane or off the car thanks to Dom, I was actually technically brain dead for 2 minutes, and I feel a little funny after that. Isn't that strange? And like it's supposed to be like, oh, he's like the Joker and he's crazy, but he's also like very flamboyant.
Yeah.
I don't know what they're trying to say here. What did Vin Diesel mean by this?
He's doing Pinkie Pie's birthday party.
It is. It's like Pinkie Pie's birthday party. Basically, Dante is crazy, and it's all Dom's fault.
Yeah.
And Dom basically.
Was this guy in the last movie?
No, he's brand new.
Okay. Yeah.
He's the brand new villain.
Yeah.
Son of a previous villain.
Yes,
Oh,
yes.
right.
Dante Reyes is basically like taunting Dom, and all Dom has to do, he has the epic comeback like, you got no honor, you got no family, you got nothing.
Damn.
But
He did kill his family though.
yeah, that. I mean, you got no honor. He has honor because he killed your family.
Thanks to me.
Thanks to me.
Damn, yeah.
It's crazy. It's crazy. At this point, like Ames personally has found Dom in Rio de Janeiro. He's caught up with him, and he ends up arresting him. Okay, and they're escaping. They're escaping into onto like the road of actually the climax of Fast 5, that location, that like long bridge, and then Dante shows up to like basically blow up Ames's car, because I assume he wants to kill Dom himself. So they get into like this firefight. Ames tentatively teams up with Dom for a bit because they need to fight off Dante. Dante is okay. Yeah, they all team up to stop Dante. Tess arrives as well. She's also back up. So he's kind of like dead to rights. He's got so many people like basically train their guns on him. Unfortunately for them, Dante has the guns of the Patriots. So he starts like firing his finger guns into the air and like pointing it and shooting it at them. And a helicopter comes flying in and starts firing shots at Ames and at Tess. They're both hit. They both have bulletproof vests, so they're gonna be fine. But this leaves Tess dazed enough, and foolishly Tess, with God's eye on her person, gets snatched up. Dante currently has God's Eye, and he's going to use it to find Little B and kill him.
Oh, no.
Not good. Because remember, Dante's crazy.
Who would win in a fight? God's Eye or Project Alpha?
Ares.
Ares, sorry.
Well, they complement each other so well. Just imagine if you had both. But I suppose Project Ares is technically stronger because it can hack into any computer ever.
Which
so
includes all satellites.
all satellites and
right.
surveillance and stuff, right? So, I assume Project Ares
So
is
there's
actually...
more utility with Ares, ultimately.
God's Eye has been completely encapsulated,
That's why I'm kind of
eclipsed.
surprised to hear God's Eye coming back up.
Yeah, exactly.
It's probably just easier to access because Ares, you have to have the 2 keys, right?
Exactly. And also, Project Ares has since been destroyed. It doesn't exist anymore.
Sure.
God's Eye is still around. Fucking... Okay, so now it's like Dom and Ames. Tess takes Fiona Apple to the hospital. She was there too. She was like a hostage Dante used. So they're like, all right, we're out of the movie. Bye. Ames, Dom, you got this. And they go to, they're going to rendezvous to Portugal because that's where they know little Brian is with Jacob. So the rest of the crew has since been unaccounted for. Basically, they're going through London. All their money has been drained from their bank accounts. Dante did this. They're going to find out like how they can basically like begin a counterattack. There's like a cameo scene where they meet Pete Davidson at like a pawn shop.
Great.
He's playing a character, but it's Pete Davidson. He's doing his Pete Davidson stuff. He actually ends up ratting them out.
Great.
So, round of applause for Pete the Rat.
He's a rat-looking man.
Yeah,
So
a rat-looking man. Yay! He rats them out. He rats them out. So they need another plan. They have the Han's like, all right, I have an idea. And he goes and finds someone in London, and it is actually the post-credit scene of F9 that I didn't mention. It's a follow-up to that. He opens the door to like a safe house, and who answers it? None other than Deckard Shaw. Deckard Shaw is back.
Right,
All right, he's
okay.
back in these movies. We have the meetup between Han and Shaw, the long-awaited one. They start fighting.
Oh, right, because he tried to kill him.
Exactly. They start fighting, and Han's like, "I'm not here to fight," and he's like, "I don't care." Blah 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 blah. It's like, "Yeah, sure you are." But their fight is interrupted because the agency shows up here. They're
Cool, they scrapped.
They found, they get a fight, and then they team up against the agency guys to fight.
Yeah.
And Shaw's back in the crew. He's gonna fight because it turns out that Dante has also put hits on Shaw's family. And as we know, Shaw is actually not so different from Dom.
I guess we're not so different, you and I.
He loves his mommy just like everyone else.
Right. Yeah.
He's gonna go get him. So they're all gonna go to Portugal as well. They have a plane. They figure out how to get it. I think Shaw uses his plane or something. Somehow they just kind of like all know to rendezvous in Portugal. I don't think they have any like on-screen conversations about this, but they know it. It's sort of like a 3 days, 2 years scenario.
Indeed.
They figured it out somehow. They're all going to Portugal. Exactly. Actually, I also need to mention Tess hands Dom the necklace
Oh, good.
before she leaves from the movie. Okay. Returns the necklace. They're all rendezvoused at Portugal, but Dante's in hot pursuit. He figures out that Jacob and Brian are there, little Brian, and Jacob escapes in like this twisted metal car with like these like almost like cylindrical like bomb like charges that just kind of like and then they like fly out of the back of the car and they like pop around and explode. So like he's using this to kind of like divert like Dante's forces away. But eventually Dom also joins the fray by getting like helicoptered back in. He has the Charger again. It's a new Charger. He's got it again. So he's driving along the highway. They're trying to meet up with Little B. And Dante kind of like swoops in way past everyone, and he manages while one of Jacob's like bomb charges is like jammed or something. Brian's like, "Oh, don't worry, I'll take care of it." So he's out of the car and he's like trying to like fix one of the bombs, and Dante uses this opportunity to take little Brian, throw him in his car, and he's like, "Ah, I'm fucking crazy!" And he's going around, now Dom needs to go try and get little Brian from Dante's car. Jacob, on the other hand, from the firefight of all of Dante's forces, it turns out his fuel line got shot. So he's losing gasoline very quickly. Jacob uses this opportunity. He knows he's out of the race at this point. He uses it to crash his car into a bunch of Dante's men, causing a massive explosion. Jacob is presumably dead.
Oh, no.
He dies here. He makes a big self-sacrifice to get all these guys off his trail. So Jacob's gone. Dom, they cause like Dante's car to spin out, and like as it's spinning out, little Brian like jumps out of the car and Dom grabs him. So now Dom has little B, he has his son, and Dante has nothing. And they're like, all right, Ames, I'm gonna go rendezvous with you at this like airport, and we can escape to fight another day. They're like, cool. And Ames is like, cool, man. Just go through this dam, and then you'll make it all the way to this airport. Like, all right, cool. They're going through the dam, and all of a sudden, Dom is pincered by these two massive trucks. What the fuck's up with that? That's weird. It's also at this moment that the plane with the rest of the crew come flying in, and they're like, we're here, Dom, we're here to rescue you. And Dom's like, no, it's a trap, stop. And then it gets shot down by a rocket. The plane flies into the horizon and crashes and fucking explodes. We do not see what happens to the people on the plane. Presumably they're fine somehow.
Right.
But as we know, but they're dead. They're totally dead.
Totally
dead.
convinced.
Dom is completely demoralized.
Yep.
And who shot down the plane? None other than Ames. We flash back again to the end of Fast 5. Not only was Dante Reyes there, Ames was there as well. He was always part of Dante Reyes' cabal, and he's managed to get in the inside of the agency. Oh no!
Smokes.
This is bad. This is really bad. So Dom has no family, presumably no honor.
Presumably, yeah.
And
He has nothing.
and he has almost nothing. Well, he has his car and he has his son.
He has his cross.
And he has the cross. He does. So the trucks basically start driving in. They're going to like smush Dom's car. He has nowhere to drive like on the road. So what does he do? He drives off of the dam and he's driving down it. As the trucks kind of like collide with each other and fucking explode, it like propels him down even further as he's going down the dam and crashes into the water below. They both swim to the surface, leaving the Charger behind, and they look to the dam and see it is beginning to crack. So it might big problem
The explosion of the trucks.
Yeah, the explosion of the truck seemed to do in the dam.
Or maybe Dom just did 1 foot stomp. Shattering the dam.
Dom hit the gas pretty hard on his car. That might have done it. That might have done it.
On that moment?
I assume NOS was used.
Presumably.
Thank you.
NOS must have been used because he needed to get away from the explosion.
Right.
Even though his car is presumably immune to explosions, as we saw in Fate of the Furious. I don't know. But yeah, him and little Brian are just basically on like the rocks near the dam. They're just like looking at the cracks in the horizon, and we cut away from the dam and to the last scene of the movie. Meanwhile, in Antarctica, it's Cypher and Letty. They're walking across like the tundra. How are they going to get the fuck out of here? Cypher seems pretty confident. She seems confident. She has some sort of plan. And suddenly, a submarine resurfaces from the water. Someone is here to rescue them. They climb out of the submarine. Who is it but Giselle?
Who died like a million years
Who
ago.
died a million years ago.
Hans' lady. So Hans, yeah.
Yes, justice for Hans.
He got his lady back and
Really got
everything.
justice.
If you're
Nobody dies off that plane.
nobody ever really dies.
No one's ever really gone.
No one's ever really gone, except for Gina Carano. I assume she's gone. She's probably not coming back.
And Elise, the blonde, his brother's mom.
Elena.
Oh yeah, Elena's.
mom.
It would be fucking crazy
Yeah.
if they brought her back. They didn't shoot her in the head on screen,
Right,
but like,
right.
Jesus Christ! Unless we get like a clone in here,
Yeah.
unless clone theory is true,
I think it's
unless
gonna be
we're in
true.
Clone Furious.
Now they bring back, what is the villain from the very first movie? Like
Oh, Johnny Tran.
Tran.
Like a cyborg Johnny Tran. That would be kind of cool.
Johnny
Tran to show up again.
Yeah, Johnny Tran hasn't shown up yet. Leon hasn't come back. There are so many more wells they can come from.
Absolutely.
There's plenty more to do in the Fast and the Furious franchise. So many graves to dig. So yeah, Giselle seems to be back, and actually this is how the movie ends. It ends with a cliffhanger.
That's the first time they've done that.
Kinda, yeah. Well, the plan for this movie was that it was supposed to be like
2 parts.
Well, there wasn't one that ended right before they broke Dom out of the jail.
But the implication was clear. The implication was obvious.
yeah, it
That's
was.
true.
It was.
The conflict had been resolved, but then it's like, oh, there might be more.
There might be
We had
more.
teased, but this is a straight up like the plot's not done with this one.
Yeah. So we do get one mid-credit scene. It is like a group of like
Wait, I'm sorry. Well, what was the cliffhanger ending that we
the
don't know what
the
happens?
cliffhanger ending is that Dom and his kid are at the face of this dam that appears to be about to explode. The rest of his crew has presumably been shot down and killed in a plane explosion. Dante Reyes his mastermind scheme is apparently going all according to plan.
Okay.
Everyone is out to get him, including the agency. It's all tits up for Dom. We actually do get a post-credit scene of like a raid on like some weird hideout with a bunch of like Black Ops guys. They're going through. They're trying to figure this out. And again, there's a similar like phone call thing, like a landline. One of the guys picks it up and he's like, "You killed my father. I'm gonna fucking make you pay." And he takes off the mask. The guy who's receiving the call, because it's from Dante, takes it off, and it is Luke Hobbs. Hobbs is back into the franchise. Finally, very good, very good. So yeah, Fast X. It was meant to be like the start of a new trilogy of films.
Nice.
Assuming it did well at the box office. However, it did make a lot of money. It made like a fuckload of money. However, it is the 4th most expensive film ever made. So it was only a modest success.
Right.
So now the current plan, it seems to be that there's supposed to be a sequel that concludes the franchise coming out next March. Final film in the franchise. There are a few spin-offs also planned. 2 standalone spin-offs. One is supposed to be like a female-led one. Maybe that'll be like Cypher's Epic Adventures. I will not be there.
Yeah.
But there is also
backstory about where Giselle's been this whole time.
that would be great. A whole Gal Gadot solo vehicle. That would be pretty cool.
Oh, it was Gal Gadot.
That's
Yeah.
Gal Gadot's
Yes, that was Gal Gadot.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. I take it back. The one that seems to be the most far along in production is another Fast like Hobbs and movie.
Yeah.
And this one is weird. It is supposed to be a Hobbs and Reyes film. So apparently, supposedly, I guess Dante is supposed to be in the spin-off film with Hobbs.
But he's a bad guy.
So this is what confuses me about this, because it's like a catch-22 almost, because Dante Reyes is a really good villain for the series, and he has done so much damage to Dom and his family. So one, they can't sand off his edges and make him a good guy or an anti-hero. It's just not going to work. He's done too much bad. He needs to go, right? But
it's Jason Momoa. We gotta get at least one movie.
Well, yeah, of course, bring him back.
Yeah.
But he should be in like a main line. He should be in the next film where he gets defeated by Dom. So it's either they're sanding off his edges to make him more of an anti-hero and make another villain for Fast 11, or they're going to have Hobbs take him out in a spin-off film, which sounds completely stupid. They really should not do that. If they're doing that, please reconsider. Do not do that, for the love of God. That would be terrible. It would suck. But yeah, this movie kind of underperformed at the box office. I saw it in the theaters at the time, and the theater was pretty empty. There were a couple people, but not a lot. So it looks like it's going to be the last one on our final ride. But honestly, it's probably time to hang up the keys a bit and rest with your family, because
It's been 25 years.
it's been so long, so many opportunities. Nate,
Maybe now they can use Fast 11, one last ride.
that would be pretty cool.
Yeah.
That would be pretty cool.
And just fully CG back in Paul Walker, 100%.
He's
the hero that saves the day.
It's actually, I find it fairly admirable that they've had the restraint to not do like a deep fake Paul Walker throughout any of these movies.
The fact that they've revived so many of these characters.
Yeah.
The fact that they kept him.
That's a very different kind of
Well,
revival
that's
in
the
universe.
key.
Oh no, but that's what I mean. But I'm like, it just seems like they have no shame story-wise.
It would be pretty tasteless if they did that. So hoping they don't.
Yeah.
There's always one more chance, though.
Oh my god.
There's always
But
one.
someone has to come in and write the fortunes of Dom at his lowest point.
Mm-hmm.
And there is one major canonically alive character who has been like totally separate from the events, who could be called upon to
Yeah.
help in some massive
I
way.
wonder if they
And this
do
whole
it-
movie is a big like Fast Five like wank fest. And as we all know from Fast Five, Dom and Brian are guys who never lose. So if Brian is there, he will use like his never lose plot armor to kind of like absorb any sort of problems that they have.
I guess they could do something where they just use the car and don't actually feature Paul Walker. Like
Theoretically,
They
but
could
more
do that.
just
They
like-
could do
like
that.
his car comes in and does something.
Right. Yeah. If it was his car.
Goes to this car.
Make up some reason why like he doesn't want to be visibly seen to be connected to these events.
He's got a mask
like
on.
the car just keeps driving around, like the car's at the barbecue, but like nobody gets out of the car.
It's a self-driving car.
Yeah.
Brian has it. He's like controlling
He's
it
still
at
taking
his
care of the kids.
wonderful. Yeah, he's taking care of the kids. They
His car
have.
could do the
Yeah. So yeah, that is the Fast and Furious franchise. Do I recommend these films? Sure. Yeah, I'd say so. I think they're pretty fun. Like, you know, they're like chuddy, like popcorn movies that you can laugh and have fun with. There's some like genuinely good action set pieces throughout them. And it is just kind of fun seeing the frog boil from raiding TVs to going to space to whatever. Honestly, this was almost like a walk back a bit from going to space. I don't know how are you? We were just like, how are they gonna top going to space?
Yeah.
Turns out they kind of didn't. I guess like blowing up the Vatican is kind of big, but they didn't actually do it.
Well, obviously, with their current zeitgeist we're in, the multiverse of Paul Walkers need to be brought
Ooh,
in.
they could do like a multiverse thing. They could do clones. They could actually do that thing that they were fraternizing with, where they tie it into the Transformers films.
Right.
That was
Transformers film.
that was like a rumor for a little bit. That happened like around
Wow.
here.
Imagine.
But you know, obviously it didn't pan out. But yeah, okay. I think that's everything. Thank you all for this one long ride. I hope you join me for when we go on the final ride to Fast 11 in theaters, probably next March or whatever. Whenever you want to see it, check it out. It's gonna be cool. Guy.
I was just gonna ask, is like the CG like ugly and over like not attractive looking? Because like people like practical effects
Yes,
kind
yes.
of a lot, right? But I don't know what the later movies do because they're going to space and stuff.
They get
That's
pretty
probably
CG
not a
heavy. They get
practical
pretty
effect.
CG heavy. The neutron mine, the DM71 high yield neutron mine is pretty ugly looking. It's very obviously not there as he's like kicking it down the streets of the Vatican or
That, like
Rome.
swinging of the what's it? The thing that holds the money. What's it called?
The
The
safe.
bank vault. The safe. Yes.
That one looks pretty good. I think that
Okay.
one looks pretty good.
Cool.
So
Yeah.
This will be a great video to watch if it's next March is coming up and someone wants to bring you to see the new installment of their favorite franchise.
Of course, yeah.
You want-
Instead of
you want to be
spending
caught up on what's going on.
17 hours on watching these movies, you can just listen to me talk about them for 5.5. So, you know, that's something.
That's an improvement.
That's something, yeah. All right. I'm going to call off before it. Roll call, everyone. Who are you?
Ben Saint, hello.
Ben Saint, patreon.com/Ben Saint, etc.,
Yeah.
etc.
Yeah.
So true, so true. I'm Nate Bestman of youtube.com/BestGuyEver. Yes.
Hey, it's Shaybs. It's Shaybs on YouTube, SHAYBS, but also Carib McCoon. Don't bother. No.
All right, don't
It's a
watch
long.
this
It's a long.
content.
No, it's a long. It's a.
And
I'm Mark of the Electric Underground. So Electric Underground on YouTube and on Patreon.
yes, perfect, awesome. And I am Tectonic Improv, tectonicimprov.com. You're probably already there. Goes to my channel. Like, comment, and subscribe. Hooray! Awesome.
Hooray.
Thank you,
Yay.
everyone.
Improv.
And I hope I see you again.
Yay!
Okay.
Twig.
Twig, 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 twig.